It's 9:29, election night 1966. We in this studio are waiting now to bring you the result of the votes that have been cast throughout the day. But now, before we begin, the very, very first result of the night. Have we got it ready?
No, not quite.
The very first result of the night is just coming in on a piece of tape. We're loading it into this very special machine, which will bring to you and to us the results as fast as they possibly can be brought to you. And there is the first result of the night: Hull City 1, Chelsea 3. A result, I think, that will have more electoral repercussions in Hull than they'll certainly have in Chelsea. But now for the 630 results that are really concerning us in the coming hours. The information comes in, as you see, on this machine as quickly as we can get it. Once the news is in, it flashes right across, and it comes all the way across the studio, and of course it comes in to us and to you and to my colleagues. So my colleagues, Ian Tresauen is waiting there to see news such as that come in: Robert Mackenzie, David Butler, Robin Day, Kenneth Harris. What happens in the next few hours we shall comment on. We shall bring you those results as fast as we possibly can. But of course the pollsters already think that they know how we voted in this. And if you look at their very latest results, you'll see that they vary from a Labour lead of 115 seats to a Labour lead of 250 seats. But in the final analysis, it's not the few thousand that the pollsters ask who elect a parliament and choose a government. It's us, the 36 million voters of this country, who've been today to the polls to cast our vote. Every returning officer will tell you, wherever he is, that it's accuracy, not speed, that counts. But traditionally, of course, there's always this race for who's first to declare. We've got our cameras out and about in the country in the 5 places which traditionally are usually in the van of this race. Last year, it was on the last occasion, 1964, it was won by Cheltenham at 2 minutes past 10. And it's to Cheltenham that we go first to hear from Derek Hart.
And here at the town hall in Cheltenham, the crowds have been gathering since the polling stations closed just over half an hour ago, fully expecting that speed and accuracy will mean that, as so often before, as for instance in 1964, that Cheltenham will be the first constituency in the country to declare its result. But the big question that hangs over Cheltenham tonight is what is going to happen to the Liberal vote. In 1964, there was a Liberal candidate who polled 7,500 odd votes. This time it's a straight fight between Labour and Conservative. There is no Liberal candidate. Regardless of swing, if those votes, the Liberal votes, divide 2 to 1 in favour of Labour, this could be a very, very close thing indeed, and the traditional Tory seat of Cheltenham could very well be in danger. Derek Hart at Cheltenham.
Mike Parkinson in Salford, where we can expect 2 results here shortly after 10 past 10. They get the results here quicker than most because of slick organisation and the fact that Salford's one of the most compact areas in the land. Shortly after polling finished at 9 o'clock, the first ballot boxes started arriving here at the counting rooms in the City Art Gallery and Library. There are 2 constituencies here, Salford East and Salford West. Both seats have been held by Labour since 1945 and with increased majorities since 1955. This is the very heartland of Labour, so there's unlikely to be any political fireworks here tonight. The real interest is in the speed of the count. Traditionally, always one of the first with the results, Salford set its own record in 1959 by declaring the result 67 minutes after polling had finished. But with something like that speed tonight, we should have both results here by about 10 past 10, something like 40 minutes' time. Mike Parkinson in Salford.
Well, here in Wolverhampton, we're enjoying 2 intensely competitive situations for the price of 1, because here in the Civic Hall, they're counting the votes of both the Wolverhampton constituencies. Of course, very much a personality vote being counted there, perhaps. A vote for him means a vote for powerlism and all that that implies. Let us now just flip over the dividing barrier and look down there under the balcony. There they are flicking through the votes of Wolverhampton North East. A Labour-held seat in the last Parliament, Mrs. Reaney Short, and there is enormous competition here to see who can declare first. We don't know who's ahead. What we do know is that both constituencies will be declared within minutes of each other in just about 1 hour's time. Frank Boff in Wolverhampton.
The situation here at Exeter is a very interesting one, but particularly so for the analysts and for the forecasters. This is a Tory marginal set in an electorate in a very handy parcel of 54,000 voters. Coupled with this, there's going to be, or at least we expect there to be, an early declaration.
For the Billericay count, you join us this time not in the little country town of Billericay itself, but fittingly in this highly modern works canteen on the industrial estate of Basildon New Town, the development of which during the past 5 or 6 years has changed what has been a traditional, safe Conservative seat into an extremely marginal one. Last week, a local opinion poll gave Mr. Edward Gardner, the current Conservative member, a lead of 0.5%. In 1964, he held the seat with a majority of 1,592, but this time more votes to count. No attempt at a fast count is to be made. We expect a result at about 11:30, but meantime things are warming up outside. The count began at 9:30, and there is the Liberal candidate, Mr. Lionel Wernick, a local man. The Liberals polled 10,000 here in 1964. How will they make out this time? This is Raymond Baxter in Billericay.
Who then will be the first to declare? Now, those are just 5 of the places where we've got a great many of our cameras strung out. We've got them in all sorts of places. But of course, news very often, on occasions such as this, comes to us in an enormous rush. They come from the news tapes of the Press Association. And as well, we've got our own men on the end of telephones all over the country waiting to phone us in the news of results, news about personalities. From wherever it's happening, they phone it in here, and we in the studio learn about it on this, yet another electronic device, which sends the news all the way around the studio. And you just write on it, and everyone sees it, and the results come in this way, on the tapes, on the telephone, on this thing. But the results are actually being dealt with by Ian Trethowyn, and this is how we shall bring them to you.
Well, this election is going to be won or lost in the marginal seats, the ones that are held by the smallest majorities. And in giving the results, we're going to give these marginals absolute top priority. We'll still try to bring you results of all the other constituencies, and as quickly as we can. Whenever we get a result from one of these marginals, we're going to rush it up to the top of the queue. And we'll be showing these marginal results in a new and different way. We'll also, for the first time, be showing the running totals of the number of seats which each party holds at any given time. Now, just to show how this will work, let's take a moment in the last election, 1964, and see how we would be reporting it by our techniques this time. Let's take that crucial moment when Labour had won 315 seats and needed just one more to get that overall majority. At that moment, the running totals would have looked like this. And then we'd have had the news that they'd gained another seat. Labour gained, and then a headline would have spelled out that it was Meriden, gain at Meriden, which gave Labour their overall majority, which put them over the top. And then just a few moments later, we would have got on this new electronic system, tapped out as they were coming in the full detailed figures, Christopher Rowland winning the seat and the majority of 363. And then Labour would have clocked up another, as it proved, vital seat in the running total. Now, that then is how tonight we shall be rushing you these key marginal seats, also the results from the seats of about 24 of the top personalities in the 2 main parties. The other results we'll be showing you in the normal caption, which you've seen before. Here, for instance, is how we would have shown, in fact did show, the result last time from a safe seat like Beckenham. Now, just to remind you how the parties lined up tonight at the starting gate, how they stood in the last Parliament, which ended just 3 weeks ago today. Labour, 315, Conservatives, 304, Liberals, 10. We've included 2 seats which in fact were vacant, one Labour, one Conservative. We have left out the seat of the Speaker. Well, in the next hour or two, we will know just how much the millions of votes that we've all cast today will change those figures.
Well, as those millions of votes come pouring in, they go into this great monster computer. It's a Honeywell H200 series, which incidentally was made in Scotland for the electors up there. The card reader here down the bottom is where the information is actually fed into the machine. Behind us, the magnetic tapes on which is stored all the information about the 1964 election. 2.5 seconds later, the result comes out. And out with that result comes a great deal of data about the results. The information is vital to another part of our high-speed operation. It's that of analysis, of prediction, and heading the team of analysts, here is David Butler.
The result, well, it'll be plain very soon, because Britain is a united, even you might say a uniform country. as one constituency goes, so go most of the other constituencies. As soon as the first result comes in, I shall say, well, if the whole country behaves like Salford West or Cheltenham or wherever it is, then the final majority would be. But I shall of course stress the if, because one constituency may differ in its swing by 1 or 2% from the national average. But once a few seats are in, I shall be a good deal less cautious. We shall all be willing to give you fairly firm statements, well, it looks like a majority of so much. However, we shall be able to refine our predictions steadily as the night goes on, because Graham Pyott and a team of statisticians from Cambridge will be working very hard on all the computer output, looking at the different swings, the different trends in agricultural seats and mining seats, and in the north and in the south. And so we'll make it as plain as we can. But in case we confuse you with all our words and figures, there's Bob Mackenzie at the charts to make everything plain.
Well, here's the story on the swingometer as it will be coming in later tonight. The present position is that Labour has an overall majority of 3, that is over the Liberals, the shaded area, and the Conservatives. Now, if there is a swing of 1 voter in every 100 from Labour to the Conservatives, a swing of 1%, then the Conservatives can expect to have a majority of around 17. If, on the other hand, there is a swing toward Labour, and that's much more to be expected on the evidence we have, then each time 1 person in 100 has swung over from Conservative to Labour, the majority will grow like this. A 1% swing, 37 majority for Labour in the House of Commons. A 2% swing, something like a 73 majority for Labour in the House of Commons. Very approximate figures, but that's roughly where it's likely to lie. Now, the question is, where will the swingometer settle down tonight? It will lurch about undoubtedly. The figures may vary right across here for considerable time, but then it will begin to settle in. And as it settles in, we'll have the basis for a pretty reliable prediction as to where the majority is going to lie in the House of Commons. Now, where is it going to lie? Well, the best informed guess is always by the opinion poll people. Now, they're not magic, they can't foresee the future, but the point about the opinion polls is that they talk to a cross-section of the community. We talk to our family, our friends, our workmates. They try to find an exact cross-section. And here's what they've been saying in their final estimates of the likely outcome. If you take the final report of Research Services, which appeared in the Observer last Sunday, around a 3% swing to Labour, something like a 100 majority for Labour, give or take a few. The National Opinion Poll and the Daily Mail pointing to around 3.6% swing to Labour, something in the vicinity of 120 majority, that sort of thing. The Gallup poll in today's television, or something in the vicinity of 100 majority. The Express, going right off our chart today, suggesting something like a 7.5% swing to Labour, and their record has been about as good as anybody's in recent estimates of results, and pointing to a majority of well over 250. Now, what does it add up to? Well, let's say we average them out to around 4.5%, which is the average of these 4 national polls, pointing to something like a 150 majority, which is about the majority Labour had in the 1945 general election. That seems to be the agreed finding of the pollsters. It's a repeat of 1945, if they're right, in Labour's majority in the situation. Now, let's look at the scorecards on which we'll be following this. First of all, the State of the Parties board. Now, here the point to watch is that Labour must be, if it's going to be sure of forming a government, should have 260 seats of the roughly 460 we're going to be reporting tonight. So the first point is Labour, 260. They can't afford anything more than a couple of losses if they're going to form a government. The Tories, on the other hand, must hold Labour under that and must have at least 190 seats on tonight's results if they're going to have any chance at all to form a government. Looking now at the party lead board at 9:45, 3/4 an hour after the parties close, here the point is that the Labour lead over the Conservatives on that centre black line will have to grow to 70. At present, of course, it's Labour equal to Conservatives because we've got no MPs at the moment. But as they begin to be elected tonight, it must read Lab lead over Con 70 if Labour is to form a majority. And undoubtedly, with the way things are going, it'll be much higher than that if the pollsters are right. Now back for a moment to the national swingometer. If the pollsters, on average, have got it right, it looks like a 4.5% swing to Labour, something like 150 overall majority for Labour, but of course it might fluctuate one way or the other. This is a national average swing. The all-important question is, will it be uniform? And there's the distinct possibility, of course, that it won't be completely uniform. We might well have something in the way of a strong deviance in one area or another throughout Britain.
And it's because of this that what we've done is to divide the country up into 6 different areas. And from each of them we have someone from each of the different parts of the country, from Scotland and from Wales, and the 4 regions of England, the North, the Midlands, the South East and the South West. First of all, let's look at some of the most vulnerable seats there in the South East and in the North. Harold Webb.
Well, we should be interested in just over a quarter of all the seats coming in. Some of the most crucial marginal seats in the country, 10 Conservative and 14 Labour marginal. And for a close assessment of these results, we should be looking at them in 4 main groups. First of all, the North East. Here, Labour holds 27 of the 29 seats, only 2 Conservative seats there to be mopped up. Then we have the West Riding, 43 seats here, covering the main wool, textile, coal and steel centres of Yorkshire. No big fireworks expected here. Then we have the rural and urban areas of Westmoreland and Cumberland, coming across to the North and East Riding, and then North Cheshire. But the main area where we should be looking at tonight is in fact the Northwest, where at the last election the Labour Party chalked up some of its biggest gains. Now the black circles represent the seats at present held by the Labour Party. The white circles represent those held by the Conservatives. Now, if you believe that the pollsters are wrong, that in fact the Conservatives are going to confound the pollsters, then you should be interested in some of the earlier results coming in this big area of the Northwest, because if the Conservatives are going to win this election, then there's no doubt they're going to have to make some gains in Lancashire early on. And now, down the line to David Holmes on the South East desk.
Where there's the biggest concentration of seats, the biggest concentration too of Conservative marginals. So if the polls are right, we should be expecting big Labour gains early in this part. Not so much in the centre of London, where Labour already has all but 10 of the 42 seats, but certainly in the Greater London area, the circle of outer London, and quite a sprinkling too in the counties in the circle round London from Essex back to Kent. Now, what are some seats to watch in the next 2 hours in the southeast? Hornchurch should go Labour to even a minute swing, but there will the Liberal withdrawal help the Conservative to hang on. At Oxford, Conservative for a very long time. That could go Labour on the 1.5% swing. Other seats like that should tumble if the polls are right. And looking at the other side, will Labour Watford move further left or rightwards, as a recent poll predicted? And lastly, will Eric Lubbock hold Orpington for the Liberals? Some points to watch in the southeast.
It's in those 2 large areas that tonight 2 men watch and wait. We too shall watch them and wait with them. They are the 2 party leaders. Up in Huyton in Merseyside with the Prime Minister is John Morgan.
Harold Wilson hasn't yet arrived at this electoral counting house. He's gone into Liverpool, but he should be here well within the hour. Not surprisingly, perhaps, he's been in a very cheerful and relaxed mood all day, travelling around the constituency in a cold, sunlit day with his family, talking to old people, having tea with old age pensioners. He met the oldest voter. He played a little football with some children. Well, at the last election here, the excitement was very memorable. It may not be quite like that this time. The result should be declared around 12 o'clock, and Mr. Wilson will know then the condition of his 20,000 majority. And I hope to talk to him after that. This is John Morgan in Huyton.
250 miles further south, down in his constituency at Bexley in Kent, is Mr. Edward Heath, the leader of the Conservative Party. And watching Mr. Heath, and with him is James Mossman.
Here at Bexley, Mr. Edward Heath's constituency, most of the ballot boxes seem now to be in. Mr. Heath himself got here very early this morning, and he met up with a Tory motorcade at a pub called the Wee Anchor in Hope, rather pointedly, and they set off on a massive tour of the constituency, which went on almost all day with a break for lunch at the King's Head, which was cold chicken and ham and malt whiskey. Last time I saw Mr. Heath tonight, he was still waving and smiling at potential voters and looking as serene as ever. And he told me, last time I saw him, that he expected a very heavy turnout at the polling stations. He's coming here at 10:30 to await the result, which is itself expected at Bexley here at 11:30. Jim Mossman at Bexley.
Not only is the future of those 2 men at stake in the next few hours, but also of a number of other people. We shall watch the fortunes, for instance, of a former Foreign Secretary, Mr. Patrick Gordon Walker, rejected at Leighton after he'd already been rejected at Smethwick. And at Smethwick, there too, we shall have our cameras to see Peter Griffiths, the man who in fact ousted Patrick Gordon Walker, to see if he can stand up to the tough challenge from his new opponent, the actor Andrew Foulds. In Nelson and Cole, Mr. Sidney Silverman, a lifelong advocate of the abolition of capital punishment, is challenged by Mr. Downey, who is the uncle of a murdered girl. This is being called the hanging election. There too we shall have our cameras, as we will further north in Preston, where there are two absolutely cliffhangers, very close seats indeed, both in Preston, one of them held by this man, Mr. Julian Amery. Now these are some of the key seats, some of the others we shall watch with Robert Mackenzie.
These are the ones we'll be watching all night. The really key seats where the battle will be fought and lost or won. Down this way, Labour marginals, like Brighton Kemptown, where a swing of 0.01% would carry the day against the Labour Party and for the Conservatives. That means one person every 10,000 only needs to change over for that to be carried by the Conservatives. Ealing North, again, tiny swings, you'll see, required to bring these from Labour to the Conservatives. But on present evidence, the much more likely danger areas, seats at risk, are of course the Conservative marginals. Again, the same story. Here at Reading, Peter Emery would be knocked out if one person every 10,000 shifted over from, in that case, Conservative to Labour. And so you go through these terribly marginal seats at great risk for the Conservatives, all the way up here, Leighton, for example, Portsmouth West at the top, where Brigadier Terence Clark could be knocked out by a shift of 7 people in every 1,000 to the Labour Party. Again, a long list, all at risk. The ones marked with the white dash here, you'll see the white square, are the ones we expect to hear from this evening before midnight. These are seats at risk. In all, something in the order of 80 seats are at risk if the national average swing predicted by the polls is right, which would bring the area around here cut off Truro or Croydon Northeast. Those are the seats that would go down in a sweep of the kind the opinion pollsters are predicting. We'll be talking about them again and again later in the evening. But let's see roughly where they are. Up in Scotland, 71 seats at stake. Only 5, however, are Conservative marginals that might fall on the kind of swing the pollsters are talking about. Again in the north, a lot of seats at stake, but only 9 are Conservative marginals likely to fall to the kind of sweep we're talking about. In Wales, 36 seats at stake, but there only are 2 Conservative seats on most estimates on a national swing likely to go. Rather more in the southwest, where there are in all 48 Conservative seats, of which 17 could go down in the kind of swing we've been talking about. And of course in the southeast, including London, a great mowing down could occur where there are 107 Conservative seats and 29 are at risk on the calculation of a national swing. And in the Midlands, of course, again 18 of the Conservative seats, 59 Conservative seats, are at risk tonight. But of course much depends on the variations in swing that may occur in areas like the Midlands.
Well, if it is regional variations you're looking for, the Midlands could be the place to provide it. It does include, of course, in our map, East Anglia on the other side of this one. Now, 7 or 8 seats here quite easily in this area with its motto, do different, an area which prides itself in so often confusing the prophets. 7 or 8 of these seats could easily change hands, and yet they could not provide, perhaps, a special general pattern of a swing to one party or the other. Now, say we move across the East Midlands and assume that this will follow the national trend, it's here, in this area of the West Midlands, that you may see some surprises in the next hour or two tonight. Because here they found that they do not normally follow the national trend, at least they do not swing towards the left as fast as the rest of the country. Now here, Labour hopes to pick up Birmingham, Perry Barr and Smethwick. But the Tories, for their part, hope to pick up 1 or 2 Birmingham constituencies, and in the Black Country, Oldbury and Halesowen. But perhaps the $64,000 question to be answered tonight by the Midlands is whether immigration is still a major factor, or whether the 1966 election has killed it as a major political issue. From the Midlands now, over to the southwest and Tony Barker.
The southwest of England behaved last time very much as the nation as a whole, but both those figures are general averages. Within the region, we had interesting differences, and perhaps it was partly a question of town versus country. In the towns, there are some 17 Conservative seats which could well fall to Labour tonight on the projected swings. They are, of course, in the big cities of Bristol, Southampton and Plymouth. But it's in the countryside that we have something in the southwest a little distinctive, and that is the traditional strength of the Liberal Party. They're often the main challengers to the Tories in the rural areas. They've already got 2 seats, Jeremy Thorpe's seat at Devon North, and one they took from the Conservatives in Bodmin last time. These striped circles are Liberal-held seats in the last Parliament. They hope very much to take Cornwall North, which they will get from the Conservatives, on a swing of only 1%. They also have hopes for Torrington, back here in North Devon, and for the Wiltshire seat, way up in the heartland of England. Generally, the southwest is a great electoral granary for the Conservative Party. They would be hard-pressed indeed to do really badly here. But they are facing a double challenge, from Labour, often in the urban areas, and from the Liberals, often in the countryside. We're going to be looking to see not only how Labour does in the West Country tonight, but also to see how well the Liberals do.
Just one point to keep in mind as you're watching the results come in tonight, that's the all-important consideration that the big cities count first, far ahead of the rural areas and the small towns. So naturally enough, Labour tends to spurt ahead on the first results even more than would be justified by the final result. Let me remind you what happened last time in the election of 1964. Here we have Labour, the black line. Labour roaring ahead, showing a surprising lead over the Conservatives. So when we went off the air at 4 a.m. last time, you had this kind of Labour lead over the Conservatives. Then, as the second day's count began, with far more rural areas coming in, you then have a closing of the gap, a kind of kick in the tail for the Conservatives normally when their areas come in where they're strongest, and you get that closing of that sort. Now, it doesn't mean for a moment the kick in the tail this time will save the Conservatives, but that was the reason why earlier I was stressing that Labour must be well ahead tonight when we shut down if they're going to be certain of forming a government with the big majority that seems to be suggested by the polls.
There are 71 seats in Scotland, and at the dissolution they divided 43 Labour, 23 Conservative and 5 Liberal. And as you can see, the Liberal strength is in the north and now in the borders. Orkney and Shetland, Caithness and Sutherland, Ross and Cromarty, Inverness, and a year ago, David Steele won Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles. 5 Liberal seats, they hope to gain more. 5 of these 25 are, as you can see, Labour. Aberdeen North, Dundee West, Dundee East, Fife West and the Western Isles. Of the 15 Conservative seats, 2 are vulnerable to swings of 4%. Aberdeen South, Lady Tweedsmuir would lose her seat to a 3.9 swing. A 0.7% swing would lose Berwick and East Lothian to the Conservatives and lose Sir William Anstruther Grey his seat. But if we look at the Forth Clyde Valley, in the area in which there are no less than 46 seats, 38 of these are Labour held, 8 are Tory. And of these 8, 3 could in fact go: Edinburgh Pentlands, Glasgow Cathcart and Ayr Burroughs. And now over to Ken Morgan at the Welsh desk.
One certain result of this election is that it will confirm Wales as a major stronghold of the left in this country. In the last Parliament, of the 36 Welsh seats, 28 were held by Labour, 2 by the Liberals and just 6 by the Conservatives. But there are some seats that Labour still hope to pick up again this time. For example, in rural Wales and Cardiganshire. This is one of the 2 Liberal seats still in Wales, a seat the Liberals have held ever since the election of 1880. Mr. Roderick Bowen could be in some trouble here. And then in industrial South Wales, there are 3 Conservative marginals here, where the Labour Party hopes to have success this time. In Monmouth, a swing of less than 1% would see Peter Thornycroft, the former Conservative Chancellor of the Exchequer, unseated. Cardiff North, a seat where the issue of leasehold reform is very important. A swing of 3.7% here, and Labour would win the seat for the first time. And finally, Barry, a seat where Labour need a swing of 4%, a seat Labour haven't held since 1951. So Wales could swing to the left this time even more, and in this it could merely be confirming the overall picture for the country as a whole.
Joining us looking at the scene will be a vast worldwide audience of some 150 million people, because this programme will be seen live all over Europe and from coast to coast in America. Incidentally, the Americans will be seen live via the satellite in colour. They've got some cameras inside here. We've got some outside as well. Down in Trafalgar Square, that great centre that's always a scene of celebrations, meetings of dissenters and protesters, and down there is Alan Wicker.
Big Ben presiding in the darkness over the place it's all about, the Palace of Westminster. And at the other end of Whitehall, Trafalgar Square, official centre of the capital, our national meeting place. A few hundred yards from this famous assembly area here, there's an almost deserted Downing Street and number 10. The door through which one of the party leaders will pass sometime tomorrow to form a government and for the next few years run things for us. I wonder if Mrs. Wilson's ever given a thought to that business of packing. Here, some of the people who've already decided whether the Wilsons will need to pack, part of the electorate, about to make a night of it, converging upon this scene of all our biggest and best protests and demonstrations. On the last general election night in '64, it was wet, windy and miserable here, but still 6,000 people turned out, not to demonstrate or protest, but to celebrate victory or defeat among the lions in this arena. Tonight, an even bigger crowd's expected, for though the campaign may have been a bore, it seems that it's finishing with a gentle bang. There are some 3,000 here already, cheering and booing in the approved style. The crash barriers are up, and all police from the Cannon Row station are on duty to control a growing crowd, and more particularly, to attempt to discourage those determined individuals who, you'll remember, always try to turn election night into an aquacade by bathing in those illuminated fountains. Well, jolly good luck to the fountaineers tonight if they're foolhardy enough. We've had one girl in the water already. But there's an even bigger attraction here tonight, even bigger than those wet fountaineers. And there it is, the biggest television set in the business, the BBC's giant screen, keeping these 5 acres of people in the picture. So tonight, everybody here is watching BBC television, just as you are, waiting to see who's going to win and by how many. Alan Wicker, Trafalgar Square.
And a very quick word now from Robert Mackenzie on the opinion polls.
Just one point I wanted to draw to your attention is the extraordinary stability of opinion polls throughout this campaign. If we look, for example, at the national opinion poll of the Daily Mail, it showed Labour, the black line, hovering around 50% all through the campaign. This is the month of March. Stable. The Conservatives dipping a little bit, almost completely stable, ending with a 9-point lead like that over Labour over the Conservatives. Extraordinary stability. I can think of no campaign in history where you've had so little movement, because after all, the polls themselves don't expect to be accurate to within 2 or 3 points. The Liberals, incidentally, making a bit of a kick at the end, showing about 7.5% of the vote now, well below the 11% they got last time, but they do tend to make a strong ending quite frequently. Gallup, almost exactly the same thing. Look at those 2 parallel lines, like tram tracks, with 50%, 40% lasting all the way through, 11% gulf at the end, showing much the same position for the Liberals. But the pollsters really will be, I think, completely lost to explain what's happened if after this, showing a continual 10 or 11-point gap, in the end, they can't show the same thing when the results are in. But the poll that's now taking place, being counted, is the only one that counts, and they know it.
The only one that counts. And we think it's now 3 minutes past 10. That's exactly 1 minute later than we'd had the first result last time. We think perhaps we should be getting a result any second now. We've got our eyes on a number of places, as I said to you earlier. We've got our cameras out in 5 different places. And I think first we can go now down to Cheltenham, to Derek Hart.
And in Cheltenham, the returning officer, the Mayor of Cheltenham, is about to declare.
Cheltenham constituency result. Dodds Parker,
Conservative,
22,683. Wilson, 19,768.
Labour.
I declare that Arthur Douglas Dodds Parker has been duly elected Member of Parliament for the Cheltenham constituency.
And so the Conservatives hold Cheltenham.
But with a reduced majority. David, the swing?
Well, if the whole country behaves like Cheltenham, there will be about a 3% swing, between 2 and 3% swing to the Labour Party, producing a majority of about 80 seats. The actual swing, 2.8, which would produce a majority of around 80 for the Labour Party over the Conservatives. That's if the whole country behaves like Cheltenham. The turnout in Cheltenham was virtually the same as last time, 77%.
So a swing slightly below that forecast by all the opinion polls, all forecasting majorities of over 100.
Cheltenham, of course, was a seat where there was a large Liberal vote at the last election, 18%, and that there was no Liberal candidate this time. We don't know how his votes were distributed.
Here are the full figures now. Douglas Dodds Parker's vote is up by about 3,000. Mr. Wilson, the Labour man, vote up by about 5,000, just over 5,000.
And now let's go to Robert Mackenzie, I think.
Here's that result on the national swing board. 2.8% according to David Butler, well below the predicted 4.5%. but pointing clearly to a majority of between 70 and 100 for the Labour Party. I warned you they'll swing back and forth like this, but the first one is well below par for the course, the one suggested by the opinion polls.
I think any time at all we should get a prediction. Here is the first prediction at 10:05. The possible overall Labour majority as a result of that is 80 seats. 80 seats. That's the first to Wolverhampton now.
Returning officer for the constituency of Wolverhampton North East is about to declare the result of the election. He will give the candidates' names in alphabetical order and the number of votes which they have polled, and will then declare the name of the candidate who has been elected.
The Mayor of Wolverhampton, the acting returning
Ladies and gentlemen, as returning officer for the constituency of Wolverhampton North East, I declare that the votes polled for each candidate at this election are as follows. Rennie Short, 21,067. Geoffrey Ian Wright, 12,965. Silence, please, silence.
Rennie Short is in by a much increased majority.
Short to be elected as a member to serve in Parliament.
And so Wolverhampton North East held for Labour with a much increased majority by Mrs. Rennie Short.
Rennie Short has in fact double the majority, and here are the full details.
The same swing, the same turnout as last time, but about a 6% swing to Labour, much above what was expected for the West Midlands. Was expected to have a rather lower than average swing, which had a much lower than average swing last time. But a 6% swing, you add the two together, and you do point that and Cheltenham, where there was a 2.8% swing, you point to a majority in the 120 area. But I mean, we'll get 3 or 4 more seats in, and we'll see how this swing is averaging over the whole country.
This has been a Labour seat ever since it was created in its present form in 1950. Rennie Short became the member at the last election in 1964, which has been quite prominent on the backbenches.
The exact swing was 5.9, and the turnout was up 1.3.
Now, what's likely to happen in Salford, Ian?
Salford, well, we've got some rather interesting news from Salford, that we gather that the turnout may be quite appreciably down.
This is why I put the point to you.
Well, it is a city where there's been a great deal of rehousing, and there are several constituencies where we shall warn you not to read too much into the swing, because the electorate may be quite substantially different from last time. But Salford is a place that has gone against the tide 2 or 3 times in the past.
Well, we shall be going to Salford in a moment. I don't think they're quite ready, so it's time to go to Bob Mackenzie.
Just as we said, the swing is bracketing. One down here, one up here. Not settling in yet, but it could settle in, not very far from where the pollsters predicted. Up to 6% on this, just below 3% on the last one. Like the artillery, they're bracketing for the place they're going to eventually settle.
Now, how close are we to going to Salford?
Salford's quite interesting. As David said, in fact, both Salfords went against the national swing in 59. They both went to Labour in 59.
They gave us a very bad time on this programme back in 59, because 2 of our first 3 results showed a big swing to Labour in an election which was in fact showing a swing to the Conservatives, and took us a little while to get on target. And I think it's a lesson for us to be reasonably cautious on the first 2 or 3 results we get this evening.
I think we should put a big question mark over that 80. I mean,
what the first prediction 80 you mean?
First prediction.
Yes. Well, we've now got 2 results. We average those. We do get up to 120.
Yes.
I think we ought really to make it absolutely clear that it is an overall majority that you're all talking about. All you experts are going to talk about an overall majority, a Labour majority overall the other party.
That's it, over Conservative and Liberal.
Over Conservative and
Liberal put together.
And Liberal put together.
And other.
And other. Oh, there's bound to be, well, not bound to be. What am I saying? There's practically bound to be one other.
Well, I think
that's the Speaker.
We exclude the Speaker.
And we should have expected, really, to have had the Speaker's result in by now, I should have thought. And now we're going to Wolverhampton, southwest, not Salford at all. There first. Wolverhampton, southwest.
And we're now here at Wolverhampton. We're on the other side of the barrier. There's the acting returning officer again, Mr. Frank Clapper, making his second appearance. And what a moment this must be for Mr. Enoch Powell. He's just heard the declaration on the other side of the barrier. This is really short. Has doubled her majority.
His Worship the Mayor, returning officer for the constituency of Wolverhampton South West, is about to declare the result of the election. He will give the candidate's name in alphabetical order and the number of votes which they have polled, and will then declare the name of the candidate who has been elected.
Ladies and gentlemen, as returning officer for the constituency of Wolverhampton South West, I declare that the votes polled for each candidate at this election are as follows. Alexander Stevenson Collier,
Labour.
14,881. John Enoch Powell, 21,466.
Enoch Powell has made it. Enoch Powell has held Wolverhampton South West for the Conservatives.
Just a minute, please. And I declare John Enoch Powell to be elected as a member to serve in Parliament for the Wolverhampton South West constituency.
His majority
just before we do that, we must go to Salford because they're ready at Salford.
Declaration for Salford
The
West.
votes cast at this election are as follows. Councillor Clark, 13,257. Mr. Orme,
Labour.
19,237.
That's Orme in with an increased majority.
Mr. Orme is
Orme
elected
holding the seat
a
for
member
Labour.
for the Salford West.
Can I first emphasise that that was Salford West, because I didn't say so. I didn't have time.
Salford West, increased Labour majority, David.
A low swing there, though only about 2.5% in Salford. In Enoch Powell's seat, the swing was 3.9.
Swing of 3.9 to Labour.
The swing of 3.9 to Labour in Wolverhampton South West. In Salford West, by the way, the swing was 3.7. The turnout dropped 6%, way down in Salford West. Compared to last time, only 67% of people voting there.
Here are the Salford West figures. Stanley Orme became the MP for Salford West at the last election. It's a safe Labour seat, but he took it over for the first time last time, but a very prominent member of the Labour left wing.
The mean swing average swing we've now got on 4 results is 4.1%, pointing to a Labour majority of about 120, 130.
4.1%. That's your swing that you've worked out so far. Robert Mackenzie, I hope you heard that. Bob?
There we are then, the 4.1% swing on average of the first 4 results as given by David Butler just now. They've been lurching back and forth and are now hovering just a little below the 4.5%.
9,000. I declare Mr. Alone is elected a member for Salford East.
Frank Alone holding the seat for Labour. We didn't hear, actually, the returning officer declare his the number of votes he polled.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we didn't get the figures, but as you heard, Frank Alone has held the pretty safe Labour seat of Salford East, and by the cheering, it sounded as if there was a swing to Labour. Frank Alone, another member of the fairly prominent member of the left wing of the Labour Party. Now, so we're beginning to get up now. We've got 6 results, and everyone showing some sort of swing to Labour.
And now let's take a look at the State of Parties board.
Here we are then, with Labour holding 3 seats at the moment, no gains, Conservatives holding 3 as well. That must be ahead of the results we've actually had read out, because there's 6 there reported. And I'm afraid that board is not up to date yet. We'll be with you in a moment on the party lead board.
And there we are. Now, Frank Alone, they've changed rather quickly from one place on a vote, and I've just been told that it was up to date, Ian, because Guildford has come in.
Guildford, we've now got results for Guildford. David Howell is the new Conservative MP for Guildford. There it goes. And this obviously is a very safe Conservative seat. The majority, in fact, is down by about 2,500, but this brings, as I say, David Howell into the House of Commons, the director of the Conservative Political Centre, and a quite important figure in the reframing of Conservative policy last autumn.
David, have you anything to say?
East. In Salford East, there was a remarkable result. The turnout was down 15%, and there was something like a 6% swing to Labour. But I think there's another result in the pipeline.
Did you get the Guildford one?
No, the Guildford figures have not yet come through to us.
Well, there's a drop in the Conservative majority of about 2,500.
2,600 down it was. There we are.
The interesting thing in the Guildford result is I think the Liberal vote was quite substantially down there.
I think there was a swing of about 3% to Labour in Guildford.
I think it was due possibly to a polarisation of the Liberal votes, so the Liberals moving across the Labour. This is the thing we shall be discussing ad nauseam during the night, what's happened to these Liberal votes. But there has been a tendency in by-elections for where you've got three parties and perhaps the Liberal is fairly low down third, Liberal voters tending to go to number 2, and sometimes the Liberal second, and say Labour is third, you'll get some Labour voters going towards the Liberal. To try and make it more of a two-party fight. The classic case, of course, was the Orpington by-election 4 years ago.
But the Liberals, in fact, have got more seats to declare tomorrow, haven't they,
The
really?
Liberals have got, here's the full results.
Full results.
East. Frank Lawn, there's this surprising result that David said, 6% swing to Labour. David, but on a greatly reduced turnout.
The turnout was actually down 6% in Salford East, and I think I exaggerated just now. It was both Salford seats. The turnout was down about 6%. The swing in Salford East was 6.1%. And the swing was 2.7% in Guildford. The Liberal share of the vote dropped from just over 20% to 16.7. That's down 4% in the first seat we've had a Liberal result in so far. The turnout there just fractionally up on last time.
I think this is just about time that we should have a prediction of the kind of majority that is likely on these swings.
The swing is still about 4.1, 4.2, so it hasn't changed since last time.
It's edging up a little from what it started.
We're just waiting for this prediction to be worked out.
Yes.
It should be worked out any time at all, and it will interest, I'm sure, not only you, David, but Bob Mackenzie over there, but it isn't there yet. I don't quite know where it is.
And the prediction, remember, a Labour lead over everybody else, Conservative and Liberals combined. I think, David, am I not right that we're assuming in this prediction that the Liberals keep 10 seats?
We're assuming in this prediction that the Liberals keep 10 seats,
yeah.
and we shan't know about this because some of the Liberal seats are ones which report right at the end of tomorrow afternoon.
Sunderland, Inverness, Ross and Cromarty and so forth. Yeah.
Now let's go across to our regional desk, to our Midland region desk, and Michael Barrett. Michael?
I think one of the features of Wolverhampton in both cases was this immigration issue which I mentioned earlier. Strangely, during this campaign, it did appear that this was a bigger issue in Wolverhampton than it was in Smethwick. Wolverhampton and West Bromwich, in fact, are the two places where it does appear to have come to the surface. In Wolverhampton, 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was a local council election at which one man stood only on this racial issue, and he polled well over 1,000 votes. Now, Renee Short, whose majority is up the swing of 5.9% to Labour, she deliberately and very carefully avoided this issue throughout the campaign, and as far as I know, never did state her own position on it. On the General Midlands position, it would appear, as the way things are going, the computer says that the swing in the Midlands may be quite heavy, and we could see anything between 15 and 20 seats changing hands. One final point, you see behind me here on the map are 2 discs for Wolverhampton, showing the black disc for a Labour seat and the white disc for a Conservative seat. Cliff?
One of the most staggering things, I think, has been the amount of money that's been poured on to this election. Let's have the latest odds, as we've got 1 or 2 people already past the post. Here are the starting prices.
Labour 33 to 1 on. Conservative 12 to 1 against, 100,000 to 1 bar. 40 to 1 against Liberals, holding the balance of power.
Well, now, as I say, all this money has been pouring on. Down in Smith Square, stuck away on a telephone booth, we've got Ron Pollard. Mr. Pollard is one of the members of the largest firm of bookmakers in the country, Ladbrokes. He's on the pavement outside Transport House. There he is. Now, what are the latest odds now that you've had 1 or 2 results in, Mr. Pollard?
Well, the odds now, Cliff, are 500 to 1 on Labour and 200 to 1 against the Conservative.
Well, here you go again. You see, you're the only people who can win in this election, apart from the Labour Party, apparently, aren't you?
Well, we've taken an awful lot of money. We've taken £1,600,000. We hope to win a little bit. But, of course, the interest tonight is on the majority now. And that's what people have been betting on all day today.
How long will you go on betting on this majority, then?
Well, we shall go on best part of the night.
Well, there we are. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Pollard. We'll leave you to get back to your business. I'm not a betting man. Ian's a betting man.
Not on this race.
Not on this race? You haven't bet at all on this race?
Not on this one, no.
Haven't you? Well, now let's go. We cut off Robert Mackenzie just now in his prime when he was talking about national swing. So let's go back now to Robert Mackenzie.
There are 6 results in so far, and the variation in swing is from 2.7 up to 6.1. So it's beginning to just hover around the area here, and the present indication is something like 150, 160 majority for Labour, very like the prediction implied in the opinion polls, which was 150.
Well, and now here comes the prediction we've been waiting for quite some time. There it is, prediction. This is the likely Labour majority, and remember, it's over all parties. Here it comes. 80 overall. Other parties.
That is fundamentally a mistake. You really mustn't accept that one. I think our machines have got a little too clever for themselves at that moment. I'm sure that the figure on the figures that we've seen so far is much nearer in the 120, 130 area.
And it's quite interesting to see what sort of seats are now likely to go on that sort of swing. Chris Chataway is likely to lose Lewisham, Julian Amery, Preston. These are both held on very narrow majorities. Henry Brook may lose Hampstead on this sort of swing. Christopher Soames might lose Bedford on that sort of swing. Martin Redmayne, former Conservative Chief Whip, might lose Rushcliffe. And then you're getting more or less on the boundary of this 4% swing. You come up to Mr. Heath's own seat of Bexley. Humphrey Berkeley, Lancaster is another one.
Have you got any idea at all about any sort of regional variation yet?
I don't think that.
Not yet.
I think it would be very foolish to say anything about regional variations. We've had 2 seats from Wolverhampton in the Midlands. We've had 2 seats from Salford in the North, which I think are not probably very representative of the whole body of northwest and northern constituencies. And we've had 1 from Cheltenham, and 1 from a Surrey county seat. Overall on these seats, the drop in turnout is about 2%. And in the March register we expected a higher turnout, so this does suggest that this election has produced some degree of apathy compared to 1964.
Well, if the 1966 general election doesn't turn out to be the Labour landslide that the pollsters have predicted, very confidently and very consistently, it won't be unique in that respect. It's happened before, as Robin Day will now take up. Robin.
Well, percentages and polls and swings, even votes themselves, are not all that matters in politics. There's romance, drama, courage, suspense, and the making of history. And no one has shown this more brilliantly than Mr. Theodore H. White, the author of The Making of the President 1960 and 64. Teddy, did you find in watching this campaign here the heroic qualities which you like to look for in politics?
Well, I'm an aficionado of politicians everywhere. And it's a rather strange election, but these men were grappling for, or at least Wilson was, grappling for control of one of the greatest states in the world, and I think did a magnificent job, technically on points. It's such a different system, you know. We choose a national leader with pageants and mobs and the violences in the public square with 500,000 people. Yours is more like a very savage kind of guerrilla warfare with an attempt to seize 300 local strongholds, and the savagery occurs in this brutal and shocking heckling, of which I must say I found both your leaders masters. I mean, they had that rapport with their people. They were in contact.
Why were you shocked by the heckling? I remember at the Goldwater Convention in 1964, the most furious heckling at Governor Rockefeller. What did somebody shout, "You lousy lover"?
That was a political convention where men were summoned as delegates to do that. But no one would heckle the President of the USA as I have seen Mr. Wilson heckled. The hurling of imprecations and the ability of these men to master a mob is something that our politicians have not yet do not have to do.
Well, they don't have the parliamentary experience, do they? But could I just ask you this? We've been watching these results come in. An hour and 5 minutes was the first one, I think, after the polls closed. How does that impress you as someone who comes from automated America?
Well, let me pick my words carefully.
Not too carefully.
Well, we close our polls in Connecticut, say, at 7 o'clock. By 7:15, we have more results than you can possibly analyze. By 7:30, we know Kansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Connecticut, and we know the entire shape of the election by half an hour after the polls close. I suppose that results from our voting on machines and you voting by paper ballots. But at this time, we know the outline and the shape, and we're watching the sweep across the continent. Matter of time zone also, Robin.
Can I remind you of something you said in your Making of the President 1964? You pointed to a conflict which perplexed men in politics at all times, the contradiction between what they must talk about to hold the hearts of their followers and what they see ahead and cannot talk of because so few will understand. Did you notice this conflict here?
Oh, I think spectacularly so. What gave the dreary quality to this election is, I think, both leaders saw an enormous crisis coming. I think Heath suffered from this most. He could not describe this crisis without ruining the pound sterling.
Can I butt in for a moment? We'll
Yes.
come back perhaps to you later.
We want a word now from Robert Mackenzie.
We have 6 results in still, and the average swing to Labour is just over 4%, which would point to a Labour majority of over 100, in the order of 115, 20, 30, depending on regional variation. If we could look now at the state of the parties board, we'll see the picture as it now is. 3 Labour seats held, no gains yet. 3 Conservative seats held, no gains yet. But keep in mind the fact that there has been in that process a strengthening of the Labour position and a comparative weakening of the Conservative position, which accounts for the fact that we're talking about a swing so far around 4%. Now, of course, the position on the party lead board is naturally that they are equal. Lab equal with Con. 6 results in, quite a few yet to come. We'll see whether the swing holds at that 4.1 that it seems to be at the moment.
One of those results in. Now we'll go over to Robin Day.
And with me is Mr. Enoch Powell in Wolverhampton. Mr. Powell, can you hear me?
I can very well, thank
Good.
you.
Are you satisfied with your majority? Because it went down considerably.
Yes, but my share of the poll, as you will have probably have worked out, went up. This, of course, is comparing 1964, when there was a Liberal intervention, with 1966, when there was not. And one might express the result by saying that the Tory share of the poll was maintained, but that the Liberal share divided in much larger proportion in favour of the Socialist than of the Conservative candidate. I'm not saying that that's scientific, but it's not an unreasonable way of putting the outcome.
We haven't, of course, got the final result in, Mr. Powell, but assuming the predictions go as they are now, a majority of 100 or more perhaps, what do you think is the reason for this? Do you put it down to the wisdom of the electorate or the ineffectiveness of the Tory campaign, or what?
Well, I don't like making assumptions because I remember how wrong the assumptions were which were made at this stage in the 1964 election. You remember they were wildly erratic and many of them were hopelessly wrong. But far be it from me, the servant of the electorate, to cast any doubt upon its wisdom.
As a servant of the electorate, what did you think of the Tory campaign?
I thought the Tory campaign was dead straight. And what struck me about the electorate, my masters, was that they were extremely anxious to apply their minds seriously to the great issues.
Do you disagree then with those papers, with the Times at one end and the Daily Mirror at the other, who said that the politicians were not putting the issues properly and in sufficiently serious way to the electorate?
Well, I thought they were put extremely seriously by the Tory party. And one other thing I noticed at this election, and I'm sure it's going to bear fruit soon or late, and to me, I think it will remain the most important abiding impression of this election. And that is that for the first time, Europe has become real to the British electorate. That the issue of entry into Europe is a real, live, three-dimensional issue now. It never was that before. I think it is now.
Mr. Powell, sorry.
Yes?
I'm so sorry, please finish.
Well, I think this is a good augury for the future, whatever may be the outcome of the results of tonight and tomorrow.
Mr. Powell, one final question. Do you think you were an embarrassment to the Tory party with your well-known views on certain matters?
I don't really think that evidence of aggressive thinking in a party is a disadvantage to that party.
We'll be hearing more of you, Mr. Powell. I've got to cut off now.
You shall.
For a result.
And a very interesting one. Manchester Exchange, Will Griffiths has held his safe Labour seat for Labour, but with a reduced majority. David?
But in fact, the electorate had gone down by about 30% in that. It's the smallest electorate, I believe, in the whole of England. There was, in fact, nominally, I don't think we should take these figures very seriously, a 4.4% swing to Labour in that constituency. The turnout was only 54%, very low, almost the lowest in the country compared last time was... The lowest in the country last time was 51%, I think. So this isn't really a constituency which you can really draw conclusions about Manchester as a whole. No other constituency in the country has dropped in electorate anything like this.
Well, there are one or two others, but this does remind us that a number of the constituencies that we're seeing tonight are going to be seen for the last time, because there's going to be a massive redistribution of seats, which we might be able to talk about a little later in the night.
And a very quick comment now from the Northern Desk and Harold Webb. Harold?
Well, there you are, the first two Labour seats, the first three Labour seats chalked up in the northwest. The interesting thing about the position in Salford is that in Salford West, the Conservative candidate there, Councillor Clark, made one of the burning issues in the election the whole question of capital punishment. Now, he doesn't seem to have had much effect on the electors, because in fact, Mr. Orme's majority, there was a swing to him this time of 3.7%. Now, as far as Mr. Orme and Mr. Lorne are concerned, if, as is expected, Mr. Wilson gets a big majority in the 80 or 100 group, and there is a big left wing, then it's pretty certain that both Mr. Orme and Mr. Lorne will be in the centre of that left wing. Cliff?
Yes, nobody Ian wants to make a point.
Just one point worth making, that although we keep on talking about this swing to Labour of 3 or 4%, Labour has still actually got to win the seats. Let's always keep this in our mind. And the ones I think to watch are seats like Exeter, which should be coming quite soon, Billericay coming a bit later, Birmingham Perry-Barr, Hornchurch, Middleton and Prestwich, Oxford, Portsmouth West, Eton and Slough, Harrow East, Southampton Test. These, we think, about these 10 marginal Conservative seats should be coming up within the next hour or perhaps a bit more, and these are the seats which, whatever the swing says, Labour has got to physically win. This is the point.
Every one of the seats we've heard from so far has had a swing above the amount needed to win virtually every one of the seats that Ian Trethowne has just listed.
Now, I'll come back to you again in a moment, David, because you were nodding your head rather sagely when Mr. Enoch Powell was talking about your predictions of last time and the percentages, but we'll come back to you in a moment because we're going to Bob Mackenzie.
Well, we've got 7 results in now, and the swing on those, the average swing, is 4.2. We've lurched up as far as 6, we've lurched back as far as 2.8, but it's settling in now on 7 results. It could change, but it's settling in so far around 4.2, which is not very far off the opinion pollsters' 4.5% that was predicted earlier. Let's look now at the State of the Parties board. We've naturally now got a 7th result in, and it means that Labour has 4, Conservatives 3, with no seats changing hands so far. And therefore, built into that stable situation is the fact that Labour is doing better at its 4 seats than the Conservatives are in their 3 seats. And the position on the party lead board is naturally Labour lead over Conservative 1, with, as you'll see, no less than 623 to come. The polls have been closed just over an hour and a half.
What I haven't told you so far is that we've got our outside broadcast cameras on either side of Smith Square, one the Conservative Central Office and one over in Transport House. Let's go now to the Labour Party headquarters and Peter Woon.
And here at Labour Party headquarters, a mood of absolute confidence. The only doubt, can the majority really be as big as the polls are showing? The people here, something of the 120 party workers, that's all they've had throughout this campaign, the cheapest campaign Labour's ever run, because there just wasn't time to have the sort of advertising expenditure there was in the past. And yet the cheapest and perhaps the most successful for many, many years. Yet I've not found a party worker here who's predicting more than 100 majority, and many of the most senior are still saying that the 40 to 70 majority they predicted a month ago, they're still tending to stick with. Here in October 64, a nerve-racked room. This time, the sweet smell of success. Peter Woon, Labour Party headquarters.
Well, David Butler, can we just take up what Peter Woon was saying? These people down in Transport House are not expecting the kind of majority that everyone's saying.
Well, we just wait to see. I've always thought politicians tend to be cautious. I travelled around the whole country during this election, and I found no Labour people really claiming, or very few claiming this sort of movement, no Conservatives thinking that it was happening. But it is the tendency developed over 10 years when we had very little movement of opinion. 10 years of low swings make politicians not expect them. But in the early part of this century, we used to have much bigger swings. And I think we may be having at least a swing comparable to the one we had last time, and perhaps a little bigger tonight.
I think we'll now go down to that great cockpit of opinion down in Trafalgar Square and try and find Alan Wicker. I'm sure he hasn't got one of those hats on, has he?
A quick taste of public opinion here in Trafalgar Square. Now, has the election gone so far the way you thought it would go?
Yes, and the way I hoped it would go.
I see. Do you think a large Labour majority will make any difference to your way of life?
Well, I think we're faced with a decision of whether we're going to live in a dream world like Malta Vitae, the way we did for 13 years under the Tories, or we're going to have a hard, difficult time, but we're going to go from strength to strength.
Do you think it's been an interesting election, this, or have you been bored with it?
Well, it's been an interesting election as far as there have been issues brought up which have only cropped up in recent elections, such as immigration and entry into the common market.
Have you found it interesting?
Yes, I found it very interesting.
But you see, I see you're a Tory as opposed to...
Yes, I am a Tory, yes.
Now, what points have you found interesting about the election?
Well, I find it interesting because the result of this will depend, will determine the next 5 years' government, and if the Labour get in, they'll make a complete muck of the whole country.
Now, who do you think is going to get in?
Well, I think the Conservatives have got a very good chance of getting in, because in the constituencies I've been working in, they've been quite a long swing over to the Conservatives.
But despite all the public opinion polls?
Yes, despite all the public opinion polls, I think they maybe proved wrong.
I see. Who do you think is going to win, sir?
I think Labour is going to win, sir.
Why do you think that?
Well, because Mr Wilson, he has produced a proper manifesto.
Have you been at all influenced in the way you voted by anything you've read or heard on the television?
Yes, I've been influenced because I think Wilson is a man who intends to do good for the country, and he will.
What influenced you?
Oh, Wilson himself, to be a leader.
In his party broadcasts and his speeches, he influenced you?
Yes, he does.
Have you been influenced at all by anything you've seen or heard or read during the election?
No.
Nothing?
No, not
You've got
at all.
Bill is best here, I see.
Yes, that's for the Recon.
I see. Right. What about you, madam? Did you vote today?
Yes.
Who do you think's going to win?
Well, I don't know. No, I'm not going to win.
Well, there's a don't know. Alan Wicker, Trafalgar Square.
And back to the result that we saw flash by.
From Solihull, which is in fact a very safe Conservative seat.
But a 3% swing to the Labour Party there in one more new type of seat that we haven't really heard from before. Turnout down, 6% down in Solihull, but a 3% swing. Admittedly, there was a large Liberal vote to be redistributed. 19% of people voted Liberal last time, and there was no Liberal this time. Still, the average swing on all those 8 results we've had so far is about 4.1.
Manchester Cheetham, Harold Levers held this safe Labour seat with a slightly increased majority.
And a drop in turnout of 10%, but a 13% swing to Labour in Manchester Cheetham. Much the biggest thing we've heard so far, a low electorate, a not very prosperous part of Manchester that's being redeveloped.
And Rossendale, Anthony Greenwood, the Minister for Overseas Development, has held what used to be a fairly marginal seat. Now it seems to have a comfortable majority.
Have you got any kind of prediction out of your computer yet, or when can we really expect one?
120 is the latest figure that the computer has produced in a thoroughgoing way on this. There was, in fact, in Rossendale, where we had the result a moment ago, only a 1.5% swing to Labour. That's the lowest swing to Labour that we've had in any one of the 10 results we've had so far. The turnout was 80%, which is the highest we've had recorded yet in any result, though even that was a bit down on 64.
That was Rossendale, Anthony Greenwood's seat.
Gentleman just now was talking about a manifesto, and I heard that only 6 days before polling day there was a rather unfortunate mix-up at Tottenham because the local paper printed the Conservative manifesto under the heading of Labour and vice versa. How long will it be before we hear from Tottenham to see if it had any effect at all there? Are they early or late, Tom? I can't quite find it on my list.
I can't find it, but I think they're fairly late. It's a fairly safe Labour. They're curious. Tottenham's a curious one because the Labour MP in the previous Parliament, 59-64, crossed the floor of the House.
Oh yes, so he did. Now, I think this is about the time that we can go across and take a look at Robert Mackenzie's key seats, because Ian was mentioning a few early on that we're expecting to come in. But I think, Bob, if you're ready. Bob?
Well, now we've heard from a total of 11 seats, and the swings have ranged from a 12.8 to Labour to a 1.5 to Labour, but averaging out by my calculation, well ahead of the computer, by somewhere around 5% swing to Labour, perhaps 4.5 to 5, and something awfully close to what we predicted when we were talking about this board before. If it stays around there, then this whole range of Tory marginal seats are in danger. All of them in danger, down somewhere to about the 4.5% point that I talked about last time. And it'll still vary, but that's the way it stands at the present time. They're all in danger.
And Exeter is one of those in danger, Ian, isn't it?
Exeter is indeed, but can we just take Bradford East,
Yes,
as we've got there? Safe Labour seat, but a new MP. Frank McLeave is retired, and Edward Lyons, a barrister, now becomes the new Labour MP for Bradford East.
Looks like a 10% swing to Labour, sorry, 8% swing to Labour in Bradford East. There's not on detailed figures yet.
And yes, on Exeter, Cliff, we very needs a swing of 1.5% to Labour for the seat to go, and of course we're talking in terms of 3% swing, so Labour should have won Exeter.
That was 7.7% swing in Bradford East, the first Yorkshire seat we've heard from.
Well, that could throw in doubt a number of possibly Shipley, I think.
Shipley and Pudsey, yes, certainly come into
possibly go, yes.
range of
and
that.
of course the one Bradford seat that the Conservatives have got, Bradford West.
Well, any moment at all, I hope that we're going to hear from down there in Exeter. The names to watch.
Yes, the interesting thing about Exeter is that the Labour candidate there is now we're getting now the result.
All right.
And it's Hayes and Harlington, which is a very comfortable Labour seat. They've had it for some time, but their majority's up to 2,000. This brings in back to the House Arthur Skeffington, who's the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Land and Natural Resources. Hayes and Harlington, majority up by 2,000.
Well, I'm told it's a false alarm on Exeter. They're not ready down there yet, which is not very surprising. Perhaps
well, if it's a close one.
If it's as close as that. Incidentally, in terms of recounts now, because we're going to hear this throughout the night, I am sure. Now, who can claim a recount? David, I think you should know about
Anyone who can claim a recount. It's up to town clerk to say yes or no. Normally, I think 200 or 300 is the thing. About 12 seats, when we're all said and done, about 12 seats will end up tonight, today and tomorrow, with a majority of under 300. So there may be something like 15 or 20 recounts all told, I would guess.
But this is all right. But say someone has got... I'm sorry.
Hayes and Harlington figures. Arthur Skeffington, as I say, holds the seat. Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Land and Natural Resources, second Minister to be returned.
A 3.2% swing to Labour in this first London suburban seat. Turnout just about the same as last time.
The Speaker is back, not at all surprising. There was the Conservatives and Liberals did not put up against him. There was just one independent candidate at Southampton, Itchin, and the Speaker, you'll find, will have a thumping majority.
He won by a 6-to-1 majority. His opponent did, in fact, just manage to save his deposit, which is not a fate that independents often achieve.
Technically, the Speaker has to be re-elected when the new Parliament meets on April the 19th. There isn't a shadow of a doubt that he will be re-elected. He's very popular and greatly respected.
So in terms of the state of the party board, we now will get our one other. This is the one other that we will be seeing throughout when we look at that state of the party board. That is the Speaker, and don't get any wrong ideas.
Dr. Horace King, the Speaker. Sorry,
15 results in, as you'll see. Labour with 10, doing much better in its 10, however, than the Conservatives are in their 4. Indeed, the swing is still around, by our calculation, 4%, just over 4% to Labour, the others being the Speaker in the last line. The party lead position is now, of course, that Labour lead over the Conservatives by 6. No, however, net gains for Labour yet, but every sign on the swing now in hand, there will be impressive net gains coming soon. 614 results to come. There, Labour's got up by 1 more as we watched it with our very eyes.
What I was going to ask you, David, what happens if you get the Conservative and the Labour man at the top?
And the one that went up before Bob's very eyes was Accrington. Labour have held Accrington. In fact, it's a new MP taking over from one who's retired.
And we ought to take a look at Horace King.
Dr. Horace King, this man who took over as Speaker on the death of Sir Harry Hilton Foster last autumn and has made a tremendous impression in the House of Commons. He's speeded up question time, no end. Gone very fast, and he's a very likeable man. There he is.
Some people said too fast, didn't they, Ian? Were you one of them? I don't remember.
Well, I must say they were tired, but he went so fast that I think there was a feeling that it was difficult to get in. But it's now balanced out, and you're getting through far more questions, but I think without losing the customs thrust and the sort of solid work of question time. I'm sure this is true.
A comment from the North Desk.
Well, we've had 6 results in the North at the moment, and of course this was the area in the Northwest where the Conservatives really had to make some impact to get back. Bessie Braddock, incidentally, we've just heard is back. Now, the average swing in the north at the moment is 4.4% over these 6 seats. And on this basis, it means that the Conservatives are going to lose 8 seats. The Speaker may be back, but the Deputy Speaker, Sir Sam Story, will be almost certainly out at Stretford on these figures. So will Mr Julian Amery. York will be lost. Sheffield, Healy will be lost. Bebington, the High Peak Division at Lancaster will be lost. Shipley and Bradford West. Cliff?
Well, it's Ian.
Accrington, result from Harry Hines, retired, a new Labour MP, Arthur Davidson, a barrister, age 37. This has been Labour ever since 45, but it's until now been fairly marginal. David?
The swing is under 1%, which is the lowest swing we've had yet. Accrington and Rossendale are way below the average, 1%, under 2%, but overall the average is still nearer 5 than 4% on the 14 or 15 results we've had in.
But Accrington did have a well above average swing last time. Do you think that these are evening out over the two elections?
I think not. I think the one thing we've got to be very careful about on our results is that the ones where Labour has done best have been the very depopulated urban centre cases with very low electorates, and the swing has been much lower in the large electorate places.
Here's Bessie Braddock's result, Liverpool Exchange. Her majority is up. She's held this seat ever since 1945 and is, of course, a very famous figure in the House of Commons.
Is there any indication how the Liberals are doing in the very few results that we've so far had with a Liberal in?
I think we've only had one result. We've only had Guildford with a Liberal in.
Well, Accrington, they did.
We had Accrington as well.
Yes. The Liberal was down 1,300 votes there compared to last time, down 3 or 4% compared to last time.
On those two, it's obviously much too early to say, there are signs that where the Liberals running third, perhaps the Liberal vote is peeling off. We've yet to see where the Liberals running second, which is the real test.
But the Liberals do have to wait till tomorrow for most of their comfort. Only 2 of the 10 seats held by the Liberals in the last Parliament are in fact counting tonight.
We should be getting Orpington before too long. I think before midnight, within the next hour, we ought to get Orpington.
At 10:47, let's take a look at the state of the parties.
Here we are then, now 18 seats in, no seats have changed hands. Labour has 13 in, scoring, as we said they would, far more of their results first tonight. But the important thing is the average swing in those seats is just over 4%, pointing to a Labour majority of well over 100, perhaps in the order of 120, 130. Looking now at the party lead board, here let me remind you that Labour should be leading the Conservatives by 70 on the night's results to be sure of forming a new government, or if they're to live up to the figures they've had on the swing board.
And now we're going quickly down to the West Country, to Exeter.
Well, here at Exeter, the Sheriff will make the announcement, and he's standing by now. We've been told that it will be a matter of about, well, seconds now. The poll here today has been very heavy indeed. They predict that it was about 83%, which is 5 or 6% up on the last election.
Ladies and gentlemen, the votes cast at this election are as follows. Dudley Williams, 18,613.
Conservative.
Dunwoody,
Labour.
22,000. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Would you mind, please? Dunwoody, 22,189. Thompson, 4,869. And Mrs. Gwyneth Dunwoody is elected member for Exeter.
Well, there's absolute pandemonium here in the Civic Hall at Exeter.
Labour's first gain tonight in Exeter, the first time they've ever held Exeter, a 5.5% swing to Labour in this southwestern town. Turnout up, 3%, nearly 84% turnout.
Ian, do tell us about Mrs. Dunwoody.
Yes.
She's a rather interesting...
Mrs. Gwyneth Dunwoody, who has won this seat for Exeter, is the daughter of the late Morgan Phillips, who was for many years the secretary of the Labour Party, a very powerful figure in the Labour movement.
Well, I wonder now if we're ready to go across to our southwest desk, because here we are, our first Labour gain of the night. It comes from the southwest. Are we ready over the southwest?
Yes, we are.
This has been a remarkable victory for the Labour Party in Exeter. When I was down there the other day, even in their best moments, they did not expect to have a swing like this, which is well above what was necessary to take the seat. It's been an interesting campaign because there's been a big question mark over the performance of the Liberal. Mr. Thompson has been very much involved in a local council rent row down there, and it was predicted by impartial observers at the university that he was going to do very well because the tenants were grateful to him for what he'd done for them. But he does seem that he's come down rather badly. I heard predictions from Labour circles of a majority of 50, which of course would have involved a recount and possibly even more. But in fact, Mrs. Dunwoody has swept in with this 5.5 swing to her party. Sir Ralph Dudley-Williams was in some difficulties at the last election. There were suggestions of personal abstentions because he perhaps got out of touch with one or two elements, but the Conservative Party there were quite confident that he had mended his fences and that he was going to do very well indeed. But it must be a considerable disappointment to the local Conservatives in Exeter tonight.
Now, two more results.
I think there's a headline here. There's a result.
What's this one going to be?
I don't know. Let's wait and see. Where are you? Here.
It's one of the marginals, or... well, we've got instead the result from Burnley, which the Labour Party have held ever since 1918, except for one brief period. Dan Jones has held the seat ever since 1959.
2% swing to Labour there. Another Lancashire swing well below the average we've been having on the rest of the results, which has been running around 4.4, but here is only 1.9% swing in Burnley.
Let's have a word about that later. Now, Romford. Ron Ledger has held this seat ever since 1955.
2% swing there in Romford, another London suburban one.
It's a seat that Labour's held since 1955 when it was put into this form and redistribution, but at one time it looked quite marginal. Now, we really ought to start talking about the Liberals because Burnley was not a case in point. The Liberal vote fell only slightly, but at Exeter we are seeing for the third successive time, this polarisation, this tendency of when the Liberals are running third. Here's a result from Harrow West.
2.3% swing to Labour in Harrow West. That must jeopardise Commander Courtney in Harrow East. Turnout slightly up there, 80%.
Jack Page has held this seat since 1960. He's quite a lively backbencher. The Liberal vote, again, slightly down.
On the three results we've had so far with Liberals in them, the Liberal vote has dropped by 5.6% on average.
Well, with those results in, I think this is just about time. We've already heard from the Labour Party headquarters. I think we can now go down to John Tidmarsh at the Conservative Party headquarters. John?
Well, there's not much to say from Conservative headquarters at the moment. As you might imagine, the results we've had in so far have not been greeted with very great enthusiasm here, particularly the last one we had from Exeter. And I think that among the party workers, you might describe the atmosphere here as one of cautious pessimism. However, there's a long way to go, and there was some comfort drawn here from the words of Mr. Powell, which you saw a little earlier from Wolverhampton, when he was reminding them that 18 months ago, although things started off rather badly for the Conservatives, they did turn around a little bit later on in the night. However, the first official statement we're going to get here is not going to be, I think, for about 15 minutes at least. We are waiting for Mr. Edward Buchan, the party chairman. He went down to Taunton, his constituency, to vote for himself and presumably to persuade 1 or 2 other people to vote for him as well. And he is, I'm told, flying back. He should have landed by now. And he is due here, well, he was due here at about 11 o'clock. We won't get any official statement until he arrives. But if we're not very cheerful at Conservative headquarters at the moment, at least at the moment, we're all right for hot suppers. John Tidmarsh at Conservative headquarters.
Now let's hear from Wigan even.
Wigan result, this is the seat Labour's held ever since 1910, so I certainly hear it tonight with this very big majority.
3.3% swing in Wigan. We've now had 18 results in. The lowest swing has been 1.9% to Labour. The highest has been way up over 10%. But when you've had 18 seats and every one of them has swung to the government in power, you can say without a shadow of doubt that the Labour Party has in fact won this election, and nothing conceivably that could come could change that.
Well, let's now take a look at the state of the parties board.
Well, we've now got 25 results in, and the important thing is Labour has drawn blood at Exeter with 1 gain. This is the beginning of what we anticipate as a big bloodletting operation in the next couple of hours as Labour's figures mount. At the present time, 18 Labour seats in. They must have 260 to form a government. No question whatever, they'll do it. And on present form, a majority of at least 100, perhaps more, perhaps less. On the party lead board, then, the Labour lead over the Conservatives, 12, must be 70 to form a government. Polls close 2 hours. A lot of seats still to come.
Ian, can we have 2 points first of all? We talk about Mrs. Dunwoody, but her husband is standing also down in the West Country.
He's staying at Falmouth and Camborne, which is a seat which became vacant on the death of Mr. Hayman. Here's another result coming up, Keighley. This is a seat which Labour won off the Conservatives at the last election, and they've now held it with a comfortably increased majority. And there is the Keighley result. John Binns, right off the Conservatives in 64. Conservatives held it just in the 59-64 Parliament, otherwise this is normally a Labour seat.
About 2% swing to Labour in Keighley.
Another of these seats where the Liberals stood in 64 have now withdrawn. Now the Thurrock result, Hugh de Large, very safe Labour seat. He's been there ever since 1950 and he's been a member ever since the war.
2% swing in Thurrock. Turnout down 2%. Overall, the turnout is going to be lower in this election than it was in the last election, despite the greater newness of the register.
A quick comment from Harold Webb.
Well, we've had 3 of the Cotton Town results in already, Rosendale, Accrington and Burnley. And the average swing in these cotton towns is far lower than the rest of the country. In fact, it's 1.3%. But this would be sufficient for Mr. Sidney Silverman to win the hanging election in the neighbouring Nelson and Colne constituency, where in fact the Conservatives need a swing to them of 3.5 if they're going to win back that seat. Cliff?
Now the Wickham result, John Hall has held this for the Conservatives with a slightly reduced margin. This used to be a very marginal seat in the early 1950s, but it's less so now.
2% swing there, exactly 2% swing in Wickham.
I think we ought really to be anticipating the first Liberal, and that is Jeremy Thorpe, because I think we should be hearing from Jeremy Thorpe's constituency. Barnstaple are about to declare, I should think.
Devon North should be quite soon. This is a seat that Jeremy Thorpe won in 59, to everybody's astonishment. It was one of the great surprises of the 59 election with a majority of about 360. In 64, he pushed the majority right up to over 5,000. And we saw this polarisation I was talking about working to his advantage. The Labour vote begins to peel off when the Labour man's running a comfortable third. Labour people tend to start voting Liberal, as it were, to keep the Tory out.
I'll tell you something, Ian. This is the constituency of Devon North, where a local newspaper said I was going to stand for one party or another, till it was denied by Jeremy Thorpe and me and everybody else as well.
I won't ask which one.
So, the declaration from Barnstaple will come from the banks of the Tor and the Torridge. Our reporter down there is Tom Salmon. Tom Salmon is keeping an eye on it and an ear open to see how Jeremy Thorpe is doing. I think now we can usefully go down to Barnstaple and see how close they are to this declaration. Tom Salmon?
Well, in fact, it's David Lomax, Cliff, but never mind. All the ballot boxes from 88 different polling stations arrived here at the Queen's Hall, Barnstaple, well before 10 o'clock. That's 10 minutes earlier than last year. Last year's result came at 11:17. It's obviously going to be much, much earlier this year. North Devon's now more, perhaps, than...
North Devon constituency. The votes cast at this election are as follows. Timothy Carlton Kegwin,
Conservative.
15,631. James Henry Rayner,
Labour.
6,127. John Jeremy Thorpe,
Liberal.
16,797. And John Jeremy Thorpe is elected as a member for the North Devon constituency.
So Jeremy Thorpe has held a seat for the Liberals. It's no change in North Devon.
But with a greatly reduced majority, cut from 5,000 to just over 1,000. What's the swing, David?
Well, you can't really use a swing in a seat where the Liberals come first. The swing is just measure between Labour and Conservative. But the Labour Party did save their deposit this time, which they didn't last time, And Jeremy Thorpe no longer gets in with a clear majority as he did. He got a clear majority of all the votes cast in North Devon in 1964. This must be very bad news for the Liberals in the light of their hopes in other West Country seats, North Cornwall, Torrington, Chippenham, North Devon, North Dorset.
There's the Devon North full result. Jeremy Thorpe's vote is down by over 2,000. The Conservative vote up by nearly 2. The Labour vote up by about 1.5.
And now I can see a familiar face. Here we go. Huyton, Mr. Wilson arriving.
Conquering hero arrives, which he very much is in this part of the world. James Harold Wilson, the Labour candidate for Huyton. Mr. Wilson's been in Liverpool for the last couple of hours. The poll will not be declared here for, I think, another hour. His majority is almost 20,000. He's built it up from under 1,000 just over 10 years ago to this present staggering figure which he reached last time. Scenes of great jubilation. He has with him his father's not in the picture now, but he's there, his father is there, Mrs. Wilson is there, of course, his sister is there with him, and they've been, and son Giles, and they'll soon be going into the hall. John Morgan in Huyton.
And now let's go over to Robert Mackenzie.
We've now got 29 results in, and that swing, which was average around 4.1, is now slightly under 4, about 3.8. But still on present form, pointing to a good Labour majority of over 100, perhaps as high as 125, in that vicinity. Let's look now at the State of the Parties board, which will show how these have been divided up so far. We're still on...
Now let's take a quick look at the State of the Parties board.
There you'll see, with these 29-30 results in, that Labour has gained one, Exeter, of course, but Labour is doing much better in its 20 seats than the Tories are in their 8. Labour's lead on the party lead board is now standing at 12. They need to make that 70 to be sure of forming a government, and of course there's no question whatever now, Labour will form a government. It will have a majority of probably in the vicinity of 100, a bit more, a bit less.
Result from the cities of London and Westminster, obviously one of the most safe Conservative seats in the country. John Smith, who took this over at the by-election caused by the death of Sir Harry Hilton Foster, holds it.
You can't really use a swing figure here because Sir Harry Hilton Foster wasn't standing as a Conservative.
And now let's go across to Robin Day, and we take up that Exeter gain with Robin.
Good evening, Mrs. Dunwoody. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you wonderfully.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but there's quite a lot going on.
Oh, it's quite all right tonight. We're quite delighted to wait.
Why did you do so well? Was it your charm, or the excellence of the Labour case, or the inadequacy of the Conservatives?
Oh, well, we have no doubt about it at all. We were determined that Exeter was going to be represented in Harold Wilson's government because we feel that it's been long overdue here, and we're determined that we're going to be heard in Westminster from now on.
You describe yourself as a housewife, do you?
Well, I think so.
By occupation? Or
yes.
And your husband is a candidate also, isn't he?
Yes, that's right.
We don't have his result yet, but he's likely to get in, isn't he?
Oh, yes, I should hope so. We must have the master there.
And how are you going to manage two MPs in the same household? Who will wear the trousers?
Oh, the boss. I mean, the boss always does. You know, I lead from the rear.
What do you think the effect of a large majority is going to be on the Labour Party in Parliament? Do you think it'll mean a swing to the left?
Well, all I can say to you is the effect of a really large majority will be that Harold Wilson will get on with the job that he started tremendously well and really carry it through to a successful conclusion. Now, you just watch us and you'll see.
I wonder if I could have a word with your mother, whom I see on the left there, Lady Phillips.
Yes, you can have a word, but if you hang on while I pass this infernal gadget, will you? Can you hear through this audible thing?
Good evening, Lady Phillips.
Oh, hello, Robin.
How do you like it? Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
What do you feel like your daughter getting into Parliament?
Well, I wouldn't like to live through the last 2 hours again, I can tell you that. But I do know that she's going to make a first-class job of it.
This would have been
And she's got a wonderful group here, you know. These people really deserve good representation.
This would have been a proud moment for Morgan, wouldn't it?
It would indeed, yes. And we hope tomorrow that John's going to complete the trio, so that I should think between us we can deal with almost any problem that somebody sends.
Will you forgive me if I leave you now, because we've got other places almost as important as Exeter to deal with?
Yes, we don't feel any other.
Goodbye.
Of course. Goodbye.
I can well understand them too. Now what do we do? Take a result, I think, Ian.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the Chief Whip is back.
This is the government Chief Whip, Ted Short, who's held his very safe seat of Newcastle on Tyne Central.
The majority is up by 1,000, it says.
It's a relatively low swing in Newcastle, the first northeastern seat. Here's Warrington with a 6% swing in this Lancashire town. A 6% swing to Labour, turnout slightly down.
And the Liberal vote slightly down. Torquay.
There the Liberals dropped to third place. They were in second place, Hugo Brunner.
Sir Frederick Bennett holds the seat for the Conservatives, but this means the Liberals seem to be dropping votes pretty consistently right round the board. London, Hammersmith North, Frank Tomley holds the seat. Mr. Wilson made one of his last campaign speeches there. Increased majority for Frank Tomley. He's been there ever since 1950.
About a 5% swing there, I think, in our first London seat.
And Crewe, Schofield Allen holds the seat for Labour. The great railway town of Crewe, increased majority. Up by about getting on for 3,000. The Manchester Ardwick result, another result from Manchester, and the other Lever, Leslie Lever, has held this seat. It's usually a pretty safe seat for Labour.
3.5% swing, and there was a fascist or union movement candidate standing there who lost his deposit.
Well, so far then we've had one Labour gain, pretty consistent swing. It's beginning to settle down. Labour's gained Exeter. On this question of the seats won and lost, one thing we've got to watch as the night goes on, it looks as if 50 or 60 seats are going to change hands. In other words, we're going to have 50 or 60 new Labour MPs, and the Conservatives are going to lose 50 or 60, and this could affect the balance inside the parties. This is something that Robin Day asked Mrs. Dunwoody what effect that she thought a big majority, whether it would increase the left wing. Here's the result from St Helens. Mr. Spriggs, who's represented St Helens ever since 1958, big industrial constituency which has always clocks up majorities for Labour of 17,000 or over.
3.8% swing there. Lancashire is edging up towards the national average swing, but is still, almost all Lancashire results have been below it.
Another of these rock-solid Labour seats from the other side of the Pennines, Rotherham. Brian O'Malley, who's an assistant government whip, held it, increased majority.
3.2% swing there, and in Newcastle on Tyne Central, a 5.6% swing to Labour.
That's Edward Short, the government chief whip, who had to bear so much of the brunt of operating for 17 months with a majority of over 3. It put a tremendous strain on any chief whip, and he managed, as you know, with just 2 defeats on the finance bill last year during all those tremendous battles.
Well, it's 7 minutes past 11 with the results declared 42. I think this is about the time to go to the State of the Parties Board.
On those 42 results, only one has changed hands. You'll notice that's Labour's gain at Exeter, which we were hearing talked about a moment ago. But remember, the key fact is that Labour is doing better at its 29. The Conservatives are in their 11. Labour needs to get that up to 260 on the night's results in order to be sure of forming a government. Looking now at the party lead board, Labour is now 18 seats ahead of the Conservatives, have got to get it up to 70 to be sure of forming a government, as they will certainly do. I'll be surprised if it isn't around 125 when we knock off for the night. 42 results in, 588 to come, polls closed just over 2 hours ago.
And the result, I learn, soon to come from Smethwick. Desmond Wilcox.
For 10, or they'll clash with Hyden. Right. We're about ready for the result here at Smethwick. I gather within the next 2 or 3 minutes, the returning officer, Alderman Ninian Neven, who is the Conservative Mayor of Smethwick for just about another 50 minutes, will in fact be coming out with the result. This in fact also is his last official act as Mayor of Smethwick. Counting here finished about 10 minutes ago, as far as I know. It was over very quickly. Poll was about the same that it was in the 64 election, about 74% as far as we can tell. Of course, they're not releasing the figures as yet. All the candidates are in. Bearded Andrew Foulds, known to probably more children on television than he is.
I think what we'll do is we'll leave Smethwick and go back there when they're really ready. Alice Bacon is back.
Alice Bacon's back in Leeds. the Minister of State for the Home Office, and now we've got details from Tunbridge. Interesting result here. Richard Hornby, the Conservative, ran into some trouble with his local party because of his support for the Labour government's policy on Rhodesia. Doesn't seem greatly to have affected his majority.
1.8% swing in Tunbridge. Turnout there down in, I think, our first Kent seat to report.
Liverpool, Scotland. Now a very safe Labour seat. Walter Aldrich holds it for Labour.
Conservative, a swing of 3.8 in that very safe Labour seat. Turnout down 51.7, almost a record low.
Farnworth, Ernest Thornton, Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Labour, a cotton worker, unionist. He's held the seat with an increased majority. This is a safe Labour seat. The first seat from Northern Ireland, down north. Sir George Curry holds this rock-solid Ulster Unionist seat. St Patrick was buried here.
Turnout was only 48%. Less than half the voters in North Down actually managed to vote.
And now let's go across to our southeast desk.
Yes, in the southeast we've had very few seats and we've not been in the picture very much so far. But it is possible to say that whereas in '64 the swing in the southeast was generally bigger than the national average, there are quite a few results which point to it being considerably lower this time. The one that was mentioned by Ian Trethowyn just now, that is Tunbridge, only a swing of 1.8 to Labour, where perhaps considering the local Conservative row over Richard Hornby, and his support of the government's Rhodesia policy, it might have been more. But the average swing in the southeast seems to average out at something like 2.5 against a national average of 3.8. This means that far...
And now, now we are going to Smethwick. They're ready to declare.
This is the returning officer, Alderman Ninian Niven. Well, it very much looks as if Andrew Foulds has won the seat back for Labour. The returning officer can't even get a word in edgeways at the moment. They're booing Peter Griffiths, who's been the member for the last 18 months. They're cheering Andrew Foulds. All Foulds' rosetted supporters have got their thumbs in the air. His wife and daughter are beaming all over their face, and nobody's said anything yet. And now the chanting started. At the last election, there was a riot here after the declaration. It looks as if there might be one here before.
Parliamentary election, Smethwick Borough constituency. 31st of March 1966. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Foulds Andrew Matthew William.
Labour.
18,440. Griffiths, Peter, Harry, Steve, 14,950. Stanley Roy, 508.
British National Party.
And that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency. Andrew Matthew William Foulds.
So Smethwick have gone Labour again, a Labour gain. The constituency which rejected Patrick Gordon Walker and took Peter Griffiths on race issues in a bitter campaign last time has now gone Labour again.
And
now
now
a flood of gains.
Humphrey Berkeley, beaten at Lancaster, the most surprising Conservative loss so far.
6% swing there, one of the big swings in a seat changing hands.
Question must arise whether Humphrey Berkeley's rather liberal views were too much for some of his Conservative supporters. Southampton Test, another Labour gain, bound to go under any sort of Labour swing. Conservatives held it by a very tiny margin.
Only 2.7 swing there.
Sir John Fletcher Cook loses that seat for the Conservatives. Burns Court, another of these rush results that we're putting through on this new electronic system. Ivor Richards won the seat for Labour in '64, now holds it comfortably.
3.6% swing in that next inner London seat we've got.
And we have in fact been told of a third Labour gain, and they all suddenly came through. It's as if the dam has suddenly burst. They've also gained Hornchurch. They've now gained 4 or 5.
We haven't had the figures, actually.
Haven't had the figures from Hornchurch yet. They were coming through, but we saw the headline go through.
Yes, this is what happened.
Now, Bradford North. This is a seat which Labour won off the Conservatives in '64, and as you see, they've held it by a comfortable majority.
3.7 swing there.
Ben Ford won this off '64. There's Alice Bacon's result, Leeds South East, Minister of State at the Home Office. She's been a member for Leeds ever since 1945.
4.2% swing there.
And one of the smallest seats in the country, Birmingham, in fact, the smallest seat in England, Birmingham Ladywood. Victor Yates holds it for Labour.
A very remarkable result that the Liberal comes second. Wallace Lawler, a sort of notable local councillor who has had a very remarkable local record, has pushed the Conservatives into third place.
Warwick and Leamington, Anthony Eden's old seat, held for Conservatives by Sir John Hobson, the former Attorney General. Former Attorney General Sir John Hobson.
And a quick one for you,
Manchester Blakely. Paul Rose, who won this seat for Labour in '64, has held it with a greatly increased majority. Majority's up by about 5,000, David.
I'm sorry, I wasn't with you.
Manchester Blakely, the Labour majority up by about 5,000.
6% swing to Labour in Manchester Blakely.
Well, all these swings now, it's time, I think, to go to Ralph McKenzie at the swingometer.
Well, as near as we can make out now, with 69 results in, the swing is somewhere just under 4%. Pointing to a very comfortable Labour win, perhaps 120 majority. Could vary, but it's still very much in that range, well over 100, not quite 130. Now, let's look at the state of the parties board, which is changing every minute now. 70 results in, 4 seats, 4 gains. Indeed, I think a 5th gain has come in since that went up. And those 5 gains, they should be now, are Exeter, Hornchurch, Southampton Test, Smethwick and Lancaster. Changing every second now, as you can see. Labour's lead on the party lead board is now 29. They needed only to have a 70 lead, which they're clearly going to have very comfortably to be sure of forming a government. 72 results in, leads up to 30 as you watch it. 18 minutes, 2 hours and 18 minutes after the polls closed.
We've got some more results in here for
another
you.
minister home, Barbara Castle of Blackburn. Barbara Castle, the new Minister of Transport, just took over just after Christmas. With a slightly increased majority. But very slightly.
Very slightly indeed. But we've got some ministers back.
500 now. Barnsley, another minister. Roy Mason, Minister of State Board of Trade, in effect the Minister of Shipping.
Not a very significant one, but the lowest swing to Labour so far tonight. Only 0.7 swing to Labour in Barnsley.
But in the South Yorkshire Coalfield, you weigh the Labour votes by the ton. Now, Manchester Moss side, held by the Conservatives with a greatly reduced majority by Frank Taylor.
4.6% swing there. Turnout just the same as last time.
Derby South, Philip Noel Baker, Labour veteran, Nobel Peace Prize winner, holds the seat with an increased majority.
5.2% swing there.
Jimmy Thomas is old seat. Now, London Paddington South, and a new Conservative MP. This was Bobby Allen's seat. He retired at the end of the last Parliament. Now, Nicholas Scott holds the seat for the Conservatives with a reduced majority.
5% swing there.
And the details of Smethwick.
8.3% swing to Labour in Smethwick. Turnout just fractionally up on last time. But Labour is in handsomely, an 8.3% swing, which puts them just above their position in 1959. They've more than recouped the loss when Patrick Owen Walker went down in '64.
Wood Green, Joyce Butler, Mrs. Joyce Butler holds the seat for Labour. This is the Alexandra Palace constituency.
4.2% swing to Labour there.
Newcastle on Tyne North. The a normally safe Conservative seat. Mr. Elliott holds it, but with a reduced majority.
6.5% swing there, very high. And we haven't been talking about this, one more lost Liberal deposit.
But
every Liberal vote so far has been down.
But the Liberal was standing there for the first time for many years. Now, Derby North, and another minister back, Neil MacDermott.
Only 2.7% swing there.
Financial Secretary to the Treasury. And Manchester Gorton, Conor Ziliakis of the Labour left wing, holds the seat.
With a 5% swing to Labour there.
Manchester, they've had that. Now Bath. Sir Edward Brown, Ted Brown, holds the seat, but only just for the Conservatives.
3.3% swing in Bath.
His majority is well down, from over 5,000 down to just under 800. He's one of the Conservative trade unionists. Crosby, Mr. Page, Graham Page, who's the great champion of the pedestrians, also front-bench spokesman on housing and land.
4.2% swing there.
Majority down. Liverpool, Kirkdale, this is one of the seats which Labour won in the '64 election, and which they have held with an increased majority. James Dunn, one of the several bearded MPs we seem to have acquired in the last Parliament. Lincoln, Dick
Andrew Folds now.
And now you've got another one, yes. Lincoln, Dick Taverne has held the seat with an increased majority.
But not much increase, a rather more stable picture in Lincoln.
But Lincoln normally is rather stable, isn't it? Now, the Luton result. Will Howe has held this seat for Labour. This is a seat, remember, there was a famous by-election in the 59-64 Parliament when Mr. Howe won it on the resignation and retirement to other activities of Charles Hill.
But I think there's a slight swing to the Conservatives there. Let's wait for the figures.
There was a replay there. Now we have Dewsbury, another of these very safe Labour seats.
5.3% swing to Labour there.
David Ginsburg, who's a former Labour backroom boy, must be in line for a job in the government. Hastings, sorry, Stockport North, but one of our rush results just come in. This is a seat which Labour won in '64 off the Conservatives, and as you can see, they have held it. Arnold Gregory has held this one for Labour.
But a low swing.
Now Liverpool Edge Hill. Mr. Irvine, one of these very, very tall, lanky MP, has held it for Labour. Sorry to see in the tapes earlier today that Mr. Irvine has been taken to hospital today.
4.1% swing in Edge Hill. Turnout down 5% there in Liverpool.
Now Hastings...
Now we're going to Nelson and Cone for the declaration at Nelson and Cone.
Are as follows. Davis...
Conservative.
13,829. Downey.
Independent.
Patrick. John. 5,117. Silverman. Samuel.
Labour.
Sydney. 18,406. And Samuel Sidney Silverman is elected as member for Nelson and Cone.
So Mr. Silverman is in with a considerably increased majority.
Considerably increased majority, but it's an extraordinary result because Mr. Downey, who, as I think they were saying earlier on the regional desk, was standing purely on the hanging issue, picked up over 5,000 votes, which is an astonishing figure for an independent.
Only a 1% swing to Labour. It certainly cut down the swing, but Mr. Silverman is still in with an adequate margin. After all, it was a seat that had been held by Labour ever since 1935.
Yes. But it has from time to time looked quite marginal, but the surprising thing is that Mr. Downey did pull in over 5,000 votes on the hanging issue.
We have now a computer prediction, 125 majority for Labour over all parties.
Right.
We've got some more results
some
now.
More, I think, coming in. Here's the Nelson and Cone one.
Here's the full Nelson and Cone figure. Sidney Silverman, this veteran who has crowned his career in this last short Parliament by pushing through successfully a bill to abolish capital punishment. And then this extraordinary thing of him being challenged on this very issue in his election, but as you can see, he succeeded.
I was a little misleading there. The swing, in fact, to Labour was 2.6% of the vote. But the independent got 13.7% of the vote and saved his deposit, which is not a thing that many independents managed to do.
Ashton-under-Lyne, usually a safe Labour seat. Robert Sheldon, who became the Labour MP in '64, has held it with an increased majority.
4.2% swing.
And now the Hastings result, which I was going to take a moment ago. Sir Neil Cooper Key has held his seat for the Conservatives, but with a reduced majority. The majority has been cut.
4.3% swing to Labour. It almost becomes a marginal.
Liberal vote held up there. Manchester Openshaw. This has been Labour ever since it was created in 1955. Charles Morris, an assistant whip, held it with an increased majority.
5% swing to Labour. Slightly reduced communist vote. Lost communist deposit.
And another minister back, Kenneth Robinson, the Minister of Health. But we've got a more interesting result. Sir Anthony Mayer, who has won Eton and Slough right against the national swing in the 64 election, but is poised on a tiny majority of 10. We are due clearly for his results at any moment, and this must be it. Labour gain, Eton and Slough. Well, with any sort of a Labour swing, this ought to have gone. It was a seat which Sir Anthony Mayer won off Fenner Brockway. Immigration was an issue, no doubt, in this contest. There are the full figures. Joan Lester has won it with a very big majority.
5% swing about, I think.
Labour will be pleased to get this back. I think one must say, in fairness to Sir Anthony Mayer, that although immigration was an issue when he won it.
Had you in fact taken Holborn and St Pancras South?
Let's now have Holborn and St Pancras, just St Pancras North. Holborn and St Pancras South. Lena Jager, who won this seat off Geoffrey Johnson Smith, won it back at the last election. Now you've got another rush result.
4.8% swing there.
Another rush result from Watford. We've rushed this one because it's a Labour marginal. It's one that Labour took back off the Conservatives in 64. John Freeman's in the seat. He held it in the 45-51 era. But Raphael Tuck has held it pretty comfortably. Now, London, St Pancras North, and this is Kenneth Robinson, the Minister of Health.
3.4% swing there.
Darwin, and this is the other Fletcher Cook, the brother of Sir John Fletcher Cook, who had the Darwin result. This is Charles Fletcher Cook, the former junior minister, has held Darwin. His brother, Sir John Fletcher Cook, lost Southampton Test.
3.1% swing. That's one of the seats that could have gone if the national average swing had applied there.
Here's another minister, a very controversial one. Frank Cousins has held Nuneaton, majority of 11,000.
Back roughly to the 1964 level, a great improvement on his by-election when the Labour majority slumped to 5,000.
Remember, that was the by-election which was taken at the same time as the Patrick Gordon Walker's by-election in Leighton.
But compared to the general election of 1964, there was actually a swing to the Conservatives in Nuneaton. This is the first clear swing to the Conservatives we've had in any seat, comparing the result now with the result in 64.
Frank Cousins, the Minister of Technology. Northampton. Reginald Paget has held the seat for Labour.
3% swing to Labour in Northampton. Turnout there down as it is in most seats.
Highly independent Labour backbencher, crusty but effective, Gillingham. One of the Kent seats, Conservatives. Freddie Burden has held this with a reduced majority.
3.3% swing.
Gillingham. Now Stockport South, Maurice Orbach has held this for Labour. This is another seat which Labour gained off the Conservatives in the 64 election, although Maurice Orbach, in fact, is an MP of much longer standing. He was in the post-war Parliament.
Like the other Stockport seat, a rather low swing, just under 2%.
Bermondsey, Bob Mellish, Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Housing, holds this very safe Labour seat.
But a very low swing there, 1.3.
Eccles, Mr. Carter Jones, Labour, holds this seat for Labour.
3.7 swing.
Hartlepool, now that Labour won back at 64 and has been held by Ted Ledbetter, one of their most fiery speakers, with an increased majority.
Very big swing there, 6.4.
Southport, safe Conservative territory. Ian Percival holds this for the Conservatives.
2.5% swing, Liberals down 3.3 in a seat that has been a fairly strong Liberal constituency, but they go down below 20% now.
And can we take Kingston on Thames?
You've got there and one.
John Boyd Carpenter, the front bench Conservative, former Cabinet Minister, front bench Conservative spokesman on housing, has held the seat, but this is very safe Conservative territory.
2.5% swing to Labour, Liberals down 2% there.
I've just been told of another Labour game, but one that was certain to go, Walthamstow East. Labour has won Walthamstow East, but this was a seat that the Conservatives held on a very small majority. There are the figures. John Harvey has now lost his seat, and Mr. William Robinson, a solicitor who fought it last time, has won it with a comfortable majority.
About an average swing there.
That's Walthamstow East, another Labour gain on this electronic rush caption that we're showing you.
And now we're quickly going down to Leighton, where I think they're about to declare. Leighton.
And here at Leighton, here comes the result, is Mr. Patrick Gordon Walker, Mr. Wilson's first Foreign Secretary. Is his long agony over? Has he won here tonight, and will he be back in Parliament? The result at Leighton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the votes cast at this election are as follows. Buxton, Ronald Carlyle, 18,157. Gordon Walker,
Labour.
Patrick Christian, 26,803.
Gordon Walker's back. Patrick Gordon Walker has won Leighton.
Hanley, William Reginald, 441.
Independent Labour Party.
And Mackay, Alistair Hector, 3,851.
Liberal.
And Patrick Christian Gordon Walker is elected as the member for the Leighton constituency.
So Mr. Gordon Walker's back in the House, Ian, but I think we now have quickly to go up to Huyton, where I see them taking the platform of Huyton, so let's join John Morgan.
I don't think we're quite ready. It won't be very long now. The figures at the last election were that Mr. Wilson had 42,000. The Conservative had 22,000. Communist had 899. I'm told that the voting is about as heavy as last time. Mr. Wilson is going around today telling everyone to go out and vote. From last night at his great meeting at Liverpool, he made a special effort for people not to be overconfident. So it'll be interesting to see if at one of the most densely populated constituencies in the country, people did go out and vote today for him. They seem to have gone out at perhaps over 80%. The electorate voted. Looks as though we're having the result now. There's Mr. Wilson. Mrs. Wilson, who's obscuring now. The Conservative candidate is the Dr. Hobday, is the man with the large rosette, or a large man with a cigar in his mouth.
Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Chairman of Huyton Council, Dr. Hobday, Mr. Such, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who were here 17 months ago will recall that I declared this result, or rather the result at that time, twice. Once here in the hall, where the count has been carried out, and I then went outside and declared it at the front of the building, where the people, the electors of Huyton, who've taken the trouble to come out, are waiting to see the candidates they've supported. I'm going to do the same on this occasion, and I'd be very grateful if I could have your cooperation in keeping the concourse clear until the candidates have got through to the front of the building.
House of Commons, Mr.
I can assure you, the press
Fulham.
particularly, that there'll be plenty of time to get through and get yourselves in position for reporting or for photographs at the front of the building. Well, here is the result of the Huyton election of 1966. It is signed by me, Donald Wilgus, the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the Huyton constituency. The total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was, for Thomas Lerion Hobday, 20,182 votes, for David Edward Such, 585 votes, for James Harold Wilson, 41,132 votes.
Mr. Wilson's majority, in my very quick calculation, is just up. The vote does seem to have been slightly down. It's a 21,000 majority compared with 19,200 last time.
And I declare that the undermentioned
Wilson's vote is fractionally down, the majority is fractionally up, but as far as he is concerned, these are minor matters. The fact is that we've now seen enough of the results of this election to know that he has passed the acid political test of any Prime Minister, which is picking the date of the general election. He picked this one very carefully. And here is Harold Wilson.
Mr. Deputy Acting Returning Officer, Mr. Chairman of the Huyton Withroby Urban District Council, Dr. Hobday, Mr. Such, and friends. It is my honour and privilege tonight, Mr. Wilgoose, to move a hearty vote of thanks to you and to all your staff and those who have acted on your behalf in the conduct of this Huyton general election. We have all of us, I'm sure I'm speaking for my colleagues who have been candidates in this election, though they will have an opportunity, of course, of speaking for themselves.
Labour
We have
have
all
gained
been
Uxbridge.
impressed by the unfailing courtesy we've had from you, Mr. Returning Officer, and from all your staff at all points during this campaign. And considering that we are in Huyton with Roby, one of the largest constituencies in the country in terms of votes, I would like to be the first to congratulate you on the speed and the dispatch with which this count has been conducted. I should also like to thank, if I may, my opponents for the courtesy with which this campaign has been fought. I have not had the pleasure of meeting my Conservative opponent, Dr. Hobday, of course, of whom I've heard a lot.
Labour have gained
previous
Bradford
weeks.
West.
I've not had the pleasure of meeting
Majority
him
of
till tonight.
1,534.
I have, on the day of our nomination, actually met the independent candidate, but I would like to say to both of them how much all of us, I'm sure, of all parties, appreciate the courteous way in which this campaign has been conducted. I want to say, if I may, to my supporters, who haven't seen very much of me in this campaign, how much I appreciate the tremendous efforts they have put in all parts of this widespread constituency. Because of certain national preoccupations, I've been absent from the constituency more than I would have liked. But it would seem, if we are to judge from the result of the 1964 general election in Huyton and the 1966 general election in Huyton, that the more I keep myself away from the constituency and leave it to my supporters, the greater our majority appears to be. I would, however, pay tribute to them and, above all, to Mr. Arthur Smith, my agent, who has done such a tremendous job. I will not at this moment, because there may be other opportunities, comment on the national issues which have entered into this campaign here in Huyton, except just to say this, that I welcome and humbly appreciate the great vote of confidence which the Huyton electors have reposed in me as their Member of Parliament, and also, as I believe, the vote of confidence they have given to the government of which I have the honour to be a member. Thank you very much, and once again, Mr. Wilgoose, thank you for all you have done.
Even while the Prime Minister was speaking, more evidence of the tremendous victory that he's won in this election. Labour has gained Oxford, Uxbridge, Bradford West. In fact, most surprising of all, there's even a recount in Ernest Marple's seat of Wallasey. Now let's take the details. First, Leighton. And this will be perhaps one of this and Smethwick are the two perhaps sweetest victories for Labour. Patrick Gordon Walker avenging 2 defeats and by a handsome majority.
And in fact doing a bit better than Mr. Sorensen did in '64, a slight swing to Labour in Leighton.
Now Uxbridge, Charles Curran beaten, almost inevitably. Conservatives held this with a very small margin.
But a low swing there. He held on very well, 1.6 swing only.
Hornchurch, Mr. Langdon. Again, another seat held very narrowly by the Conservatives. Mr. Langdon is comfortably beaten.
2.2 swing in Hornchurch.
And now I think we can take a look at the state of the parties board at 11:39.
Well, with 130 results in now, you'll see the position. Labour with 90, Conservatives 38. Labour has made 11 gains, Conservatives 11 losses. Everything has gone with the tide, nothing against the tide so far. The position now is absolutely certain, of course, a massive Labour lead. They'll need to have 260 tonight, but they're well on their way to that and much more than that. On the party lead board, you'll see the position that Labour's lead is now 52 over the Conservatives. It only had to be 70 in order to be sure of forming a government. It's now 2 hours and 40 minutes since the polls closed, and 500 results still to come. A quick look now at the key seats and the way in which certain of them have changed sides. These are the seats that Labour has gained so far, a total of 11. Exeter, Hornchurch, Godfrey Langdon out, Smethwick, one of the sensational results for Labour. Peter Griffiths out, Andrew Folds in. Lancaster, the Conservatives lose Humphrey Barclay, their most progressive figure perhaps in many ways on the back benches. Eton and Slough. Monty Woodhouse out at Oxford. Charles Curran out at Uxbridge. A total of 11 so far, with every probability of 120 seats in all, representing Labour's majority before this is over.
Leicester South West, Herbert Bowden, the leader of the House of Commons, holds his seat comfortably. Another man who had a tremendous load in this knife-edge parliament. Berry and Radcliffe, seat that Labour won in 1964, now held comfortably by David Enser, who you've seen many times on television as an actor.
3.1% swing there.
John Bidgood, that was a replay. Bidgood to Bidgood held the seat up until 64.
One thing I can say, I've just been handed some news. News is coming in from Saigon that Viet Cong terrorists have attacked a multi-story American army billet, wounding a large number of soldiers who were indoors at the time. We will, as I said right at the beginning of this program, keep you up to date with news other than that of the general election. But the general election is our main preoccupation now. Ian?
Oxford. Confirmation of the headline you saw. Monty Woodhouse, the former junior minister, has lost his seat. Wonder what if Cowley had any effect on this, the news trial, one way or the other.
3.7% swing there in my own constituency of Oxford.
Isn't Evan Luard a fellow Don, too, David?
He is, yes, he's a fellow of St Anthony's.
And now we're going straight down to Leighton.
Just about. Just standing by.
Well, we're down with you. We're down with you. Oh, we're going to Billericay, are we?
Terry, I must say. Okay. I'll get him back, don't worry. This is Patrick Gordon Walker, who's... Are we on? Can you tell me? Because I can't hear. Can you? Okay. Mr. Gordon Walker, who's just converted a loss last time of nearly 8,000 into a win here at 8,000 at Leighton. Well, so what do you think made the difference this time? Well, how do you account for this?
Well, everything was different this time. The weather, the climate of the populace, of the people here. I understood why they felt as they did in the by-election, but they've changed, and I think the people of Leighton are just beginning to take me to their heart, and I hope this will go on.
You look a lot happier tonight than you did last time.
I certainly am. I've enjoyed the campaign all the way through. It's been a very good campaign.
Now, what do you feel about Smethwick? Smethwick went back to Labour tonight. Now, what are your feelings about that?
I'm overjoyed about that. I knew it would happen. I didn't think it would happen, I must say, by quite such a big majority. But I knew Smethwick was very decent people would come to their senses.
Do you think you could have won it this time?
I think I could, but it was better to have a change. This was wise.
Now, what do you think you're going to go back into Parliament as, Mr. Gordon Walker?
Well, as member for Leighton.
But what else, perhaps?
I don't know.
Well, the Prime Minister has said he may be setting out the post of Minister for Europe.
Oh.
Now, if he offered you that, would you accept it?
No, you mustn't ask me that sort of question. You're not the Prime Minister.
But, I mean, you wouldn't be averse to accepting an office like that?
My broad view is that if you're asked to do something for the party, you do it.
Yeah. What have you learned from both your defeats? That Leighton had...
One of the reasons that he didn't know if he was on was because we saw Billericay about to be declared. Billericay?
And here is Mr. Jack Cooper, the Deputy Acting Returning Officer at the microphone. Billericay.
This is the result of the election for the Billericay constituency. Edward Lucas Gardner.
Conservative.
38,371. Eric Moonman.
Labour.
40,013. Lionel Rufus Wernick, 7,587, and I declare Eric Moonman elected Member of Parliament for this constituency.
So Labour gains Billericay with a majority of 1,642, and you can hear for yourself the reaction to the result in the counting station.
And while we were getting that news, an even more startling result, Henry Brooke has been beaten at Hampstead. Labour has gained Hampstead. Remember that in 64, his majority was slashed from 10,000 to 1,000. And now the big details of Billericay. The result we've just heard on the outside broadcast. Edward Gardner has held his seat since 59. Prominent backbencher, but he's now lost it in the biggest constituency in the country,
He's
over
held the
100,000.
swing down to a mere 2%, but it wasn't enough, of course, to hold that seat.
Stretford, Sir Samuel Storey has lost Stretford for the Conservatives. He was the Chairman of Ways and Means and Deputy Speaker.
5% swing there. A new Deputy Speaker will have to be found in the next House.
Well, they don't have to worry about this free balance. They'll have to provide it from the Labour Party. And there is the confirmation that Henry Brooke has been beaten at Hampstead and that Mr. Ben Whittaker has got a majority of a little over 2,000.
2,253, if I read it right, as it went past.
2,253, there was.
Yes, this is one of the seats that we were all saying we watched for right
There
at the
are the
beginning.
full details.
5% swing, I think, about.
Slightly ironic.
4.3.
Henry Brooke took a beating at the last election, undoubtedly because of a feeling about his record as Home Secretary. On the backbenches, he has tended to be show what his friends have often argued, that he's really rather liberal. Now, West Bromwich. Interesting result. Maurice Foley was thought to be under some pressure because he is in effect the Minister in charge of immigration. In fact, his majority is comfortably up.
2.8% swing to Labour there.
Kingston on Hull North. This is the one that started all the trouble, if you remember rightly. And the Labour majority is up even more. Now, this is interesting because everybody thought that the voting would go very badly because of the cup final there.
The turnout actually is up 1.8% on the last general election, and there's a swing of 7.8% compared to 1964 in Hull North.
That headline just told us that Labour again Plymouth Sutton, if I read it correctly.
That's quite
with
right.
a considerable majority.
With quite a big majority.
Very big majority. Here are the
it
full
is.
details. It means Ian Fraser has lost Plymouth Sutton to Dr. David Owen.
That means that Plymouth Devonport and Joan Vickers must be very much on the borderline of...
Interesting one there, David. That was one where the Liberals withdrew after standing in 64, and if that
But
hadn't
there's
been...
no indication that the Liberal vote has been going particularly either way
The
so far.
recount at Hornsey, as you just saw, this was Lady Gammon's seat. She's not standing again, then. This
Now
is
let's
normally
take-
a rather safe Conservative seat.
Now let's take a look at the state of parties.
Labour now has 111 of the 260 it needs. To be sure, 112 it has. To be sure of forming a government, they need 260. 15 Labour gains. Everything's moving in one direction. There is hardly even a swing anywhere to the Conservatives, much less a gain for the Conservatives, and their position is quite clearly hopeless. Liberals have Jeremy Thorpe's seat, and the Speaker is the one listed as others at the bottom of the line. On the state of the parties, on the party lead board, it's important, on the party lead board, you'll notice that the Labour position now is 69, one short of what they had to earn tonight in order to be sure of forming another government. There's no question whatever that Labour now is in, home and dry, with a majority well over 100, probably hovering in the 120s area. And yet there are 469 seats still to come.
Well, quite a lead. Labour lead over Conservatives, 69 now, yeah.
Right, results. Dorset South, held
yes.
for the Conservatives by Evelyn King, a former Labour minister, with a slightly increased majority.
Swing to the Conservatives there.
And now can we leave that and go north to one of the two seats we are watching up there, and I think this is the declaration of Preston South, in fact. But we're going over to Preston and Harold Williamson.
And the first of the two highly marginal seats in Preston.
Ladies
is to
and
be announced now,
gentlemen,
Preston
the
South.
Mayor will now declare the result of Preston South.
The votes cast at this election are as follows. Alan Green,
Conservative.
17,931. Peter Mann, 20,000.
Will you please be silent a moment?
And so Labour have held Preston.
20,720, and Peter Mann is duly elected as a member for the Preston South constituency.
And so Labour has held Preston South.
Well, this was a seat which Labour won at the 1964 election, got back from the Conservatives with a majority of only 348. Let's take the full figures. I think we can now have them. And they've bumped that majority from, remember, 348 up to 2789.
3.7% swing, turnout well up in Preston South.
Peter Mann became the new MP in 64. His brother, Simon Mann, is the Labour candidate, and I thought almost certainly the Labour MP again for Bootle.
Robert Mackenzie for a quick comment on the party lead board.
So remember earlier I said Labour needed to lead tonight by 70 to be sure of forming a government. Labour is now leading already by 71 with the polls not yet closed for 3 hours, not yet midnight. Labour therefore is absolutely certain, beyond question, to form another government on these figures. There can be no question about it, and it'll be a big majority of well over 100.
Well, now we've got quite a number of results coming in here, and I think we ought to clear them off, don't you, rather quickly?
Let's do so. Beginning with Sutton and Cheam, Mr. Richard Sharples holds the seat for the Conservatives, safe Conservative seat.
2.3% swing.
Leeds North East, Sir Keith Joseph, former Housing Minister, holds the seat with a reduced majority.
3.9% swing against Sir Keith Joseph.
Now another minister back, London Battersea North, Douglas Jay, President of the Board of Trade.
7.3%, something odd about that.
Another minister, London Southwark, Ray Gunter, the Minister of Labour, one of the big successes of the Labour government in the last 17 months.
4.7% swing to Labour in Southwark.
This majority's up, but it's a pretty safe. Bradford South, George Craddock, one of the Labour left-wingers, holds the seat.
4.3% swing to Labour.
Ruislip Northwood, a Conservative suburban seat. Mr. Petrie Crowther holds it for them.
A 3.1% swing to Labour in Ruislip Northwood.
And now Fulham and Michael Stewart's result against a gaggle of 5 opponents.
3.1% swing to Labour there. The independents didn't make much difference.
Except for Miss Sheriff from Gibraltar. She picked up more than any of them. 700. Ipswich. Dinglefoot, the Solicitor General, holds the seat for Labour.
3.7% swing in our first result from East Anglia, and since there were some marginals there, that may be encouraging for Labour in the rural seats there of that obstinate part of the country.
London Paddington North, Ben Parkin holds the seat for Labour.
5.2% swing to Labour.
It's been Labour ever since 45. Kilmarnock and another minister, Willie Ross, the Secretary of State for Scotland.
0.7% swing only. I think it's our first Scottish result, and a very low swing there.
And now a Labour gain, Bradford West. This means that Labour now holds all 4 seats in Bradford. Arthur Tiley was the former Conservative member.
A 6% swing, which must threaten 2 or 3 seats such as Shipley and Pudsey in the West Riding.
And Winchester, where Admiral Morgan Giles holds the seat for the Conservatives, obviously a safe Conservative seat.
And a very low swing, only 0.6%. And the Liberal vote was up there, up 1.9. First Liberal increase since Birmingham Ladywood, I think.
And now the full Hull North figures.
7.8% swing compared to the last general election, and an improvement slightly on the by-election. Turnout up despite the cup tie.
Will you remember the by-election, which, as it were, was the forerunner of the general election? Now Rochester and Chatham, the seat which Mrs. Anne Kerr won off Julian Critchley at 1964, and Julian Critchley has failed to win it back this time in a replay.
But a very low swing there.
Walthamstow West, the other half. Edward Redhead, Minister of State, Education and Science, held it.
Mr. Attlee's old seat.
Aubrey and Hales Owen, John Horner has held this one for Labour.
This was one that was thought that might go against the tide. Certainly hasn't.
John Horner of the Fire Brigade. Bootle, this is the other man I was telling you about, Simon Marm, with a splendid pair of moustaches. He holds the seat for Labour.
Very low swing there, only 1.4.
Ian MacLeod's result, Enfield West. Ian MacLeod, in this safe London suburban area, holds the seat. About the same majority, David.
Yes, I haven't got the figures here at the moment.
Farnham. Now, this is interesting. The Farnham result, this brings back to the House of Commons Maurice Macmillan, who was beaten at Halifax in 1964, son of Harold Macmillan, now back in the House of Commons.
2.6% swing there. The Liberals keep second place, you note.
Middlesbrough West, Jeremy Bray, who won the seat, the by-election some years back, holds it quite comfortably.
3.2% swing to Labour there.
One of the outstanding younger Labour MPs should be in line for a job in the new government. New Forest, Sir Oliver Crossway-Dare, holds the seat for the Conservatives. Obviously, it's a very safe one. They always notch it, 5-figure majorities.
2.1% swing there. Liberals keep their vote, the same vote they had last time.
Now, Birmingham has Sir Edward Boyle's seat, which he holds, but with a reduced majority.
It used to be the second safest seat in Birmingham for the Conservatives. It's now very marginal.
Nonetheless, that brings back Sir Edward Boyle. Rochester and Chatham, there are the full figures. You remember we saw it on our special Rush electronic system. Now here are the full figures.
Increased only 1.1% swing there. Now we're going down to Bexley for the declaration down there of Mr. Heath's constituency. James Wasserman's looking on. I think they're just about to declare, James.
I can't find this fellow to give me a cue.
There's tremendous excitement here at Bexley at the moment to see if Mr. Heath's result will in any way contradict the national trend against the Conservative Party. The announcement will soon be made out half an hour later than they thought with the result of the count. But tension has been undoubtedly rising. Mr. Heath's been spending the last hour watching the results with a rather long face on the BBC monitor upstairs. And he came down just now to help in looking at some spoiled ballot papers. He's still managing a smile from time to time, but the seriousness of his party's position is now very obvious to him. He's still making no comment on it, but we hope to get him to do so later. And just any moment now, I think the returning officer, the Mayor, Alderman Marjorie Barron, will come forward with the results of what is likely, in view of the national trend, to be a very close-run race indeed here at Bexley.
Ladies and gentlemen, the returning officer, the Mayor of Bexley, will now declare the result, and we should be grateful if you'll kindly let the full result to be declared before there is any sort of demonstration.
I hereby declare that the votes cast at this election are as follows. Butler, Russell Leon, 24,044. Heath, Edward Richard George, 26,000.
Mr. Heath holds the seat with a much reduced majority.
377.
The Leader of the Opposition is back with a much reduced majority.
Lloyd Richard Faulkner, 4,405.
Liberal.
And that Edward Richard George Heath is elected as member for the Bexley constituency.
Great excitement, much anger from the Labour supporters who have come into the hall. Much anger, quite good-natured anger, and a not very broad smile from the Leader of the Opposition. He can't be too happy about that majority. I think he's going to make a statement.
Madam Mayor, I would like to thank you, the town clerk, and all those who have assisted in this election. I would like to thank those who have been doing the counting tonight, and the police who have assisted throughout today in the election, and all those who have been working in the polling booth. I would like to express my gratitude to them for the work which they have done, and to thank you, Madam Mayor, and the returning officer for presiding over this election. I would also like to thank my opponents for the way in which this election has been fought. The fact that the nearly 86% of the electorate went to the poll is again a testament to the intense interest which Bexley pays to political matters and to this general election campaign. That, I believe, is a matter not only of great credit to this borough, but also of pride for all of us. And I think that we would all appreciate the way in which this election has been fought, because once again Bexley has showed that it can concentrate on policies and leave aside questions of personalities. Therefore, I would finally like to thank all my supporters for the work which they have done in this election. It is well known that with other national responsibilities, they perhaps have had to bear an additional burden, and I would like to thank them most sincerely and heartily for the work which they have done. We have fought this election, I think all candidates, on national policies. The electorate has made its decision, and I would like to thank them for it.
Now, the Labour candidate, Mr. Russell Butler, comes forward. to make his...
Well, Mr. Heath clearly accepting the national position that his party is going down to its heaviest defeat since 1945. A very bitter night for him. At the same time, he has held his own seat. This is important. It means that he has his own power base from which now to rebuild, or start to try to rebuild the Conservative Party.
He's kept the swing there down to just about 2.5%, well below the national average, and he can perhaps take comfort from the fact that in Huyton, Mr. Wilson's swing was also way below the national average at a mere 2.3%.
Now I think we ought to go over and join Robert Mackenzie. Bob?
Well, this massive Labour victory is now piling up. It's well over a 100-seat majority, that's certain. It could be 115, 120, a little less than the average projection of opinion polls, which seem to be 150. But it will almost certainly be a bigger Labour majority than the Conservatives had in 1959, and indeed only somewhat lower than they had when they had 146 at the 1945 election. Now, a few of the people who have been out already, we know Humphrey Brooke is defeated, we know Julian Amory is out, we know Charles Curran is out. Among Conservatives who have survived so far, Maurice McMillan, Quinton Hogg, Keith Joseph, Ian MacLeod. Almost everybody you can think of on the Labour side whose result has been declared is, of course, in. And some people are back, like Gordon Walker, who've been out for a time. Ian McCardo, we've just learned, is also back. So let's now look at the state of the parties as it stands now, just after midnight. There you've got it. Labour 156. They need to get 260 tonight before they're sure of victory, but of course that's well on the way now. 16 gains for Labour, no gains for the Conservatives. The tide is utterly uniform across the country with only a few ripples occasionally going the other way. Liberals, Jeremy Thorpe, but of course most Liberal seats will have to be heard from later on in Scotland and elsewhere. The Speaker is back as the one listed as others. Now the party lead board. Here you'll see that Labour's lead is 91 over the Conservatives. It only had to be 70 at the end of the night to be sure they were in office. And so, 2 minutes after midnight, there's just no question at all about it. A massive Labour victory is a dead certainty.
Now, Ian, one of the results that we were hoping to see declared from our cameras was Preston North. But here is the result. But we were down at Bexley at the time.
This was a seat, to remember, that Julian Amory held the last election by only 14. Any sort of swing, he was bound to be swept away, and he has been by about 2,500. London Battersea South. 3% swing there on an increased turnout. London Battersea South. Another that Labour won in 64. We rushed it up as a possible Labour marginal, but it isn't that sort of night. Labour holds it with a very comfortable majority.
4.2% swing to Labour.
Birmingham All Saints, another that the Labour Party won at the last election. Brian Walden won it by only 470. His majority has now got to 4,700.
Big swing there. It doesn't seem that the West Midlands are in the least different from the rest of the country this time, although they were very much slow in swinging to Labour at the last election.
Brian Walden joins Ivor Richard, two of these young, able Labour backbenchers who've got back. Now,
7.7% swing there, very high one.
Very high. Swansea West. Another that the Labour won off the Conservatives last time, Mr. Replay. Hugh Rees held the seat before for the Conservatives, but he's been heavily beaten this time. But the Liberals, who stood in 64, have withdrawn.
3.5% swing there in our first Welsh result, I think.
Ilford South. This is another Labour game, but it was always liable to go on a swing around 2%. Albert Cooper has lost a seat now for the Conservatives.
This is one of those suburban seats that made the Labour victory in 1945, went Conservative in 1950 and has stayed solidly there.
Here's confirmation that Quinton Hogg's back, London St Marylebone.
And he kept the swing down to 0.5%.
And he fought a particularly vivid and colourful campaign these last 3 weeks.
Well, now, any time at all, I think. I'm sorry to come in. So take one more result, but don't take it too long.
Let's take Epsom. Right. Sir Peter Rawlinson, former Conservative Attorney General, held this as indeed he's sure this is a very safe Conservative seat.
Labour takes second place from the Liberals.
And take that
London
one
Peckham, Mrs. Frida Corbett. Big figure on the LC, old LCC. It's a safe Labour seat.
8% swing to Labour there, 8%.
And now I will interrupt because I've got one eye on the Prime Minister's constituency of Huyton. I told you that we were going to watch and wait with him all night. Well, he's up there now in Huyton and just waiting to talk to us. So over now to Huyton.
Mr. Wilson, are you now prepared to claim that you will definitely be the next Prime Minister, that you will remain Prime Minister?
I think we'll wait for the final results to come in. As soon as one party's got 316 seats in the House of Commons, I will say that party has won.
You'll make no claims before then?
No.
Any result given you special satisfaction so far?
I was quite pleased about the result in Huyton. I think it's proved that, I'm afraid, that the more I'm away from Huyton, speaking in the country, the bigger my majority. I think that's a tribute to my supporters who worked so hard to get me back.
So wasn't the election was called by many people, in the press anyway, tawdry and boring. Looking back on it, do you think there's anything in these criticisms?
I think it got a bit boring. I think our opponents made the mistake of getting up to fever heat from the first day, and I think the fever heat was a little bit synthetic. And we just went on quite strongly with the line that we were putting in the election. I don't need to repeat it, I've said it so often. I don't think it got very tawdry. I think there's a lot of abuse.
If a serious economic crisis does confront the country, political leaders did not wish to talk about it for fear of damaging the pound.
I talked about nothing else throughout the election, and this is certainly true of our leading opponents. On the other hand, I think there was a real awareness of the economic problems that we have been facing, and I made it very clear that we are still facing economic problems despite the very considerable progress we've made. I think what the result so far, shall we say in Huyton anyway, shows is that there's a great deal of confidence in the country, in the ability of this government to weather any storms that might arise.
At the same time, it does appear, Prime Minister, that you're likely to have a majority of the order of 3 figures. Might this not increase your economic difficulties by increasing foreign concern that there would be, for example, an increase in what they regard as pernicious socialism and nationalization, for example?
Oh, good heavens, no. I think, I mean, we've had a lot of arguments in the last 3 weeks about, in this country, about the economic situation, and being people who've been perhaps playing down the achievement that the British people have recorded over this last 18 months. But overseas, there's a very clear awareness of the fact that this government is absolutely determined to make the economy strong, and I believe that, that there will be an improvement in overseas regard for sterling and the economy due to the fact that they are, if the results continue in this way, are convinced that we shall have a government able to carry out all the steps necessary to make sterling strong.
May not your Vietnam policy also be under attack from the larger left-wing element that is bound to come in with a larger majority?
It's been under attack quite considerably in the last 18 months when we had a majority of 3. I don't take the view that some rather naive commentators in the press, for example, take that the bigger majority the government has, the greater our difficulties. No government has ever survived before with a majority of 3. I think if we can handle a majority of 3, we can handle a larger majority if that's what we've got.
So, Wilson, if the tendencies of the early evening now go on through the night, do you think that this marks a major change in British society, your triumph?
I think it marks the results we've had so far, a feeling in the country that they want a government that governs, that takes decisions, even decisions they don't like. Heaven knows some of the decisions we've taken were things they didn't like, but I think they respect us all the more for that. I think they feel we're a pragmatic government. We've got our principles, both in terms of economic affairs and in terms of our conception of social justice, to say nothing of our approach to world affairs. And I think the country, on the whole, has shown that it supports us in our attack on these problems.
It's been argued that one of the great successes of your government in the past 18 months has been to win this battle for the middle ground, for the uncommitted voter in the centre. But is this damaging to a socialist party to have won these supporters?
Not at all. Though, of course, you know, most of the comments on what we've done are comments by people who haven't got very much work to do except to write an article once a week in the weekend press. And they are able, therefore, to rationalize and to get all kinds of sophisticated explanations of things that we are doing day by day, hour by hour, and minute by minute. We're faced with these problems. We have to take decisions, the decisions we think are right. And then these very clever people, much cleverer than we are, write these articles to try and rationalize what was in our minds. They're almost always wrong.
It's true, though, that you have won the middle ground, or it looks as if you have.
Because the middle ground, I think, agrees with a pragmatic solution and likes to see a government govern.
For simple people like ourselves, Prime Minister, can you lay down some of the legislative lines that your government will now be taking? When will you start deciding this kind of thing?
Well, I think all of us need a little rest. I think we need to catch up some sleep, and that applies not only to politicians who've been in the election, but even more to the press and the television commentators who've worked such long hours explaining what we're doing to the people. Yeah. I'm sure you'll be ready for some sleep, too. When we've all had a little sleep, we might get down to these problems. Parliament resumes in the middle of April, and by that time, of course, there will be a gracious speech from the throne setting out the bills that the government will introduce over the coming session. Some of those bills have, of course, already been introduced in the session, the short session that was ended by the dissolution of Parliament. There will be other priorities, too, but this will be a matter for the Cabinet to decide. But certainly I would say that some of the things we've introduced, for example, the attack on the land problem, the housing problem, I think these bills will have higher priority.
And can your Cabinet colleagues relax in the same way in the confidence that they won't be reshuffled for a little while?
I hope they will all catch up with their sleep. They've worked very hard. The result so far in the election, if this is maintained, is a verdict of confidence, a vote of confidence for a team, not for any individual. And I hope they will be able to relax as much as I intend to. And when we've all had time to relax, that will be time to consider whether and what changes should be made. It's the job of a captain of a cricket team to decide who's going to field at square leg and who'll be at fine leg and who'll be at cover point. And I suppose I'll have to think about that, but I haven't started thinking yet.
So if you remember, Mr. Wilson, about 18 months ago in the same room, it was a very tense and exciting night for everyone, particularly for yourself. And having been Prime Minister now for 18 months, how do you feel tonight compared with that night 18 months ago?
Well, I was less certain then than some of those who were putting questions to me. I'm not referring so much to the television commentators as to the press, that we were home and dry with an adequate majority. I had many doubts about that, which I expressed. And, of course, it became clear the next day that it was a very fine balance, a very cliff-hanging majority we were going to get. I think if this country is to have the government that I'm sure it wants to have, of whatever party, a decisive government, be it Labour, Conservative, or any other party, then I think it is necessary for that party to have an adequate majority in Parliament so that it can carry through the legislation that it needs, and so that it can carry authority abroad when it's dealing on behalf of Britain. Now, if the present results continue, I think the government will have that degree of authority.
What about your own personal feelings, which is the thing I was interested in?
Oh, yes. Meaning what?
Well, in the sense of, do you feel now that you're different as a human being?
No, I never feel different as a human being. Why should I?
Thank you.
I'm relieved that I've won Huyton, and by adequate majority. I would have felt a little concerned if Huyton had gone to the teenage party candidate.
Mr. Wilson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Wilson, in fact, was speaking from Huyton. And there's the state of the parties that meets him now. I'm sure you'd like a quick comment on that before we turn to one or two results here, wouldn't you?
There's just a flash just then that George Brown is back too, if Mr. Wilson will be pleased to hear. There will be, of course, a good deal of speculation on the question that was being discussed of a cabinet reshuffle. There is one vacancy already caused by the retirement from politics of Sir Frank Soskis, the Lord Privy Seal. The Ministry of Land, we're knowing, is being abolished, and, of course, Patrick Gordon Walker.
Can we have a comment from David?
The majority looks like, on our computer at the moment, being 127 overall, and we gather that competition of the PA and other networks is moving towards our figure.
So the figure you reckon is 127.
127 is the current figure at 12:15 tonight.
127, that'd be a very comfortable majority indeed, but short of a landslide.
Well, we all have this endless argument about what is
awful thing about what is a landslide.
I think you've got to accept there's a recount at Nottingham South. That was one that should have one expected to go, quite possibly. Recount at Nottingham South.
I think we want to go direct now to Bexley, to Mr. Heath.
Yeah, to indicate a 2.5% swing to Labour, didn't it?
Yes.
Which is alone sufficient to get them back with a decent majority in the House of Commons.
The swing here, I think, was less than the national swing as so far as I've heard it described.
Mr. Heath, it does appear that you and your policies have been fairly decisively rejected at this election. Why do you think this has happened?
Well, I think they're the right policies. I think that the Labour Party has been fighting the election on the past. We've been fighting it on the present and the future. And I believe the electorate will come to realise that our policies are the right ones.
I agree that there are new policies in many respects. It's the first time, I think, that an election has been fought in this country on reforming the trade unions, on bringing the welfare state up to date, and on the clear issue of going into Europe. But I believe they're the right policies for the future, and I'm quite certain the people of this country are coming to realize it.
You're saying that the Conservative Party is losing this election because it is ahead of the Labour Party in its thinking and ahead of the British public?
That may well be the case, that we are ahead of public opinion on this.
Mr. Heath, you took the major burden of the actual campaigning, particularly the television campaigning, into your own hands. Do you feel that you were perhaps mistaken to do this?
No, I don't think, I have no regrets about the campaign at all. But of course my colleagues were also playing an enormous part in the country. I think the way in which the campaign was covered on television and in the press made it appear that the emphasis was perhaps on the leaders of the parties. But this doesn't alter the fact that my colleagues were playing an enormous part both on television as well as meetings up and down the country.
One got the impression sometimes that they weren't always giving you that wholehearted support that might have helped.
I wouldn't agree at all on that. I wouldn't agree at all.
Would you fight again, though, in this rather American presidential man-to-man, you versus Mr. Wilson style? Or would you adopt a different type of campaign?
I wouldn't, I think, change the campaign in any way at all. Of course, it was my first campaign as leader. I've only been leader of the party for 8 months. It was therefore essential that I should go to every part of the country and that I should speak in every area and in as many of our large cities as possible. This I did. I also spoke in a large number of smaller towns and villages on the way to the cities. And of course I dealt with the press conference every morning. This meant, of course, that in Bexley I couldn't carry out my usual complete canvass of every house in the constituency. I spoke at 6 meetings, but I couldn't do any canvassing. And so I'm delighted with the result here in Bexley.
Would you say you've consolidated now your hold on the Conservative Party as its leader for the future?
I believe without any doubt.
You don't think the electoral system, you were the first democratically elected leader, would require that you put yourself up for re-election?
Not at all, no.
Do you anticipate any shake-ups in the command now?
As far as the shadow cabinet and the front bench spokesmen are concerned, well, some changes will be necessary anyhow, yes.
A lot of people have said, foreign correspondents in particular, that they felt this was a very dull election and almost nothing distinguished the attitudes and policies of the two sides. Looking back in a year or two's time, will you say this was a turning point of any sort, do you think?
I think it was, for the reason which I've just given, that we were seriously putting forward new policies which we believe are right for the times. I'm sorry that any of the foreign correspondents didn't find it exciting. We tried to present them in as exciting form as we can, and I believe they're exciting policies. I believe that getting our economy straight and bringing the welfare state up to date and going into Europe, I believe all of these are exciting policies. It wasn't their fault that the Labour Party chose to fight in the past. They were fighting the last election all over again.
To look forward, how will you conduct the opposition?
Vigorously.
What do you think will be the most difficult immediate problem facing the government?
The economy.
Do you think it's going to be as serious as it's sometimes indicated?
It'll be as serious as we said. And they have refused to discuss the economy.
Thank you very much.
Well, now, as we come back, can I apologise that we missed it, and it was only a miss of the first very few seconds what Mr. Heath was saying. They, in fact, gave us the wrong clock there. Now, over to Robert Mackenzie.
Well, that statement of Edward Heath's is really of great interest. Customarily, a party leader at this stage will say, as Mr. Wilson did, we'll wait for the 316th result going to one party before we'll say anything decisive about it. Now, while it's not customary to concede an election, Mr. Heath spoke in the past tense throughout, and in effect conceded now completely, and I would have thought without qualification, that his party has no chance of winning this election, and this is the closest thing you can get to the concession of defeat in a British election. And he did not stand by the convention of saying, I will wait till one party has 316 results. So I would treat that as final. Now, Mr. Heath has said, in effect, the election is over.
All right, now we've heard from both of the leaders. Now I see waiting, I presume, in Newcastle. Oh, well, let's take a quick look at the state of the parties then. There we are.
Yep.
All right, and I see waiting in Newcastle, by the look of it, Ted Short, the chief whip, to talk to him, Robin Day.
Mr. Short, thank you for waiting for us. If you are chief whip in the reformed government, do you expect more trouble from a majority of 130 or so than with a majority of 3?
No, of course not. We'll have very much less difficulty. We'll get a great deal more sleep. Why should we have more trouble?
The suggestion is that because you have more people, those who may disagree with the government from time to time will feel freer to air their disagreements because there isn't so much risk of bringing the government down.
No, I don't think so. The Labour Party is a broad-based party, and we've always tolerated a fair amount of dissent. Indeed, this is our strength, I think, as a party.
Do you think that this larger majority will increase the proportion of the so-called left wing in Parliament or not?
Oh, I don't think so. I think these terms, left wing and right wing, are very often meaningless.
Mr. Short, do you intend in the new government to push ahead with what you said about remedying the injustice to the Liberal Party, which you touched on last October?
What I said last October was what we had in fact done the previous July. We referred this question to the Speaker's Conference and said we were quite willing to have it examined in depth. And that is, I understand, what the Speaker's Conference is doing now.
What you said in the Times was the present system obviously does not give a fair deal to important minorities like the Liberal Party.
Well, arithmetically it doesn't, of course.
And do you want to see something done about it?
Well, what I said was that we as a government would refer this to the Speaker's Conference, and this is in fact what we did.
Mr. Short, briefly, do you expect to see a cabinet reconstruction by Mr. Wilson?
Well, this is a matter for the Prime Minister, of course, not from me.
You'll probably be called upon to give some advice. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Short.
Well, there's some advice, and now I think what we ought to do is to start to clear some of our results which are now building up again, Ian.
Beginning with Bibbington and another Labour gain, Geoffrey Howe has lost his seat, one of the founders of the Conservative Bow Group, one of their front bench spokesmen.
3.8% swing there.
Another Labour gain, Middleton and Prestwich. Sir John Barlow, who's held this seat for some years, has lost it.
4% swing there, I think.
Birmingham Sparkbrook, one of the seats which Labour won in 1964, Roy Hattersley, one of this group of young, lively Labour backbenchers, held it with a greatly increased majority on a replay with Leslie Seymour.
Very big swing there, something 9% or something of that order.
I think I see a declaration.
Chislehurst, the Labour gain. Here it is.
Chislehurst,
and we've got the full figures. This means that Pat Hornsby-Smith has been beaten at Chislehurst by about 810.
810. Oh, there we are. There are your results.
Pat Hornsby-Smith has been beaten by Alistair MacDonald, who's a bank clerk.
Only a lowish swing there, only 2.5% swing, but enough to put Pat Hornsby-Smith out.
Now the result from Belper and George Brown.
1.6% swing to the Conservatives in Belper. The Labour majority actually went down there. Liberal withdrew.
Now, Bolton East, this is the seat which Labour won at the last election because of the collapse of the pact between the Liberal and Conservatives, both in Bolton and in Huddersfield.
6% swing to Labour there in Bolton East.
London Putley. Hugh Jenkins won this seat off Sir Hugh Lenstead in 1964, and he's held it.
With a 2% swing to Labour there.
Another bearded member. Norwich South. Christopher Norwood beat Geoffrey Rippon here, 1964. Geoffrey Rippon's moved off to calmer pastures. Christopher Norwood's held the seat for Labour.
Lowish swing in our first Norfolk result.
Middlesbrough East, and Arthur Bottomley is back. Another member of the Cabinet. And with a big majority. Barking, Tom Dryburgh, member of the Labour National Executive, has held this very safe Labour seat.
2% swing there.
Hitchin, what Mrs. Shirley Williams might be described as a television producer's favourite MP. She's held the seat with a greatly increased majority after winning it in 64. Dennis Healy has held Leeds East. Dennis Healy, the Secretary of State for Defence, has held this always safe Labour seat.
3.6% swing to Labour there.
Liverpool Toxteth. Mr. Crawshaw, who beat Reg Bevins, the former Conservative Postmaster General in 64, has held the seat.
2.2% swing in Toxteth.
And I think there's a headline coming up now, another Labour gain. This time it's Cambridge.
Cambridge. Well, this was always on the cards with this sort of swing.
Blues go Reds.
Not so spectacular.
991.
Not so spectacularly as Oxford, where the majority, which had been the same last time as in Cambridge, went up by to 2,400. Cambridge only 991.
The sitting Conservative member at Cambridge, Sir Hamilton Carr, in fact, had retired, so there was a new Conservative candidate.
I think we can go back to the results that we've got now, yeah.
Can we now take Epping? Another seat which Labour won in 64 through Stan Newens, and he has held it with an increased majority.
2.6% swing there to Labour.
Dennis Howell, Birmingham Small Heath. Dennis Howell, the Minister of Sport, as we might, not his official title, that's what he is, has held the seat.
Very big swing there, 8% to Labour.
Liverpool Wavertree, a safe Conservative seat in this area, one of the very few. John Tilney has held it. Here are the full results from Cambridge.
That's a low swing there.
Mr. Davis has won this seat for Labour, gained this seat for Labour.
I think we ought to say that's the 22nd Labour gain. That's the 22nd Labour gain, and another Harrow East.
Harrow East.
Commander Courtney.
That's Commander Courtney, who, you remember, had a lot of trouble with his local Conservative association, but they readopted him, but now he's lost the seat.
Well, and he told me in a studio just down the road that he didn't think that would happen.
Well,
but it has.
Well, it has, and by quite a substantial majority. Now, Haywood and Royton. This is another seat which Labour picked up in '64, and they have held it in the presence of Joel Barnett, who is a Labour backbencher who's made a great mark in the 17 months he's been there, particularly in the debates on the finance bill.
Big swing
Harrow
there.
East, the full result. Commander Courtney has been beaten by Mr. Roebuck, who's a journalist, who fought Tony Barber in the by-election in Altrincham and Sale. Chorley in Lancashire. Mr. Kenyon has held this seat for Labour.
Only 1% swing there, though.
Halifax. Shirley Summerskill, who won this seat off Maurice Macmillan in '64, has held it with a greatly increased majority.
4.5% swing there.
Wellingborough, which Labour won at the last election with a small majority, after the Conservatives had won it before that with a small majority. Now it looks a bit more comfortable.
2.3% swing. It moves from a majority of 46 up to 2,200.
Now Meirioneth, which Labour have held. Liberals had some hope of getting Labour out of this one, but as a new Labour MP, William Edwards, Tom Jones has stood down.
A mirror image of last time's result, except the Conservative slumps and loses his deposit. He did lose it last time, but only just. Now he loses it badly.
And a very quick state of the parties. There it is.
Well, except you'll be sitting... State of the parties now, Labour with 190, needing just 260, and of course they're going to go far over that on the night. With 22 Labour gains, 22 Conservative losses, not a single Conservative gain running against the tide, pointing still to a very big majority between 100 and 130, probably around 125. If we look at the state of the parties now, the party lead board, just coming up to 12:30. Labour's lead over the Conservatives over 100 now, and they only needed to make it 70 on the night. 349 results still to come.
And now, I believe, another headline, Southall, what's happened at Southall?
Now, this is an interesting one.
Outhall. Labour, home, seat, majority up.
25?
25,000.
No.
We don't believe you.
No, it's not like
Whoever wrote that, we don't believe.
That's the full figure. The point about Southall
is
is that there was a slight swing to the Conservatives, a very tiny swing to the Conservatives for the last election. The immigration issue cropped up here. Some suggestion that Labour might lose it, but they've held it very comfortably.
The British National Party vote slumped there from the 8% they got last time on the immigration issue.
I just heard that the Labour Party have won York with, I think, a narrow majority. Sparkbrook, here's the confirmation of the rush result we gave you of Sparkbrook. Roy Hattersley has held it off Mr. Seymour in a replay of the '64.
Another very big swing in Birmingham.
So Brown Walden and Roy Hattersley. Now, Birmingham Edgbaston, this was a seat which was vacant because of the death of Dame Edith Pitt. Mrs. Jill Knight, who is a prominent figure at Conservative conferences, has now become the Conservative member for Birmingham.
7% swing there, another very big swing in Birmingham, the safest seat, Conservative seat in Birmingham.
And now another headline is coming in, another Labour
Labour
game.
game.
Let's see which one this is. This is your York.
This is York.
Ian had this on our electro writer that I was showing you early on.
6,000, a tremendous swing there. This means that Charles Longbottom, one of the young, liberal, progressive, Conservative backbenchers, has lost the seat at York.
He held on unexpectedly last time. Now he's gone down to a 6% swing, in a sense making up missed ground last time.
Almost certainly is one where he was heavily damaged because a Liberal stood in '64 and withdrew this time. This was a straight fight. They well have had something to do with it. And we have also heard, I forget whether we've seen it, we've seen so many, that Labour has gained Nottingham South. Here is the result. Narrow majority, but this means that William Clark, the Conservative MP, has been beaten. He's been a front bench spokesman on financial matters.
Here's the Labour gain in Nottingham South.
That's what I was talking
we just
about.
had that one. We just
Southgate,
had that one when you were with all your figures.
Southgate, Anthony Berry has held the seat for the Conservatives. This is obviously a very safe Conservative seat. Shrewsbury, Sir John Langford Holt, has held the seat with a halved majority. But this is a very traditional Conservative seat. They should certainly hold it, even in this sort of situation.
But this suggests that the Wrekin, which is the marginal Shropshire seat, might well go Labour.
Glasgow Central, a new Labour, it's a safe Labour seat, obviously, but a new Labour MP, Mr. Macmillan, a wood machinist. Mr. McInnes has stood down. We've had it for some years before that.
4.7% swing, and I think the first Glasgow seat we've heard from.
Second.
And a headline, Belfast West.
This is interesting. This is the one seat in Northern Ireland which
Republican Labour Party have gained.
Well,
Belfast West. Now this is one that we were saying right early on.
This is the one. This is one of the Northern Ireland is a law unto itself. In fact, David will correct me if I'm wrong, but the Ulster Unionists have been beaten by various combinations in Belfast West. There was a famous election in 1951 when they were beaten by only 26. Irish Labour won.
They won by...
Irish Labour won by 26 votes in 1951, yeah.
Now I think we'll have a look at the state of the parties.
Well, here we are now with about 295 in, 296, and the position changing as we watch it right now. Labour with 199, needing only a few to reach that 260 on the night, and there are at least 150 more results to come tonight. 25 Labour gains, not a single Conservative gain, the tide going uniformly in one direction with rather bigger waves in some parts of the country than in others. One Liberal, but then it's been the Jeremy Thorpe seat, and we haven't heard from the areas where the Liberals may still hold a number of seats in Scotland and Wales. Others, of course, being a speaker, safely back. And so the party lead position is now Labour with 103 lead over the Conservatives, and well home and dry. 333 results still to come tonight and tomorrow.
And that won't be very good news down at Conservative Party headquarters, where I see Mr. Edward Buchan is back from Thornton and ready to talk with John Tidmarsh.
Mr. Buchan, I know you're just only back from Taunton, but you do know more or less what's happened so far.
I think more or less, yes.
Would you agree that the position is quite hopeless as far as you're concerned?
No, very far from being hopeless. Disappointing, perhaps.
But you've no chance of forming a government now?
No, that may very well be, but there are 300 results still to come in, and there are enormous regional swings, enormous local variations, so it seems to me from what I've heard so far.
Where do you think your campaign went wrong? I think Mr. Heath was suggesting a short while ago that perhaps the electorate didn't quite understand all your policies.
I don't think our campaign went wrong at all. We fought a constructive campaign on Europe, on reforming the trade unions, bringing the welfare state up to date. I wouldn't change any of that. We fought on the constructive issues, and tomorrow morning we shall begin our work, again designed to win the next general election.
Where do you feel you've lost the most ground, and why? In the middle classes?
It's too early to say that, as I've heard the results. There have been substantial local variations again on the number of people voting. I think the truth probably is that many people are bothered about the economy but haven't quite made up their mind which party is right to deal with the economy.
Well, just taking the economy as one point, would you agree that the one question you couldn't answer was why you didn't do it in 13 years?
No, I would not. Because if there's one thing that's absolutely clear and will become clearer as time goes on, it is that during our period of office, the standard of life rose faster for the British people than ever before. More employment, taxes down, the economy expanding. We've had the reverse of that in the last 17 months. But it's perhaps a little too early for people to have seen it fully.
Can I just ask you very briefly about party organisation after this? Do you think there'll be any question of looking for a new leader?
Certainly not. If there is one thing that has emerged very clearly indeed from this election, it is this: that Ted Heath will make a magnificent Prime Minister, and he will be the next Prime Minister. I think everybody has admired his statesmanship, his command, his integrity.
Mr. Buchan, thank you very much. John Tidmarsh, Conservative Headquarters.
Buchan just back from Taunton to be greeted by that news. Now over to Robert Mackenzie.
I think in that interview, Mr. Buchan remarked fairly enough, the swings are varied in different parts of the country. We're going to be looking at that in a moment. But the point is, he did also seem to agree. Sorry. He seemed also to...
There's the Deputy Acting Returning Officer, Mr. Beldam, with the result of this marginal constituency, 544 Conservative last time.
Brentford and Chiswick Borough Constituency. Announcement of result at parliamentary election. The votes cast at this election are as follows. Barnes Michael Cecil John,
Labour.
14,638. King Geoffrey Roy,
Liberal.
2,063. Smith Dudley Gordon,
Conservative.
14,031.
And so Labour have gained Brentford and Chiswick by 607.
Please. And Michael Cecil John Barnes is elected as the member for Brentford and Chiswick.
There's the new member on the left now. And so Brentford and Chiswick has gone Labour by 607, a turnaround of over 1,100 votes.
That one came so quickly that we jolly nearly missed it, didn't we? But luckily we didn't. I'm told that there is now another headline, another Labour gain, and it is Reading, and that's not very much surprising.
That's not very surprising in this sort of situation.
Else.
This was a tiny majority of 10 in 64. Peter Emery held it for, and on this sort of swing it was absolutely bound to go. And it got
All right, and now to Robert Mackenzie.
Well, Brentford and Chiswick was hardly a surprise, since it was well within the margin that we would expect to go quite comfortably to Labour on the swing we've been getting. Just one further sentence about the Cairns interview. It seemed to be that while he obviously was going to hold back till he'd seen regional variations, which are present, we'll be commenting on them in a moment, the fact is that he too conceded the result. There's not the slightest doubt now that both the leader of the party and the chairman of the party, who was in charge of the campaign, have conceded that the election is totally lost for the Conservatives now.
Well, let's go across now to David Holmes at the Southeast desk.
I think the Brentford and Chiswick result shows us one more thing than this, and that is that Mr. Dudley Smith lost this seat by a very small majority, 607. The full figures in front of me now, it's 607 majority, and I'm sorry, I'm on you. And the swing was extremely small. This has been a pattern not quite as extreme as this, the pattern throughout the southeast. We've been hearing these reports of very large swings north of the Trent, say, but down in the south here, particularly in the southeast, it has been a particularly small swing, 2.65 average as against a national average of about 4. If you follow the Conservative leaders down, as I've been doing, they've been really very small. Mr. Heath, 2.1, we've heard about that. Mr. Hogg at St. Marylebone, 0.6% swing to Labour. Mr. MacLeod in Enfield West, 0.9% swing. There was a local issue there involving development, and Mr. Crossman came into it at some point. Mr. Brooke at Hampstead has almost the highest swing in the southeast, 4.3 to Labour. This is not very good for him, since he had I think he had the highest swing in the southeast to Labour, something like 10% last time. Reading figures have come on my screen. The Labour majority of 4,133. Mr. Emery, the Conservative MP, has lost that seat. And one other thing just to end up with is that we hear there is a recount at Kemp Town, where there were 7 recounts in 64, and the slimmest majority in the whole country of 7. So down there too, it looks as though things are very finely balanced indeed.
We'll be up a long time waiting for Kemp Town, I think.
As we did last time. There's one or two more. Aberdeen South, Nottingham.
Oh, Nottingham South.
Nottingham South has gone to Labour. 316.
So that's a fairly big swing in Nottingham South. It was one of the outer marginal ones for Labour to win.
Also, Birmingham Perry Bar, Labour have won. That was the one which the Conservatives won again against the swing in 1964, and Portsmouth West. Portsmouth West, we've got the result now. This means that Sir Terence Clark, who is one of the more right-wing members of the Conservative Party, has lost his seat at Portsmouth West. It didn't need much of a swing to get him up.
Fairly low swing there, as there was indeed in Brentford and Chiswick. Well below the average, but enough to oust the sitting member.
Dudley and George Wigg, the Paymaster General, has held his seat very comfortably.
But there was no swing there at all in Dudley. It was exactly the same as last time. The previous election, George Wigg had the best result for Labour in the West Midlands. This time he's had about the worst.
Brickhouse and Spenborough, a seat that's often changed hands very narrowly. Labour won it back at the last election, but now have a comfortable majority.
4% swing there.
Aberdeen South, a Labour gain of Lady Tweedsmuir. This was liable to go. It's within the danger limit.
Rather a big swing in the first seat we've had from the northern part of Scotland.
Now, this is quite an interesting one, David. Hendon North, Sir Ian Orr Ewing has held this seat for the Conservatives. This was liable to go, in fact, certainly within the limits of this particular swing.
There's a fairly low swing there. I don't actually think the swing has been varying as much as some people have been suggesting.
But now I think we can have a look at the state of the parties board.
Now, with well over 300 seats in, 29 gains for Labour, 29 losses for the Tories, no seats moving against the tide, an absolutely uniform movement of gains to Labour all across the country, although the swings are varying, how much we'll be sorting out later in various parts of the country. Swings certainly less in the London and southeastern area. The party lead board now, Labour 114 ahead, with roughly half the results. You see, we're sort of halfway there now, and Labour has a lead of 114. Remember, that will not necessarily be the size of the lead when all is over. Labour seats counting first, and therefore Labour is bound to look more preponderantly ahead tonight than it will after tomorrow's more rural results are in. Cliff.
With Lady Tweedsmuir out at Aberdeen South, I think we ought to go across for a comment from our Scotland desk. Esmond Wright?
This is, of course, the most dramatic result so far for Scotland, the defeat of Lady Tweedsmuir. She's been a member there for 20 years. Her majority, in fact, was severely cut by the intervention of the Liberal, who polled 5,800 votes and essentially took most of those votes, it would seem, away from Lady Tweedsmuir. There have been, of course, housing changes, the movement of population from Aberdeen North to Aberdeen South, which have clearly favoured Donald Dewar, who has won the seat for Labour and has polled the highest vote for Labour ever in the history of that constituency. We have just heard that there are recounts taking place both in Pollock and in Ayr, and this suggests that the fight is really on for the Conservative Party in Scotland. In one or two cases, Kilmarnock, for instance, the Secretary of State comfortably back with a 14,000 majority, but in fact hardly any swing to Labour at all. The same thing holding, for instance, in Motherwell, the same thing holding in Hamilton, Tom Fraser's seat. But in the other cases, in Kelvin Grove, in Glasgow Central, in Glasgow Shettleston, in Edinburgh Central, it would seem that in general the Scottish pattern is running fairly constant with the UK pattern. That's to say, about a 3.5% swing to Labour. The most striking result, other than the defeat of Lady Tweedsmuir, is of course the success of George Thompson, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in Dundee East, who stepped up his majority last time, 4,600, to now around 5,700. But clearly, in general, Scotland is running according to pattern and is now affecting even Aberdeen. And now, back to Cliff.
No, there's one you wanted to see, Ian.
Disappointment for the Liberals. They've been knocking on the door at Chippenham, Chris Layton, and they really did think they had a chance of getting it this time, but they have failed.
Almost a mirror image of the result last time, but the Liberal vote goes up, the other two votes go down, the Liberal vote doesn't go up quite enough. This must be very disappointing for the Liberals on their hoped for gains, and they actually did make progress, but not quite enough.
This is the third time they've got really within 1,500 votes. Now, Coventry South, this was, we've rushed this one through because it was a seat which Labour won off the Conservatives the last election. This is a replay. Mr. Hocking tried to win it back for the Conservatives, but he has failed.
3% swing to Labour there.
By a substantial majority. Birmingham, Stitchford, and another minister back, Roy Jenkins. The Home Secretary keeps his seat with a greatly increased majority.
Enormous swing there at 8.7. But Birmingham has really moved from being the lowest swing last time to being the highest swing this time. The turnout was up.
Roy Jenkins, another of the big successes of the 17 months of this Labour government.
Cliff. Now, there's a sight behind me that we've seen before on election nights. We'll see it again, no doubt, on election nights. Trafalgar Square. Where's Alan Wicker?
Quite an unruly night here in Trafalgar Square. We've had up to 20 people in the fountains. We've had a violet dye, bright violet dye, placed into the fountains. We've had very thick orange smoke bombs going off. The whole of the square has been covered with orange smoke. The police have been fairly indulgent about the crowds in the fountains. They let them get soaked, and when they come out, if they're fairly quiet, they let them go home their damp, wet way. Quite an unruly crowd, up to about 7,000 people here was the police estimate. Now it's thinning out, but as you can see, it's not getting any quieter. Alan Wicker, Trafalgar Square.
Oh, rather, I must say I'd rather him than me down there. I'd much rather be here than in the middle of that Trafalgar Square thing. Now, let's go through some more results, I think, Ian.
And London Woolwich East, Christopher Mayhew has held this safe Labour seat. Christopher Mayhew, who resigned from the government, you remember, over the aircraft carrier question just before the election.
3% swing there to Labour.
Christopher Mayhew. Wembley South, Sir Ronald Russell has held this seat for the Conservatives, but with a reduced majority.
4.5% swing there, very much a marginal now.
This is the Wembley Stadium constituency, among other things.
Can I interrupt you for a prediction for likely Labour majority? Is it coming up now? Time 042. The probable overall Labour majority now 119 seats. 119, that's not much of variance with your 120, whatever it was.
Well,
David.
there's one important thing here. There is indication that the rural seats are not swinging nearly as much as the urban ones, and so the Conservatives may find some consolation in the results that come in tomorrow. There's one other thing. There's some limited indication in the computer's findings the Liberal vote is going more to Labour than it is to the Conservatives.
With this in mind, let's go to the State of the Parties Board. Take a look at that with Robert Mackenzie.
There we are now with 331 results in. Labour has twice as many, more than twice as many seats as the Conservatives, has already made 30 gains to the Conservatives' 30 losses. The Conservatives unable to pick up anything at all against the swing of the tide. The party lead then at just about 1:45. Labour lead over the Conservatives, 119 on the party lead situation. If we could look now at...
Well, we've suddenly lost Robert Mackenzie, but we found somebody else. Without his stick, I see a distinguished politician coming to join Robin Day.
Mr. Hogg, why do you think the Conservative Party has been so decisively rejected, assuming this trend continues?
I think for one very simple reason. Wages have gone up faster than prices, and people haven't yet ascertained that they've borrowed the difference.
Do you think that their failure to ascertain this is due to the inadequacy of the Tory campaign or the stupidity of the people?
I don't know. I did my best myself.
Do you think the Tory campaign was inadequate in any way?
I can't criticize the national campaign. I only know I did my best myself.
What do you think will be the effect on the Tory party now? Will there be a great rethink? Will there be a great deal of argument, post-morteming, or what?
Not a very keen man on post-morteming. I think you've got to pick yourself up and dust your trousers.
And what does that involve inside the Conservative Party, dusting trousers?
A certain amount of the ordinary military virtues of defiance and defeat.
Well, we hope that Mr. Wilson shows you magnanimity, which I think is the other phrase there, isn't it?
Most unlikely that he will, from what I know of him.
Now, you are how old now, Mr. Hogg?
58.
And if there is no Tory government in until 1970, there's a long time for you to be in opposition still, isn't it?
Long time to live in front of me, I hope, and God being willing.
Do you regret giving up your peerage?
No, I always intended to.
And what part do you intend to play in the coming Parliament? Do you want a big role in opposition, or do you want to drop out of front bench politics?
This depends on what others think, not what I think. I shall play as big a part as God allows me.
And how big a part do you think God will allow you?
You must ask him.
Well, so far as I know, he's not on our list of people to be interviewed.
No, you'd have to pay him too big a fee.
Oh, I don't know. The BBC can afford it. Thank you very much, Mr. Hogg.
Got no cameras there. I saw Robin Day and Quintin Hogg, but I saw Mr. Lubbock elected at Orpington.
Yes, Eric Lubbock has held Orpington, and now I want to just pick up because Labour has gained Rugby.
On a very low swing, only 2%.
And this is a seat where, in fact, there was a swing for the Conservatives against the national swing in 1964. Mr. Wise has fought hard, but he has now lost Rugby. London Norwood, another Labour gain. A new Conservative candidate here. Jackie Smythe stood down. Mr. Wilson is now comfortably beaten.
One defeat for Mr. Wilson. 2.5% swing there.
Not Harold Wilson, we ought to say.
No. This is Douglas Wilson. John Fraser has now won it. Huddersfield West. This, remember, used to be a Liberal seat when Donald Wade held it, but Mr. Lomas, Kenneth Lomas, won it off the Liberals in a very narrow fight last time. He's now held it quite comfortably.
3.3% swing to Labour, though I don't think you should really allow a swing figure for that sort of three-cornered seat. The Liberal vote collapsed there.
Doncaster, Labour have held the seat comfortably. Mr. Walker had the distinction of winning this seat last time off Anthony Barber, who's now gone to calmer pastures.
5.5% swing there.
Hornsey, there was a recount here, but the Conservatives have just held it.
3.5% swing to Labour, not quite enough there.
There are the Orpington figures. Eric Lubbock has held the seat for the Liberals, the first bit of good news for the Liberals. Second seat they've held.
Much reduced majority.
So that's 2 seats for the Liberals. Now London Clapham, this is another seat which Labour won in the '64 election. Mrs Mackay won it off them.
5% swing.
Fighting for the Conservatives. Sorry, which swing?
5% swing in Clapham.
Bolton West, the other half of Bolton. Gordon Oakes has held it for Labour.
This is the Liberal seat. Look at the Liberal vote, how it's collapsed. Arthur Holt's old seat.
Arthur Holt not standing again. Swansea East, very safe Labour seat. Neil McBride's held it with a big majority.
2.7% swing to Labour in that second South Wales seat we've heard from.
Willesden East, which Reg Friesen won off the Conservatives in 1964, but he's held it with a very comfortable majority. Aberdare in Wales, one of these rock-safe Labour seats in Wales, held very comfortably.
A slight swing to Labour, to the Conservatives there, but the Conservatives still loses his deposit.
I don't think we should worry too much about Aberdare now.
And here we interrupt for a Labour gain. Labour gain Conway. Conway, Labour majority, 581 after the recount.
This cuts the Conservative position in Wales down even more. Conway, the Conservatives might have hoped to hold, I would have thought, on this swing.
Peter Thomas is a considerable loss to the Conservatives, one of the most attractive younger medium senior ministers in the last Conservative government.
Well, he was a Minister of State, yes.
And another
here's
Welsh
Abbey
result.
Vale, and Michael Foote has held what used to be Nye Bevan's seat, and with a big majority. London Wandsworth Central, another seat which Labour won in '64. Dr. Kerr, and he's held it by a big majority.
Big swing there.
Now Dorking, this is a safe Conservative seat, Sir George Sinclair.
3.7 swing to Labour there, drop in the Liberal vote, about 3%, about the average of the drop in Liberal votes we've been having tonight.
And another headline is about to flash in, another Labour gain, and they have gained Sheffield.
Sheffield Heeley.
Sheffield Heeley, Labour majority of 4,729. That's quite a big majority.
That was always likely. It didn't need much of a swing for Labour to win Sheffield Heeley.
But that's a very big swing. Sheffield used to have all safe seats, 2 safe Conservative, 4 or 5 safe Labour. Now it's got 1 marginal swing. It's the first seat in Sheffield to change hands since 1945.
Sunderland South, which Labour gained in '64, Gordon Badger, he's greatly increased his majority. He's a railway inspector. Liverpool West Derby. This is another seat which Labour gained in 1964. It's always been a bit marginal. The Conservatives held it ever since '45, but Mr Ogden has now held it comfortably for Labour. Dunfermline Boroughs, or Burrs, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it. Adam Hunter has held this for Labour.
The Scottish desk will tell you in a minute, Ian.
They'll tell me off if I'm wrong. Ilford North. Mr Armonger holds a seat for the Conservatives, with a reduced majority.
The other Ilford seat, of course, has gone Labour. Ilford
Southend East, Sir Stephen McCadden just holds this with a majority of only 500. Could have gone, actually, on a 4% swing, so he hasn't done badly. London Woolwich West. William Hamling holds the seat for Labour. He won it in '64. He's made quite a mark as a backbencher with a very wry turn of humour. Conway, here is the Labour gain in the defeat of Peter Thomas, former junior minister. And here is the Labour gain at Sheffield Heeley. Mr Hooley, a university registrar. It's a new Conservative candidate. Sir Peter Roberts wasn't standing again. Portsmouth South, safe Conservative seat. A new Conservative MP this will be. Jocelyn Lucas wasn't standing again. Ralph Pink, the company director.
3% swing to Labour in Portsmouth South. Rather bigger swing than there was in Portsmouth West, but in Portsmouth West the small swing was enough to lose Labour the seat.
Glasgow and Kelvingrove. This is another tiny majority in the middle of Glasgow. Labour, this is a seat which has changed hands 5 times since the war. Labour won it back in '64 and they've held it. Birkenhead, Edmund Dell, who inherited the seat the last election, held it quite comfortably.
4% swing there.
Worcester, Peter Walker, young Conservative frontbencher, took part in one of their party election broadcasts. He's held the seat, but I think with a reduced majority, comfortably reduced majority.
4% swing against Peter Walker in Worcester.
Wrexham, this has been a Labour seat since well into the 1920s, except for one short period, and Idwill Jones has held it with an increased majority. Edinburgh Central. This has been Labour ever since the war, although it has sometimes been marginal, not now. Mr Oswald holds it. Dagenham, John Parker holds this Labour seat. They never had, this majority has never dropped below 20,000 since the war. It's a very safe one.
Yeah, and they're not going to take mine at Reigate. That's great to see. There we are. Sir John Vaughan Morgan. Yes, come along. You'll take mine at Reigate. I went and voted there this morning.
John Vaughan Morgan, former Minister of State of the Board of Trade. He's held the seat.
Slumping the Liberal vote there.
That's a great surprise to one and all, isn't it? Now take a look at the state of the parties board.
Well, there we are now. Labour with 243, needing only 260 tonight to be sure of forming a government, and that's just around the corner and going to land any time at all. The Conservatives have lost 34 and haven't made a single gain. They had hopes, one expects, of having won Orpington from the Liberals, but that didn't happen. Therefore, there's nothing notched up at all yet. The two Liberals are, of course, Orpington, Lubbock, and Jeremy Thorpe. And then looking over onto the party lead board, the position there, Labour now leads by 128 over the Conservatives with 362 results in. We're getting on now for perhaps two-thirds of the results in and 267 to come. Most of those will be, of course, tomorrow.
Now let's go across and join Robin Day, because I see he's got Dennis Healy up there on the screen.
Good morning, Mr. Healy.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very well indeed.
You seem to have done fairly well up there.
Oh, yes, I think so.
Why do you think the Labour Party has done so well?
I think basically because people like a party with the guts to govern. And they've seen one the last 18 months.
Do you think that a majority of around 120 or so is going to be more difficult to handle, bearing in mind that the left-wing element may be a little more restive, perhaps?
No, I don't think so at all. First of all, I think that the members of Parliament who'll be coming in for the marginal Conservative seats which are winning are a very good lot indeed. They may disagree sometimes with the leadership, but they'll keep us on our toes.
Do you expect to see a cabinet reconstruction?
Oh, you must ask Mr. Wilson that question.
Well, he wouldn't give me the answer.
Well, I can't either, I'm afraid.
Are you quite happy at the Ministry of Defence?
I like it very much indeed, yes.
What do you think is going to be the mood of the next Parliament, Mr. Healy? What do you think the atmosphere is with this small? How will it change the last one, from the last one?
Well, first of all, of course, there'll be very much less strain on the individual MPs. Secondly, obviously, with a very small majority of 3 or 4, it was unlikely the Parliament would last for 5 years, and people inevitably were a little bit looking over their shoulder in case they were forced to have an election. I think now, with a secure 4 or 5 years ahead of us, we can plan very carefully and coherently a long-term programme, and I think that's what we shall do.
Briefly, Mr. Healy, do you think the Labour Party has had a fair deal in this election from A, the press, and B, from the television?
Well, of course, I haven't seen the television myself at all. I've been campaigning every night. So far as the press is concerned, I think the best thing to say is as fair as usual. Not as fair as I'd like, but not too bad.
Pity you weren't able to see the television. Thank you for appearing. Good night.
Goodbye.
Mr. Dennis Healy talking to Robin Day, and now we've got some more results, I think, Ian.
Let's take Belfast West, where the Ulster Unionists have been beaten by a Republican Labour candidate. Among other things, he's opposed to the partition of Ireland, Mr. G. Fitzroy.
In the last 10 years, Northern Ireland has only had unionist MPs. Now there's a non-unionist coming.
London Streatham, Duncan Sands holds this seat. There was a Liberal in 64, withdrew this time. Duncan Sands' majority is cut quite substantially.
5% swing against Duncan Sands there.
London Poplar, Ian Mercado, member of the National Executive, prominent left-winger. He holds the seat, of course, very comfortably.
Big swing there.
Huge majority. Widnes, James McCall, who is the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, holds what's a fairly safe Labour seat.
4% swing there.
But it's a good majority this time. Sutton Coldfield, Geoffrey Lloyd, former and very experienced Conservative minister, holds the seat with not much change in the majority. Sheffield Park and Fred Mulley, the Minister of Aviation, is back.
6% swing there in Sheffield. Sheffield's had high swings.
Merthyr Tydfil, this is a pretty safe Labour country. S.O. Davis, who is getting on for 80, holds the seat.
Deputy Father of the House, I think.
He is now. Gateshead West, Mr. Randall holds this seat very comfortably. It's always been a safe Labour seat. Bosworth, we're rushing this one for obvious reasons. Woodrow Wyatt, who was in some trouble with his local Labour Party at one time, proposing the nationalisation of steel, but he's held it, and with an increased majority.
Quite an average swing there.
Now the other Harrow result. Harrow Central, Anthony Grant, has held the seat, but for the Conservatives, but with a reduced majority.
4% swing in Harrow Central against the Conservatives. High turnout there.
West Bromwich, this is just a confirmation that Maurice Foley, the Minister in charge of Immigration, has held this seat with an increased majority. Now Wallasey, remember there was a recount at Wallasey, but Ernest Marples has held the seat, although with a greatly reduced majority.
6%, nearly 6% swing there. 5.1, sorry.
Ernest Marples, always a controversial figure. Richmond in Surrey, at first, that's the southern Richmond. Anthony Royal holds the seat with a slightly reduced majority. There's a slight fall in the Liberal vote. Enfield East, the other half of Enfield, Mr. Mackey, who's a member of the government, Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture. His brother's a Liberal MP. Brighton Kemp Town, and Labour has held this seat. You remember that they won it with that tiny majority of 7 in 64. Everybody thought it was a freak. Well, they've held it, but David.
We heard there was a chance of a recount there. It's a very low swing, but the Labour Party have held on to it. Glasgow Pollock is the one thing that could give hope to the Conservatives. We've heard there's a recount there, and that.
Yeah, the figures for York, with a big swing to Labour from the Conservatives, lost us with the dropping of a Liberal.
6% swing there, 83% turnout.
Barnet and Reginald Maudling has held Barnet with some fall in its majority. The Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party has held Barnet. Here's another seat, Glasgow Cathcart, which on the swing should have gone to Labour. The Conservatives have managed to hold.
The swing down to 1.7 there, where it mattered to keep the swing down.
Edward Taylor's the youngest Conservative member of the last Parliament. West Ham North, Arthur Lewis, who's held the seat ever since 45. This is a very safe Labour seat.
4% swing there. Liberals in second place, though, you know. Yes, still, they were there before.
And now coming out, I think, of our computer comes another prediction. This will give us the likely Labour majority as at this time. 1 o'clock. 117 majority. 117 is the likely Labour majority. It's just about what Robert McKenzie was saying on his swingometer just now.
That assumes that there will be 10 Liberal MPs, but undoubtedly a tremendous swing, obviously, to Labour. An even bigger majority than the Conservatives had in 1959. Let's take some more results now. Another one from West London. Acton, Bernard Flood won the seat off the Conservatives in 64, has held it with an increased majority.
4% swing there.
Hull West. And James Johnson, who became the member, it's a safe Labour seat, but he became the member in 64, and he's held it very comfortably.
Was the member for Rugby.
Newcastle on Tyne East, Geoffrey Rhodes held it for Labour, and he's put up his majority. He won it off the Conservatives in 64.
7.8% swing there, very high swing there.
Rhondda West, this is obviously very safe Labour territory, although these are, both the Rhonddas are small constituencies, there may have to be some readjustments.
Slight nominal swing to the Conservatives there.
Now, Bilston and Bob Edwards held this for Labour, although an hour and 5 minutes ago, Bilston in fact ceased to exist due to local government boundary changes.
But it still had a 3.8% swing to Labour.
Grimsby, Anthony Crosland, the Secretary of State for Education and Science, has held the seat very comfortably. Just remember that only 7 years ago, his majority was 101. This shows you the tremendous change. West Ham South, Sir Elwyn Jones, the Attorney General, has held the seat.
The Conservative and Liberal both losing their deposits in this situation. Slight swing to Labour.
Pembroke and Desmond Donnelly, despite some trouble with his local Labour Party, has held this seat. Remember, he was one of the 2 MPs of Woodrow Wyatt to oppose the nationalisation of steel. Mitcham, Robert Carr, Conservative front bencher, spokesman on aviation, former junior minister.
Down there, look, only 528 in.
Yes, but it's a seat that could have gone on this swing. Yeah. Gloucester, Jack Darmond, another member of the government, Chief Secretary of the Treasury, holds
Here comes the headline. Another Labour game. Lewisham West.
That means
Christopher Chataway is out.
No, it's McNair Wilson.
McNair Wilson. The other one is
Christopher Chataway is Lewisham North, but he's held with an even smaller majority. I think that Christopher Chataway's chances of holding Lewisham North are pretty slim. Let's take some more. Surrey East now. Charles Doughty. This is a seat which the Conservatives usually hold with 20,000 plus, but the Liberals cut into it last time and done so again, David, haven't they?
Big Liberal vote there.
Dundee East, this is what they were talking about just now. George Thompson has held Dundee East with a big majority.
But only 1.5% swing to Labour there.
Lewisham West, and here is the result. Mr. Dickens has ousted Mr. McNair Wilson. There was a Liberal here in '64, he withdrew, and this may have had some effect on it. Mr. Dickens is a management consultant. Walsall South, Henry David Goldsmith holds the seat for the Conservatives, but with a reduced majority.
Big swing to Labour there, as over most of the West Midlands.
Here is from Crayford. Remember the by-election here last autumn, Mr. Well-Beloved, and he's held the seat comfortably.
No swing compared to 1964.
Just had a rush that Labour have gained the Wrekin. Now the Isle of Wight, Mark Woodnut, holds this obviously safe Conservative seat.
1% swing to Labour there.
Here comes the headline now. And this is the Wrekin headline.
This is confirmation.
It's confirmation of what Ian was saying just now.
That means that...
they haven't given us the majority this time.
That means that William Yates, who was certainly, I think, one of the most independently minded Conservative MPs, who has held on to the seat somewhat against the run for some time, has now finally lost it. Now we take Worthing, and Terence Higgins holds the seat. He's very much on the Liberal wing of the Conservative Party.
Conservative only got 1,000 votes, only got 2% of the vote there. It didn't seem to make much difference. There was just an average 3% swing there. The Liberal dropped to third place, having been second last time.
Sheffield Brightside, one of the very safe Labour seats in Sheffield that David was talking about.
5% swing, high swing all over Sheffield.
Richard Winterbottom's held this for over 15 years. Hendon South, Sir Hugh Lucas Tooth holds this seat for the Conservatives.
4% swing there. He first got into Parliament in 1924. He's very much one of the veterans.
He's a junior minister. Now the Wrekin, here are the details of the defeat of Mr. William Yates by Gerald Fowler, who's a university lecturer. Batley and Morley, another West Riding result. Dr. Broughton, who won the seat in the by-election in the 45-50 Parliament, has held the seat.
And now let's take a look at the state of the parties at 1 1:09.
Well, there we are. Labour, you'll see, now has 261, and we've been saying all night that they needed 260 tonight to be sure of a victory. They're absolutely, therefore, home and dry without any question whatever. 35 gains. The Conservatives have 36 losses, you'll note, one being the loss to the Republican Labour Party in Northern Ireland, which is the figure at the bottom where we've got others gain 1. The other number there, of course, is the other figures for the Speaker. Could we look now at the party lead position, where Labour now has a lead of 137, very nearly twice what they had to have in the way of a lead tonight to be sure of a victory. There's something like 75 more results to come tonight. The rest will be counted tomorrow.
And two people that are home and dry, I see, have just come into our studio in Birmingham. Mr. Frank Cousins, who's of course a minister, and Sir Edward Boyle is with him, I think, in there, who's a former minister. Robin Day.
Sir Edward Boyle, why do you think you did so badly in Birmingham Handsworth?
I don't think I did so terribly badly. In the Conservative areas, we had an extremely high poll of our own Conservative supporters, with which I was extremely pleased. What I did notice was that the Labour poll was up very much in some of the areas that ever have been so good for me. I would say the principal reason was a very simple one. I can remember last summer a friend of mine, who's a Fabian, saying to me he thought he'd vote for Mr. Heath. And then as the summer wore on, he wrote to me again about something else and said no, he realised his allegiance was Labour after all. Now, I think that Quintin Hogg got it exactly right some time ago when he was speaking over the television. I happened to see him. A great many wage earners, in a year in which earnings have gone up faster than prices, do feel identified with the Labour Party, do feel Labour is where they belong. And I wasn't therefore surprised to find that in some of my Labour areas where we've done pretty well in earlier elections, we did less well this time. But it's my own belief that during the course of this Parliament, those who really want to make a constructive contribution to this country and those who really wish to be the creative workers and so on, they are going to find that the Conservative Party is much more their proper home than the Labour Party.
Mr. Cousins, could I have a look at Mr. Cousins? Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you all right, yes.
Mr. Cousins, what do you think about this result?
I think it's a very satisfactory one. My feeling is that the people in the country have made a clear decision that they were interested in policies. They were not interested in a lot of the silly nonsense that was talked. They wanted to get down to the realities the Labour Party were presenting. They were satisfied with the view that we had a government that could govern. They voted decisively in that direction.
Mr. Cousins, in your campaign, did you declare your support for the government's incomes policy, including the so-called early warning bill?
Not only did I declare my support for the government's approach to the question of incomes policy, but I've been doing this for some months, but apparently some of the Conservative newspapers don't have noticed it, don't appear to have noticed it. I've been talking quite clearly that the man in Cabinet, of course, is in fact a supporter of a Cabinet decision. And you may have noticed that we have been putting a great deal of emphasis, which again hasn't received much reporting in the press, on the idea that productivity is important as well as the straight question of wages policy.
I thought you might like an opportunity to make yourself clear on the television on that
Well,
point, in case you, in view of the fact you don't think you've been properly reported before.
This is true, Robin, that it's quite an opportunity to be able to say something that can't be, as it were, not reported, when I've been saying this at a number of meetings that appear not to have reached the press at all.
Perhaps we can have another talk about it on some other occasion on television.
I'd be delighted.
Sir Edward,
Yes.
do you think there was anything wrong with the Tory campaign under Mr. Heath?
I thought that Mr. Heath made the finest speech in the Birmingham Town Hall that I've ever heard a Tory leader make in Birmingham during an election campaign. Personally, I have nothing but praise for the way Mr. Heath has conducted this campaign. I don't think there was anything, looking back on it, anything to blame ourselves for about this. And I'm quite sure that the value and the point of Mr. Heath's campaign is going to be felt more and more as time goes on.
Very briefly, Sir Edward, do you think there is now going to be an eruption in the Tory party of a movement towards powerlism against the other kind of Toryism, which you are a strong proponent of?
Well, Robin, I don't know quite what you mean by that, because there are many subjects I can think of in which Enoch Powell and I would hold very similar views. For example, on education, when he was chairman of the party education committee and I was minister, if you look at the debates, for example, that took place, we held very similar views on that.
I think you know what I'm getting
at.
Well,
if you mean on the subject of economic planning and incomes policy and so on,
for instance.
I would say personally that there is a pretty wide consensus in the Conservative Party that under conditions of full employment, as Reggie Malting said at Wellingborough, that an incomes policy must have a part to play, but it isn't the only thing that counts. I think what bothers some of us is when people speak as though the incomes policy were the one economic weapon that mattered. And as you know, a great many of us have been very critical of Mr. George Brown.
Well, I think I've got to leave you there.
Sorry.
But forgive me for being
let us
discourteous.
discuss this some other time too. I'd like to say a lot more.
A lot of other things happening. Thank you, Mr. Cousins.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sir Edward Boyle.
Thank you.
One of the interesting things that were happening there, I think, was that flash that went by about Cheadle. Because I was up there, and they were all saying that he was fighting a pretty hopeless battle.
Well, this is fascinating because it's a seat where, 64, the Liberal ran second and polled the highest Liberal vote in the country. If there is a recount, it presumably means that the Liberal is pressing the Conservative very hard. It may mean, if it's gone the right way, for the Liberal, a Liberal gain. David.
Mr. Winstanley, the Liberal candidate, did have a remarkable personal vote. He didn't stand in Stretford this time, and the Liberal vote dropped 11% in his absence, which may have carried some of this vote with him to Cheadle, if there is a recount there.
Yes. So the Liberals so far are holding their ground in the seats where they poll heavily. This is interesting.
Now I think we can take some more results here.
Right. Coventry East. Dick Crossman has held his seat. Liberals come in compared with last time, but hasn't made any dent in Mr. Crossman's vote.
4.7% swing to Labour to Mr. Crossman in Coventry East.
And Glasgow Pollock, perhaps you could just take. This is a seat which Labour won unexpectedly. It was a swing of 9% last time, but they've held it.
I can't see why they said there was a recount there with a majority like that, 1900.
No, remember.
And I think what we will do now is what we should have done before, if I hadn't gone the wrong place, is to take a look at the State of the Parties board.
State of the Parties then at 1:15. Labour with 267, more than they needed to get on the night to be sure of their victory. And their gains, the bloodletting of the Conservatives goes on. They've got 35 gains now. The Conservatives have lost 36, 35 to Labour and 1 to the Republican Labour Party in Northern Ireland. That one, the gain at the bottom, in the middle of the row for others. And, of course, the Speaker's back as well. Liberals, too, have made no gains, no losses so far. We've yet to hear from their main areas to be reporting mainly tomorrow. And then the party lead position, Labour leading now with 139. You'll notice that there are 400 of the 630 results in, 401 in fact, of the results are in, 2/3 just about, and that's where we stand at 117.
229 results to come. Now let's clear out some of the results we have got
some
in.
of the 400. First of all, London, Shoreditch and Finsbury, another of these very safe Labour seats in East London. Ronald Brown, the brother of George Brown, holds a seat with a slightly increased majority.
So Oswald Mosley gets 4.6% of the vote, standing for the union movement there.
Brother Glenn, Gregor Mackenzie, holds this for Labour. It was a Conservative seat for some years in the 50s.
2.5% swing to Labour in Rutherglen.
Glasgow, Bridgeton, so a safe Labour seat with a rather small electorate.
2.7% swing to Labour in Bridgetown. Lowish swings in Glasgow.
Aylesbury, Sir Spencer Summers holds this seat for the Conservatives with a considerably reduced majority.
3.5% swing there, Liberal vote down 2.7.
Sir Spencer Summers has held his seat for ever since 1950 for the Devizes. This was one that the Conservatives might have lost, but Charles Morrison has held it with a fairly comfortable majority.
It's a good result for the Conservatives. They had only 1.7% swing. Liberal vote up slightly there.
Llanelli and Jim Griffiths, the Minister for Wales, has held this with the sort of huge majority you would expect.
They now spell Llanelli with an I, not a Y.
The other half of Brighton, Brighton Pavilion, Sir William Teeling, who's sat for Brighton for 22 years, holds the seat.
4.5% swing to Labour in that seaside resort.
And another seaside resort, Poole. Oscar Merton holds it for the Conservatives. Gateshead East, Mr. Conlon holds this very safe Labour seat.
5.1% swing to Labour on Tyneside.
Just heard that Labour's gained Bristol North West, which was the seat they might have got. There are the details of Bristol North West. There was a Liberal here in 64, wasn't standing this time, may have had something to do with it.
They're bound to get a seat in Bristol North East. I don't think we can blame the Liberals for the switches of votes here. It seems the Liberals have been taking votes fairly evenly from both parties, if anything a bit more from Labour.
Glasgow Hill Head, that Esmond Wright was saying, well, I think was the one safe Conservative seat in Glasgow. The one seat they've still got Cathcart now. Tam Galbraith.
1.1% swing there.
Pontypool, Leo Absey, one of the most colourful figures in the House of Commons, holds this very safe Welsh seat.
1.9% swing to Labour in Leo Absey's seat.
Hull East, Commander Harry Percy, who sat there for 21 years. This is the Dockland area.
7% swing there, almost as much as in Hull North.
Lanarkshire North, Peggy Herbison, the Minister of Pensions and National Insurance. She holds this one pretty comfortably. This is a good seat for Labour.
But only a fraction of a swing to Labour there, one of the lowest swings we've yet had.
Birmingham Aston and Julius Silverman, who sat for one of the Birmingham seats for over 20 years, holds this one, double his majority. Runcorn, Mark Carlyle, who became the safe Conservative seat. He became the member in 64. He's a rising young barrister on the back benches. Blackpool North, Norman Miss Campbell. It's a seat when he wanted the by-election, but he only had a 1,000 majority over the Liberals. But,
big drop in Liberal vote there. They go down to third place and drop by 9% of the vote.
Wallsend. This is a seat Labour normally holds with huge majorities, and they've done it again.
5% swing to Labour there.
Edinburgh North, the Earl of Dalkeith holds this Conservative seat with a slightly reduced majority. Well,
about a 3% swing there, I remember rightly.
But the Liberals standing here for the first time since 1960.
Not getting many votes there.
Stalybridge and Hyde. Fred Blackburn holds it for Labour. This has at times been very marginal. Bournemouth West, Sir John Eden, front bench spokesman for the Conservative Party on defence. This, of course, is very solid Conservative seaside territory.
Fall back in the Liberal vote there.
Nantwich, Wing Commander Grant Ferris holds this for the Conservatives with a considerably reduced majority. It's a farming area in Cheshire. The other half of Rhondda East. This is very solid Labour territory, as you'd expect.
Everyone loses their deposit, though, except the Labour candidate.
Mr. Alfred Davis, who's represented there since 1959. Another Glasgow seat, Maryhill, Willie Hannon holds it.
3.2% swing to Labour in Maryhill.
Harwich, Julian Ridsdale, former Conservative junior minister. holds the seat with a reduced majority. Maidstone, another fairly safe Conservative seat. John Wells holds it. Straight fight this time. He had a Liberal against him last time.
2.7%
We'll interrupt
swing to
for a
Labour.
headline, which is coming up, another Labour gain, and
that is
Lewisham North. This really is.
That is Chris Chataway, but he was virtually bound, the sort of swing that to Labour tonight, Chris Chataway was bound to lose that seat. He only had a majority of about 300 at the last election.
There we are. Now, that's your results again.
There's
the figures.
There's the full result for Lewisham North. Mr. Moyle, who's an industrial relations officer, beats Chris Chataway.
An average sort of swing there.
Chris Chataway will obviously be a loss. London, Stoke Newington and Hackney North. Another of these East London seats, which are also safe for Labour. David Weitzman holds it.
5% swing there in Stoke Newington.
Dumfriesshire. Hector Munro holds the seat for the Conservatives. Not much change in the majority.
Defeating
Liberals.
the former Labour MP for Bristol North West, which has just been won back by the Labour
Mr.
Party.
Boyd, yeah. Glasgow, Shettleston, Samara Gorpin. This is solid Labour territory. Holds that all right.
3.7% swing there. But in fact, the Scottish swing has been way down. The Scottish swing so far has been running at about 1.6% compared to something over 3% in almost all other regions of the country.
Wimbledon, Sir Cyril Black holds the seat, beats Tom Braddock, who's in his late 70s and who was a Labour MP in the 45-50 Parliament.
2% swing in Wimbledon.
One of the things we haven't looked at so far, and Bob Mackenzie, I see is there now, is the share of the vote. Can we look at it now, Bob?
Yep. Well, now, this is the position in the 400 seats, 411 seats insofar. This is how the vote was shared at the general election in those 400-odd seats, and this is how it's shared so far in this election. Now, the point to note is this, that Labour's share in these seats last time was about 46%, now nicely over 50%. Labour's share, Conservative share, is gone down, not dramatically, but from 42.6 to 41.3. The Liberals are down in their share of the vote in these seats from just over 10 to just about 7 here. Others static, and turnout just down slightly, as you see. Now, I just would add this, that if Labour could hold this share of the vote, this would be an all-time high in post-war elections. But remember, we are counting preponderantly in urban constituencies tonight, and it is unlikely that Labour will be able to hold that share when we get the more rural figures in tomorrow, and they will therefore slip under the 50, perhaps to something like the Conservative share in 1959, which was 49% of the vote. But that's the position in sharing the vote so far.
I think we ought to go and take a look at the state of the parties board,
Yes.
Bob.
There we've got it then, with 413 results in, Labour with 278, and 37 gains now against the 38 losses for the Tories. They lost one in addition to the Labour losses to Republican Labour in Northern Ireland. And the party lead position, very briefly, Labour's lead over the Conservatives now 147. It's unlikely to hold it as high as that figure, according to our swing rate, later on tonight or tomorrow. It's very doubtful if it'll be Labour's lead will be any more than about 120, between 120 and 130 by the time tomorrow's results are in. Cliff.
I see one of the distinguished losses in the Conservative Party is now waiting to talk with Robin Day, Humphrey Barclay.
Good morning, Humphrey.
Good morning, Robin.
Do you feel very disappointed?
Naturally, I'm disappointed, but I accept the result.
Do you think that it was, to a large extent, due to your having championed the bill to legalise consenting acts between homosexual adults in private?
Well, it's difficult for me to say, because I've come to the studio straight from my constituency. I'm not wholly clear what the percentage result was against me, as opposed to other seats in Lancashire, but I would doubt it rather.
Well, as I have it, there was a 6.1% swing against you, and the average swing was a good deal less so far.
No, well, as I have it, there was a 6.1% swing against me, but there was a 6% swing, I think, in Salford. I frankly think the people of Lancaster are far too sensible to be bothered about my private member's bill.
Are you going to fight there again, or are you going to look for another seat?
That is for them to say.
But what would be your view? If they asked you to fight again, would you do it?
It is for them to say. I've had no approach yet. They must ask me first.
What do you think about the Tory campaign in general and Mr. Heath's leadership?
Well, I voted for Ted Heath. I think he's a splendid leader, and I think towards the end of the campaign, his qualities came across extremely well.
Mr. Ray Gunter has been saying a few moments ago that there are elements of a dispute about the Tory leadership, but I think Edward Heath will weather the storm. Would you agree with that?
Well, I don't think it's anything to do with Ray Gunter.
It's a free country, he can say it.
Well, he can say it, of course, but I don't think people will take much notice. I, as you know, pioneered this proposal to elect our leader by a proper process. Ted got it through a proper process. He has my full confidence, and I'm sure the confidence of all our party workers.
Do you think that now there will be a big rethink and perhaps an argument within the Tory party between people on the left of it, like yourself, and people centring around Mr. Enoch Powell's views, perhaps?
I think not.
Why do you have such confidence?
Because I don't believe that this is a genuine argument at all.
You don't think that people will feel that had the Conservative Party presented more of a violently different alternative that might have been more successful?
No, I have always taken the view that elections are about getting the central vote, the vote at the centre. And the Tory party has got to remain a central party with very strong liberal instincts.
Mr. Berkeley, do you think that, do you regret...
You become very formal all of a sudden.
Sorry, I saw you, I saw you to begin with, and as I know you, I called you by your Christian name. I've got Mr. Berkeley at the top of the page.
I see.
Do you regret having taken a very liberal and independent line in the House of Commons? I mean, wouldn't it have helped you keep your seat if you hadn't?
Politics is not buying votes. Politics is doing what you believe in. I have no regrets about any action I've taken in the last 6.5 years, and I'm very proud to have had that period, which I've enjoyed marvellously as a member for Lancaster.
Humphrey, thank you very much indeed.
And now let's take some results, Ian. Ayr is in, I see.
This is a seat which on the swing, the Conservatives might have lost, but George Younger has held it. George Younger was the man who gave way to Sir Alec Douglas-Hume, the Kinross and West Berkshire by-election in '63. Ealing North...
A swing of only 1.6 in Ayr.
Ealing North, which Mr. Malloy won off Mr. Barter at 1964. They played a replay, and Mr. Malloy's won again.
2.5% swing there.
Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles, and Mr. Steele holds the seat for the Liberals with a reduced majority, but nonetheless he holds it. David Steele.
It's very important, I think. Here the Liberals have held on to every one of the seats that's at stake. They've done rather well in Shippen, though they didn't win the seat. They are holding on where it matters.
And there's this big question mark over Cheadle. They may have won Cheadle, the Liberals. David Steele, at the moment, I think, I haven't checked on all the new MPs, is probably still the youngest member of the new House of Commons.
Now, I think I'm right in saying that Harold Webb's parents, in fact, live in Lancaster. So perhaps he's got a much more regional comment on what Humphrey Barclay was saying, who lost Lancaster.
Well, Humphrey Barclay said, I think, that he didn't really know what had contributed to his loss at Lancaster. But my impression when I was there 2 or 3 weeks ago was quite clear that, in fact, it was his action over this bill to legalise consenting parties in homosexuality, and that it was this, rather than his views on Rhodesia, which had contributed to this. Now, if you look at the figures, he had, there was a swing in Lancaster of 6.3%. The swing for the Northwest generally is something less than 4%, something like 3.5%. So there must have been some local explanation for this difference, and I'm sure it was this, rather than his views on Rhodesia.
I wonder if I can underline that, because I too went up to Lancaster, Harold, and it was one of the great talking points when I was at Lancaster, at any rate. Now, I think we've got some... let's take a look at the state of the parties at 131.
Now, with 417 results in, there's the position. Labour very, very comfortably and snugly ahead, 37 gains, Conservative 38 losses. Really quite remarkable. The Conservatives have not been able to chip into a single Labour seat in that whole record of over 400 results tonight. Liberals now have their 3. They're holding 3. They haven't lost anything yet, and we haven't heard from their strongest area. David Steele, coming in at Roxburgh, was the one that added to Jeremy Thorpe and Eric Lubbock. And there at the bottom, the Republican Labour gain in the middle of the bottom row, and the Speaker making up the 2 others. The party lead position then, here Labour's lead is again reflected at 145. Now, again, it will be unlikely to remain as high as that throughout tomorrow, since the chances of the Conservatives gaining more seats tomorrow, or retaining more important areas of strength, will obviously reduce that lead. We are expecting Labour's lead to stay, however, around 120 or so. Cliff.
Now, before we go to some results, David Butler was telling me just now that it was probable that Labour may get...
I think I was slightly misleading you. There are about 40 results to come. Labour needs still 35 results to get 315 seats. and a clear majority. So they won't quite get there this evening. And Mr. Wilson, as we heard on the television tonight, said that he wouldn't claim a victory until the 316th Labour victory was in. So he'll have to wait until somewhere 10, 11, 12 o'clock tomorrow morning to be able to do that.
But Mr. Wilson, I'm sure, will sleep soundly and well tonight in his hotel in Liverpool, where we've been keeping an eye, hoping to see him arrive, incidentally, and we haven't so far. But now, some more results.
Bristol South East, Anthony Wedgwood Benn, the Postmaster General, holds his seat with an increased majority, safe Labour seat. Sheffield Hallam, John Osborne has held the seat for 7 years for the Conservatives. His majority is down there.
4.6% swing, rather low for Sheffield, which has been having very high swings.
Blackpool South, Peter Blaker, who became the MP for this constituency in '64. He's made quite a mark on the backbenches in the 17 months he's been in the
swing,
House.
a Blackpool seat becoming marginal.
London, Hackney Central, and Herbert Butler, who sat for Hackney for 21 years, is sitting on a very comfortable majority there.
4.5% swing.
Coatbridge and Airdrie, Mr. Dempsey, who has been taking some rather strong views about, if I remember right, the ladies on advertisements, posters. Can't remember.
2% swing to Labour in Coatbridge and Airdrie.
Fascinating piece of information.
Newbury, John Astor holds a seat for the Conservatives. The Liberal vote is down a bit.
Mr. Clement Davis, you see.
That's his son. Birmingham Hall Green, this is Aubrey Jones's old seat. Mr. Eyre has held it.
A very 6.5% swing in Hall Green. Birmingham certainly had the highest swings of any big city in the country.
Islington North, and another member of the government back, Jerry Reynolds, the Minister of Defence for the Army, and his majority is up a bit. Birmingham Selly Oak, Harold Gurdon has held the seat, but with a greatly reduced majority. This is normally one of the safer Conservative seats in Birmingham. Sunderland North, Fred Willey, Minister of Land and Natural Resources. His ministry is about to disappear, according to the Labour manifesto. We'll see if Mr. Willey gets another post. Darlington, Mr. Fletcher beat Mr. Bornarton in '64. Bornarton had held the seat for 51, 59, but he couldn't get it back this time. Windsor, Sir Charles Mock Ratcliffe. This is a very safe Conservative seat, and he's held on to it. Glasgow Scotstoun, another Glasgow seat, Mr. Small. He's sat there for 7 years, and he's on a safe majority.
3% swing only there.
Wakefield, this is safe Labour territory. William Harrison holds the seat for Labour.
2.8% swing.
Arthur Greenwood's old seat. Northwich, Sir John Foster. There was a recount here. He's a former Conservative junior minister.
He originally got in by 15 votes back in '45 in Northwich.
Sir John Foster, the former Conservative minister, rather a brilliant barrister, but he had 3 years Minister of Commonwealth Affairs, and he resigned from being a junior minister. Quite often happens. Now Edmonton, Sir Austin Albiel, another member of the government, holds the seat, Minister of State at the Department of Economic Affairs, Mr. George Brown. Clitheroe, Sir Frank Pearson, who was PPS to Sir Alec Douglas Hume during his days as Prime Minister. So his majority is down. Leicester North East, Tom Bradley. This is a fairly safe Labour seat.
5% swing to Labour in Leicester North East.
And London Dulwich. This is one of the Silkins, Samuel Silkin. Brother John is also a member, holds this for Labour.
3.7% swing.
And I noticed that up in our studio in Manchester we've had a smiling Minister of Transport, Mrs. Barbara Castle, listening to those results going through Robin Day.
Mrs. Castle, what particularly makes you so cheerful this morning?
Well, my own result and the results nationally.
What do you think was the main reason for the national result as it appears to be?
I think there's no doubt that people feel that in the last 17 months we've taken a grip on the economic situation, and we've done it at the same time as we've made big strides forward towards a more socially just society.
Do you think that the prospect of a larger, much larger Labour majority means much more trouble from certain elements in the party? For instance, the left wing on issues like Vietnam and things like that.
I wouldn't bank on trouble if I were you, Robin.
I'm not banking on anything. I'm just asking you a question. I thought you might be able to give me the answer.
I think that the important thing from the point of view of the left wing or any section of the party is that they should feel there is some advance, some activity in the directions that we all want in the Labour movement. It's inactivity that makes for dissension and unhappiness.
Do you think that the question of Britain's entry into the common market would be one matter on which there might be, I'm not suggesting rebellion, but at least considerable argument and feeling in a large majority?
Yes, I think there will be a lot of argument about it. And quite rightly, it's a subject that ought to be argued about. And I'm very interested to see that not only do George Brown and I, for instance, stress the same things about the common market, the need to have the right conditions on which to go in, but I see that Mr. Heath was a last-minute convert to the need for going in on conditions. He was horrified in his assurances to the National Farmers Union that he never thought of going in unconditionally. So you see, we're all agreed about it.
Do you think, perhaps Mr. Heath will be able to deal with that one later at some stage, but do you think the campaign made any difference?
The campaign made any difference?
Yes,
very little.
Yes.
No, I felt from the very beginning that this, in a sense, was a rather unreal election, because one felt from the outset that people had made up their minds. And any of the issues that were raised by the opposition during the campaign really had only a very marginal effect. People had profoundly decided before the campaign began, and I think whether we polled after 3 days or 3 weeks, it wouldn't have made much difference.
Well, let us thank God it's not 3 months, anyway.
Yes, same here.
Goodbye, Mrs. Castle.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mrs. Barbara Castle was talking from our studio in Manchester. But now let's go up and take a look at the state of the parties board.
Well, here we are with 423 results in, about 37 more to come tonight. Labour holding 282, should go comfortably over 300, not quite reaching the 316 necessary to be absolutely certain on the night. But with all the evidence we've got, those gains of 37 will grow and grow to ensure at least 100 majority for Labour and rather more. The position then, the Conservatives have been able to make absolutely no gains whatever in seats and have lost 38. Then turning to the party lead position, we're now just at coming up 140, and that's what Labour's got, 146 in the way of a lead over the Conservatives, bigger than they're likely to be able to hold as we get the remaining results in tonight and in particular tomorrow. That'll probably shrink down a bit, but nonetheless it'll be certainly a 100+ majority on present form.
And the results are beginning to come in again now from Scotland, Ian.
Glasgow Springburn, Richard Buchanan holds this seat. Labour's had it ever since 1945. It's a railway workshop seat. Dundee West.
2.5% swing there.
Peter Doig, up against the Liberal for the first time since 51.
The Liberal only got half that was needed to save a deposit. It was a 3.9%
Twickenham,
swing there.
Gresham Cook, this is always holds it for the Conservatives. They normally get a majority of over 12,000. It's down.
4% swing there.
Motherwell, George Lawson holds it for Labour. He's a government whip.
2% swing there.
And Hamilton, another safe Labour seat, and that's Tom Fraser, who was Minister of Transport for the first 15 months or so of the Labour government, but gave way to Barbara Castle.
Hardly any swing there. 0.2% swing to Labour, one of the least good results for Labour so far tonight.
Now, Chigwell, and this is a seat which Labour on this swing might just have won, but John Biggs-Davison, who's a right-wing member of the Conservative Party, has held it quite comfortably. Oldham East, which Labour gained in 1959 against the then flow to the Conservatives, which they've now held quite comfortably.
2.8% swing to Labour.
St Albans, Victor Goodhue has held this seat off Keith Kyle, who's the new Labour candidate.
It was a Labour seat in 45. Labour certainly hasn't been winning back all the seats they were winning in 45.
Then Chester, John Temple, great expert on the rating system, holds this seat, but with a reduced majority. Finchley, Mrs. Margaret Thatcher, front bench spokesman for the Conservative Party.
Labour get back second place there from the Liberals, who used to regard this as their best seat in London.
The Liberal candidate John Pardo is fighting elsewhere. Paisley, And this is obviously fairly safe Labour territory. The Conservatives get back into second place here too because Johnny Bannerman is no longer fighting
Collapse
for the
in the
Liberals.
Liberal vote, fully halved there in Paisley.
Well, that was John Bannerman. Spelthorne, Sir Beresford Craddock holds it for the Conservatives.
3% swing to Labour there.
He's been there ever since 1950.
He only got in by 31 votes, so he's strengthened his position in a time when the Conservatives have been losing ground.
Belfast South, and this is a good, solid Ulster Unionist territory. Mr. Pounder holds on.
But a very impressive swing to Labour there, 8.3% swing to Labour in Belfast South.
Somerset North, this was a possible Labour win, only a 3.3% swing, but Paul Deans held on to it. He's a former Conservative Research Department man.
Only 1.5% swing there in Somerset North.
London Brixton and Colonel Marcus Lipton, who's been here for over 30 years, holds on with an increased majority.
3.2% swing there. Only 57% of people voted there.
Kidderminster and Sir Tatham Brinton holds on to the seat that he inherited from Sir Gerald Nabarro in '64. Sir Gerald himself is now standing elsewhere.
3.7% swing there.
Belfast East, Stanley McMaster.
Another big swing in Northern Ireland, 6% swing to Labour in Belfast East.
Sowerby and Douglas Houghton, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who's in charge of the government's general overall social service planning, holds the seat. Brierley Hill, which the Conservatives might have lost to this swing, but John Talbot's hung on to it against the very formidable Dr. Catherine Rogers.
Only 2.2% swing there.
I'll interrupt, drop the grapes, and here comes Cardiff North. Cardiff North gained by Labour.
Yes, well,
you were saying?
On the swing, this should have gone. It's one of these which is just on the turn, isn't it?
It looks to me very as much as though Labour may win Barry, and that will leave the Conservatives only with Denbigh Denbigh and with Flint West as the only two Conservative seats in Wales. They don't have any seats in South Wales.
Well, this is assuming that I must be careful. I'm never quite sure whether we count Monmouth in Wales or not, but it's almost certainly, I think, gone. Anyway, let's carry on. Coventry North, Maurice Edelman holds the seat.
5.4% swing to Labour in Coventry North.
With an increased majority.
The West Midlands are plainly making up for the slow swing in the previous election.
Oswestry, John Biffin, who won this at a by-election some years ago, holds it, but with a falling majority. Nottingham West, Michael English, who won this seat off Peter Tapsell at the last election with 2,000 majority, he's bumped it up quite a lot.
5.5% swing there to Labour.
Heston and Isleworth, this is another one which Labour might have won, but Mr. Reader Harris, who's held it for 16 years now, he's hung on to it.
3% swing to Labour in Heston and Isleworth.
Another minister back, Dick Maben, Erickson Maben, Under Secretary of the Scottish Office, and he's bumped up his majority a little.
The Liberals are second there.
But with a low vote. Swindon, Francis Noel Baker. He's there, his majority is up a little. Swindon, the railway town. Sheffield Hillsborough, and another member of the government back, George Darling, Minister of State of the Board of Trade. He sat for Hillsborough for 16 years now. And Glasgow Gorbals, Mrs. Alice Cullen, who has represented this constituency for nearly 20 years, 18 years.
Hardly any swing there, less than 1%.
And here comes, I think, another headline. Jim Callaghan is back down in Wales. I don't think that will surprise you, will it?
Not at all. There's Cardiff South East. It was a seat which looked quite marginal after the '59 election, but in '64, when he was up against Ted Dexter, he piled up a huge majority. Now Birmingham Northfield. Donald Chapman holds the seat for Labour with a greatly increased majority.
6% swing to Labour in Birmingham Northfield.
A lot of car workers in this constituency.
Whilst we're on Birmingham Northfield, let's go across to our Midland desk because Michael Barrett has got a word.
Well, of course, it's roses all the way in the Midlands. As you can see, a passing glance at the map behind me, the black country is looking blacker than ever. These black circles, I'd remind you again, are Labour-held seats, and you can see perhaps a couple of black triangles there, which are Labour gains. I'd have thought that one of the happiest results of the whole evening, we've said how happy Labour must be with Smethwick and Leighton down in the south, but West Bromwich was really a a major surprise, because many people predicted that Maurice Foley, the man who was responsible for immigrants' affairs, would even lose his seat. In fact, he won it with a 2.8 swing to Labour. It's bad news pretty well all over the place for the Liberals. The biggest blow of all, I think, was in Ladywood, where Wallace Lawler thought that he was going to win the seat. He didn't come within a mile of doing so. The bookies' odds against him, mind you, are 201, but it was said that this was perhaps the best long shot of the election. And all over the region, it seems that the Liberal vote is down by 4%, which again may be a grim prediction for the East Anglian results coming in tomorrow. The Conservatives, of course, have, in 2 cases, recorded a swing in their favour. One in Nuneaton, which one might say is a personal vote against Frank Cousins. Maybe he's still regarded as a carpetbagger by some. And in Belper with George Brown. Now, I've been talking to the Labour Party in Belper just a few minutes ago, and they say they don't really accept this as a swing against George Brown. They say that it's really due to the fact that many Derby commuters have come into the constituency since the last election.
Well, all our eyes went up onto the board to see a Liberal gain. Here comes the headline, Liberal gain.
Cheadle. Michael Winstanley has won Cheadle for the Liberal Party. Very good result for the Liberals. They came second last time, but they were 8,500 behind, nonetheless, and now they've swung this. One possible reason is this is one of these fast-growing constituencies on the fringe of the big urban areas. David?
In many ways, one doesn't always like stressing how uniformly the country behaves. It's very nice to find a constituency that behaves in an individual way. Here you have something going right against the trend of all the results so far. Mr. Winstanley's personal appeal must obviously have made a prodigious difference in the Cheadle constituency. The Northern Orpington, it was called by the Liberals, has now at last lived up to its name.
I think originally we thought that was a Labour man may have got in there, didn't we, at Cheadle, when he came with Mr. Flash? We didn't. I've got it wrong. Harold Webb.
Well, this is a great win for the Liberals. The North now has a Liberal MP. In the last Parliament, out of 168 seats, it didn't have a single Liberal MP in Parliament. It lost the 2 at the last election. I think the full figures now for Cheadle are coming up. There you are, the Liberal majority, 655. Now, Cheadle is in fact the Northern Orpington. It's almost identical to Orpington. It's an outer suburb to Manchester, a sort of commuter centre, growing fast with owner-occupiers, and at the last election it polled the highest Liberal vote of any constituency in Britain. I think the poll then was something like 25,000. Michael Winstanley, a television personality, a doctor, a cricketer, a man of some personality in the north of England, has now won this seat for the Liberals, and I'm sure there'll be cock-a-hoop in the north. Now, is this a good augury for the next Liberal cliffhanger result, which should be coming through pretty soon now? That's the Colne Valley, where the Liberals there are trying to wrest a seat from Labour. In this case, of course, in Cheadle, they've won it from the Conservatives. Cliff?
We did get it right first time, I'm now informed by Ian, and I see waiting for us is Mr. Grimond. Robin?
Ah, Mr. Grimond, what do you think of that one, Cheadle?
I think very well of it.
Has that cheered you up?
It has indeed. But Orpington cheered me up a great deal too.
Yes.
I think it does show that really first-rate candidates like Eric Lovatt and Winstanley get their deserts, and this is extremely encouraging.
Even Mr. David Butler had to admit just now that a candidate can make some difference, which is encouraging, isn't it?
I thought he made a very good point. I'm very sorry that Christopher Layton, who's also an excellent candidate, just failed at Chippenham. But certainly it shows that where we put forward very good candidates, we have a great response from the electorate.
But the general picture, however, Mr. Grimond, does not appear to be good for the Liberals, does it? I've got a percentage here, 7.1% of the vote, as opposed to 10.2% at this time last time.
You're a marvel of percentages.
No, I'm just reading out what somebody else has given me. I hate the damn thing.
I rather thought that might be said. Yes. Because our mathematics are so good that they're good is not as good as all that. Well, I agree. Of course, we would like to do better. But we are very pleased indeed about these 2 results, because they're first-class people, and they show at least the electorate does respond to really good candidates.
What about the loss of Cardigan by Mr. Roderick Bowen?
I hadn't heard that it happened.
Well, that's just come in now. I hadn't heard it either.
Well, how do you know it's true?
Because somebody's given it to me on a piece of paper.
Well, I'm very sorry. Of course, we're sorry about losing any seat.
Yes.
But I do think we should emphasize on these 2 seats how satisfactory this is, and particularly, as you remember, that the Evening Standard said we should lose Orpington by something like 10,000 votes.
Well, you mustn't believe what you read in the papers, Mr. Grimmond.
Indeed not.
May I ask you this? For many years now, Mr. Grimmond, you have been saying that the aim of the Liberal Party was to replace the Labour Party as the radical alternative to Toryism. What price that aim now?
We shall see what the Labour Party now do. My own belief is that this large Labour majority, which we all see coming up, is going to place the Labour Party in a very difficult position. I think it will mean that unless there is a large Liberal representation in the Commons, which there still may be, and we shall find the Labour Party going back to their most reactionary postures.
On the 3rd of January this year, Mr. Grimmond, you referring to the question of your possible retirement, you said, if, however, the next election produced a decisive majority, the matter might then be considered. Is it your intention to consider this now?
I'm not considering it tonight, no.
Not tonight?
No.
Mr. Grimmond, perhaps we'll hear from you later in the evening. Thank you very much indeed.
Hear from Mr. Grimmond earlier in the morning, but now Trafalgar Square. I don't know whether they're celebrating or drowning their sorrows. Whatever it is, it looks extraordinarily uncomfortable. Now, you see, you really can't tell if that's a young man or a young lady with that great long hair, is it? Yeah, one's a man and one's a lady. That'll teach me better manners, won't it, in future? Oh, doesn't it? Don't you think that looks very uncomfortable, Ian?
It's not for me, no.
That's not for you? Somehow I didn't think it was either. Don't think it's for me. People are applauding them down there, which really is the most extraordinary thing. Anyway, now let's go across to the Scotland desk, Esmond Wright.
I think the first striking point where Scotland is concerned is, of course, that Scotland is now re-establishing its old tradition of political stability, a swing of only 1.5%, whereas the rest of the country is 3.5 to 4. We used to say that this was true of Scotland back in 1959. We began to have our doubts in the last 6 years. I think the second striking feature is, of course, the success of the Liberals, David Steele holding Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles. It's true its majority is severely cut, but they're still there, and as further confirmation of the success of liberalism in Scottish politics, a portent to what might well happen in the results tomorrow, is the fact that in the fight in Greenock against Dick Mabon, the Liberal Ian Will, who fought Kilmarnock 17 months ago, Ian Will came second in the poll. So the Liberals clearly are fighting even in the urban areas of Scotland, although one notes they put up no candidates in all 15 of Glasgow's constituencies. But if one looks at personalities, the man of the day in Scotland is Donald Dewar. Here one has to speak with caution. He's an old student of mine. He very properly read history at Glasgow University. He was President of the Union, Chairman of the Labour Club, observer, debater. A formidable, a tower of strength he'll be in the backbenches as a debater in the House. His swing in South Aberdeen was 5.7. Now this is the strongest, the biggest swing in Scottish politics in 1966. He has defeated certainly the most attractive political grandmother in Scottish politics, Lady Tweedsmuir. It's very hard to believe that she is a grandmother, age 50, and he certainly doesn't rival her in beauty. There have been other significant achievements, Teddy Taylor holding Cathcart, the Honourable George Younger holding Ayr. But essentially, out of 37 gains, only one gain in Scotland. So Scotland is once again a stable political area. Back to Cliff.
All right, now, and some more results.
From Scotland to Wales, Labour have gained confirmation.
It's Bristol.
No, from West Country. Bristol North East. Mr. Hopkins, who held his seat rather unexpectedly last time with a below-average swing against the Conservatives, possibly over the comprehensive school issue, but now Bristol North East has followed the way of Bristol North West.
It's 4% swing. People thought the aircraft issue might hurt the Labour Party there. This time it didn't.
Lowestoft, and the Conservatives have held this. Jim Pryor, who is Ted Heath's PBS. This is one that Labour might have captured, but Jim Pryor has held on to this one, although by a pretty narrow margin.
2.5% swing in the first rural seat from East Anglia that we've had, or from Norfolk and Suffolk, which may have some implications.
Right, now let's go to Wales. Cardiff North. This is a seat the Conservatives held even in 1945, but they've just been edged out of it. Donald Botts.
4.4% swing. Puts Barry very much on a cliff edge. The only remaining Conservative seat in South Wales, apart from Monmouth.
And the other side of Cardiff, Cardiff South East, the Chancellor of the Exchequer has held his seat with an increased majority.
3% swing to Labour there in Cardiff South East.
Colchester. This is another Conservative seat which might have gone on this swing. It's on the border. Anthony Buck has held it, but of course with a reduced majority.
2.5% swing in Colchester.
Another member of the government back. Newton, Fred Lee, the Minister of Power, held this
No swing there at all, absolutely the same as before.
Altrincham and Sale, Anthony Barber, who took over this seat at the by-election. He lost Doncaster at the last general election. He's held on to this one.
2.8% swing.
Slightly down on his by-election. Plymouth Devonport, and Joan Vickers has held this with a narrow majority, but we thought that when Plymouth Suttonwaite with a big majority, she might lose it.
3.6% swing there.
Sevenoaks, and this is good Conservative commuter territory, and John Rogers has held it.
3.4% swing in Sevenoaks.
Croydon Northwest, Frederick Harris has held this, but with a reduced majority.
Michael Stewart, another Michael Stewart, was defeated there.
This is the seat where there was some trouble about the Labour candidate. Ince. This is solid Labour territory. Michael Maguire, he holds this with an increased majority, not by much. Neath, another massive Labour majority. They always get 20,000 or upwards in that constituency.
5.5% swing there.
Stirlingshire West, Mr. Baxter, who's held it for 7 years.
Dr. McIntyre, second.
Right, now let's catch our breath a bit. And let's have a summary. I think it's... Oh, there's a headline coming. A Liberal out.
Ah, that was what Robin Day was telling us about. Roderick Byrne has lost Cardiganshire. You remember that he was in the centre of the argument about the... He's in the centre of the argument about the speakership, who should be the number 3, as it were, the Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means. He took it. Liberals, I think many Liberals were a little disappointed that he reduced their practical strength in the House of Commons to 9. Now he's lost his seat.
2 honourable parliamentary posts are now vacant, the Deputy Speaker and the Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means. Only Mr. Horace King, the Speaker, survives of the 3 permanent officers of the House.
And Liverpool, let's go now to Liverpool, and here is the Prime Minister arriving at 2 o'clock in the morning at the Adelphi. Ah, we've lost his picture. Oh, we've lost his picture. As soon as we get it back, we shall go back to it. It's all flashing up. Anyway, even though we can't see him, I'm sure he's going to sleep very well indeed tonight.
Can I quickly squeeze in the news that the Liberals have gained Colne Valley, the second Liberal gain tonight. This is really quite a night for the Liberals. They've gained it off Labour.
Colne Valley. Let's go back now to
Labour defeat. Now there's Harold Wilson.
Let's go back. There's Harold Wilson. I can see it. There's the Prime Minister. A dark picture indeed, but after all, it is 2 o'clock in the morning, and it does have to go up underneath that great ramp at that hotel. The all fluttering away there. A very happy man, I should think he is tonight. And now, here's
the Colne Valley result, and Mr. Wainwright, who's been knocking on the door, has now pushed out Patrick Duffy, the former Labour MP.
The Conservative loses his deposit, and plainly the Conservatives decided they'd rather have a Liberal than a Labour member in.
We are seeing a lot of this tonight, this polarisation between two.
And let's go back now to Liverpool. There is the Prime Minister stepping out. Much fun going up there.
Would you turn to the cameras, Prime Minister? Just at the back of you, sir.
I don't want to turn my back on our friends here.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Labour, a few minutes ago, we see, had 293 seats, 293 seats. Does this put you in a position to claim victory at this time?
I've already had an interview with television tonight, BBC and ITN. I haven't anything to add to what I said then.
Which was?
I would wait until there was an absolute majority for any party in the House.
Mr. Ducan said earlier that he didn't feel the position was hopeless, sir. Have you any comment on that?
It's a free country. He can say what he likes.
What are your plans now, sir?
To go to bed and catch some sleep.
And tomorrow?
To go back to London.
Fine. Thank you very much, sir. How are you feeling just at this moment?
It's perfectly fit, but a bit short of sleep.
Thank you, sir. The Prime Minister,
Well, I must say, we'll let Mr. Wilson get some sleep. tomorrow we shall certainly be following him on his way down to London, and we shall certainly, at that time, be talking to him. We sincerely hope, whether he comes by air or by train. Now, poor old Bob Mackenzie over there has been sitting patiently for so long.
Well, although Mr. Wilson quite properly doesn't yet claim victory until he gets his 316, one over the odds to be sure he's got it, nonetheless, the fact is that as much as 2 hours ago, Mr. Heath conceded defeat, in effect, by talking in terms of what went wrong or went right with the campaign and what his strategy would be now in opposition. So for 2 hours, the main opposition party has, in effect, been granting defeat. I was reminded very much of 1959. Remember then that Hugh Gaitskell, in the opposite position, did very much this at something like the same time. He acknowledged he couldn't win against the tide that was then sweeping him out. And indeed, the parallel with 1959 in reverse is very striking. It looks now very much as if Labour's majority will be quite similar to Mr. Macmillan's majority in 1959, 100 plus. His was an even 100. Labour probably will be a little over that, depending on how things go in the seats that come in tomorrow. It's much too early yet to begin talking about why it went the way it did, but I would like just to leave with you one thought in particular. One of the opinion polls asked the public, who do you blame for Britain's present economic difficulties? Now, the public replied, Labour 16%, Conservative 42%, both 30%. There it was, a year and a half of Labour in power. The public was acknowledging that you could not blame them as much for the difficulties of the country as you could blame the Conservatives after 13 years in power before that. I'm not saying whether the public's right about that, but the fact is that Labour clearly was being given a chance to see what it could do. Mr. Wilson claimed earlier tonight they like our pragmatic methods, they like the smack of good and firm government. And quite clearly, he wasn't claiming it as a great socialist, overwhelming change in the country, but rather a victory for sound government, as he would put it. And there they've got their biggest opportunity. This is the second time, really the first time in Labour's history, they've ever increased their strength 2 elections running. This is then a free run for Labour for 5 years, if they want that, or 4 years, and they'll now have a chance to prove what they can do in the policies they've now launched upon in the last 18 months.
So there's the situation. Summary from Robert Mackenzie. We now have 442 results in. Let's have a few more of them, Ian, some of those that we haven't had so far.
Yes, let's have Goole, which Labour's held ever since the war, and George Jago has put up his majority.
3% swing there.
Huddersfield East, Bill Mallory, who was number 2 at the Navy Department of the Ministry of Defence, then took over the number 1 job when Christopher Mayhew resigned.
3.5% swing to Labour there. Liberals keep their deposit, 16%.
Tiverton, which the Conservatives have held for very many years, Robin Maxwell Hislop, but his majority, in fact, is up.
Labour gets back to second place from the Liberals. It was a second, third place fight.
Stepney, Peter Shaw, one of the Prime Minister's parliamentary private secretaries, and one of the main architects of Labour policy in the years in opposition.
50.7 voted. That's the lowest percentage turnout we've yet had.
Now we've got a rush result from Renfrewshire West. This is a seat which Labour, Norman Buchan, won for Labour in '64. If the swing had gone the other way, it would have been marginal, but it's up now.
Slightly bigger than average swing for Scotland in West Renfrew.
Feltham. And this is interesting. Russell Kerr becomes the new Labour MP. His wife, Anne Kerr, is the MP for Rochester and Chatham, husband and wife, both in the House.
2 Dunwoodies. Oh, well, we still wait for the Falmouth and Camborne result.
Well, that may come up. Lewisham South, Carol Johnson has Herbert Morrison's old seat. Carol Johnson holds it for Labour. And I think it's Bedwellty. His very solid Labour seat, and Mr. Finch, who is the Under-Secretary at the Welsh Office, Parliamentary Secretary at the Welsh Office, holds it pretty comfortably.
Try Bedwellty.
I don't know. Wells, Lynch Maiden. Lieutenant Commander Lynch Maiden holds it for the Conservatives with a slightly reduced majority. This is in East Somerset. It's mainly
biggest Liberal vote. They're still down on last time. 2.1% swing to Labour.
Another Glasgow result, Glasgow Coven.
2.2% swing in Coven.
And Portsmouth Langston held for the Conservatives another of these huge constituencies, which will greatly 96,000. It's going to have to be chopped up in the redistribution that's coming over the next few years.
Only 1.4% swing there, low swing in Portsmouth all through.
And Glasgow Govan, John Rankin, who's been a member for one of the Glasgow seats for over 20 years, holds it very comfortably.
2.7 swing.
on that result, let's now hear from the Secretary of State for Scotland, Willie Ross. Robin Day.
Mr. Ross, thank you for waiting. Why do you think there has been such a low swing, if any, in Scotland towards the Labour Party as compared with the rest of the kingdom?
Oh, well, I think the rest of the kingdom are now catching up with Scotland. We made our big swing at the last election.
And does that account for your own seat as well, where you've got a 0.7 swing to yourself, as against much more in the rest of the country?
Oh, yes, I think so.
There has been another suggestion put about this, that Scottish people perhaps are not satisfied with the attitude of the Labour Party towards the regional feeling, the national feeling of Scotland.
No, I think this would be a misconception indeed. There is a traditional party loyalty in Scotland. We used to say that a majority of 2,000 was a safe seat. And we've never been subject to the dramatic swings that you have south of the border.
And that is what Mr. Esmond Wright means when he says Scotland's reputation for stability has been upheld.
Well, what gratifies me is that we've stabilised at a very, very high position, and indeed we've made this dramatic gain in South Aberdeen. And remember, there are still possibilities of further gains in Scotland.
The Labour Party doesn't feel that perhaps more interest in some form of Scottish self-government would further its cause in Scotland?
Not really. We're too politically mature for that one.
Mr. Ross, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Esmond Wright smiles across his grateful thanks for the kind words from the Secretary of State for Scotland, I may say. All right, now we've got some more results here.
Let's first of all take Ealing South. And Brian Batsford, the Deputy Conservative Chief Whip, holds the seat with a decreased majority.
3.5% swing to Labour, very low Liberal vote.
Shipley, which might have gone, Geoffrey Hurst holds it with reduced majority, but he holds it. This is Woollen territory.
Only 2.5% swing there, very high turnout, 87% of people voted.
Chelmsford, Norman St John Stevens holds this with a reduced majority, but he holds it quite comfortably.
Only 2% swing there.
One of the extreme left-wingers. Manchester Withington, Sir Robert Carey holds it, but with a greatly decreased majority.
Conservatives keep their 2 seats in Birmingham, in Manchester, but very much less majorities, both of them.
Another one from Northern Ireland, Belfast North. Young Mr. Stratton Mills holds the seat.
Big swing there, 5%. All of the 3 Belfast seats where they had Unionist Labour fights have all shown a big swing to Labour.
Stockton-on-Tees, another minister holding his seat, Bill Rogers, Under Secretary of Economic Affairs, puts up his majority a bit. Remember this, before the war was the Harold Macmillan seat. And here's the Cardiganshire result. Roderick Bowen losing the seat, the Liberal loss.
This seat's been held by the Liberals for 60 years or so, I believe.
Mr. Daffyd Morgan is a solicitor and now becomes the new Labour MP for Cardiganshire. Manchester Wythenshawe, Alfred Morris. This is a seat which Labour gained in 1964. They've really been thumping up this majority.
4.4% swing.
Gravesend, another seat they gained in 64, and the majority is up there too.
3.3% swing.
Surbiton, this is solid Conservative commuter territory, and Nigel Fisher has held it.
2.7% swing there.
Harold Macmillan's old seat since the war, Bromley. John Hunt holds it, and with a substantial majority. This is another seat, incidentally, which is going to change with redistribution.
Only 1.8% swing there.
Greenwich, Knowledge Minister holds a seat. Dick Marsh, Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Technology, one of the definitely up-and-coming junior ministers.
2.3% swing.
Willesden West, Lawrence Pavitt, PPS to Michael Stewart, holds the seat with an increased majority.
Big swing there, nearly 6%.
Big West Indian population there. Croydon North East, this is one that might have gone, but Mr. Bernard Wetherell has held it. He became the MP for this constituency.
Almost 4% swing there.
Carnarvon, Gronwy Roberts, the Minister of State for the Welsh office. He puts the majority up a little.
Only 2% swing there to Labour. Welsh Nationalist gets a big vote.
Cliff.
And now let's have a word from our northern desk from Harold Webb. Harold?
Well, it's about the Colne Valley, Cliff. The Colne Valley has a knack of getting into the political headlines. In the old days, of course, it was a great hotbed of radicalism. Philip Snowden and Victor Grayson were brought up there. But although the Colne Valley win for the Liberals, which is going to make them cock-a-hoop in the north tonight, was always on, just as so was the one in Cheadle, to some extent they have gone against the national swing. they are in fact out of character with the regional swing. But the reason for this, I think, is because the Liberals in the north have concentrated in this election on putting in a great deal of activity into these two winnable seats. The result is they've won back Cheadle, which is the North's Orpington, as I've said, and they've won back the Colne Valley. And the North now has two Liberal members of Parliament for the first time for 18 months. Cliff?
And the state of the parties board is where we're going to, not me, really.
Yep. Yes, here we are now, 296 Labour. It's not likely Labour tonight will get its 316. It will go over the 300 mark, but we've just got about 14 more seats to come, and obviously, therefore, they won't get up to 316. The Conservatives haven't drawn blood at all. You'll notice no gains whatever. Rather unusual position, really, because ordinarily there's at least some lurch to the party that's on the losing side, but nowhere enough to give the Conservatives a single gain. Labour position, very interesting now. They've got 5. Remember, they gained 2, that is Cheadle and Colne Valley, and lost 1, Cardigan. Their net position, therefore, really is, Liberal position is therefore up by 1 on the present form. And the others include the Speaker and a Republican Labour win in Northern Ireland. So therefore, the party lead position at 213. Labour's lead is 153, considerably more than it will be when the whole thing is over tomorrow. It now looks as if Labour's lead will be hovering around the 100 mark, could be just over, could be under, when all the results are in finally tomorrow. We've got, you see, 184 to come, of which about 14 are tonight. Cliff.
All right, let's catch up now on some of those results that you haven't had.
Leicester North West, Sir Barnet Jenner, this is another of the Leicester seats, put his majority up. Sir Barnet's held it ever since the war.
5% swing, slightly above the Leicester average.
South Shields, Arthur Blenkett's upholder, this has been a Labour seat for over 30 years.
Only 2% swing there.
East Ham South, Albert Oram holds the seat.
4% swing there.
Junior Minister of the Department of Overseas Development. Carlisle, this is the seat that Ronald Lewis won at the last election, and he's held it with an increased majority.
It's thought that the split in the Conservatives might switch that back, but it's had a 3.5% swing, just about the average.
Lee in Lancashire, Harold Boardman, who has held this seat for 21 years, ever since the war, and he's pushed his majority up a little.
1.2% swing in that safe seat.
Tottenham, which we were talking about a little earlier on, Norman Atkinson has held this for Labour with an increased majority.
4% swing.
Another Glasgow seat, Glasgow Craigton, Bruce Millen, who is Under Secretary of Defence for the RAF.
4.2% swing, well above the Glasgow average of 2.6, the lowest in any big city.
And then the one safe Conservative seat in Bristol, Bristol West, Robin Cook holds this. His majority is down a little.
2.5% swing, just below the average, 3% for Bristol.
This is the Clifton area of Bristol, and now another minister back, Leeds West, Charlie Pannell, Minister of Public Building and Works, and he's pushed his majority up.
4.1% swing, just the average for Leeds.
Well, it was a very nice moment just now when Harold Webb used the phrase hot bit of radicalism. I suddenly saw Michael Foot up there waiting to talk with Robin Day. Robin?
Morning, Michael. Thank you. Can you hear me all right? Thank you for going to Abergavenny for us. How is it that you got a swing in your constituency towards Labour of only 1.05 compared to a general swing of 3.5 about?
Well, when there's not much more of the bottom of the barrel to scrape, you can't get much further deeper, can you? And that was the situation of the Tories. So, but that is not significant, you know. We've done very well. We've increased our position in Ebbw Vale, and we had a very difficult to build on the top of our pyramid.
Do you think the campaign, all the arguing and the television and the speeches, do you think it made any difference?
Yes, I think so. I think this is a great historic victory, and it shouldn't be smudged and written down in any way. I think it's been a fine election. I think a much better election, all the newspapers have said. There's been a great argument going on, and in fact, the Labour Party has won the victory, which many people expected and which the Labour Party and the Labour movement deserved in October 1964. But also some marvellous victories amongst these, you know. Smethwick is a great thing, isn't it? And Cardiff North, that'll give great rejoicing all over the country. The only one I'm very sorry about is Devonport. They came very near to it. But some great victories for British common sense and decency, like Smethwick, as I say, and Eton and Slough. That's another wonderful victory, isn't it? So the whole thing is extremely satisfactory. It's very difficult for me to say anything that's not just exploding with satisfaction, because many of us on the left of the party have been advocating for months that we should have this election, and we're so glad to see it's turned out so well for everybody in the whole country.
When you say it's been a great argument, this is in a sense paying a tribute to your opponents for having raised issues which made a great argument possible.
Not at all. No, we were raising these issues before they ever got onto it. Our opponents started the election by promising bribes of 800 millions and finished up the election by saying the country was bankrupt and nobody could understand what they were saying. So
what do you think
that's part of the reason why they're down the drain.
What do you think will be the effect of a large Labour majority? Do you think it will make the left and you and your friends be a little more restive on certain issues on which you feel strongly?
There's been a great swing to the left in the country, hasn't there? I can't write that off, tell you, Robin. I'm sure you wouldn't want to.
Well, I don't want to write anything off
no,
or
I'm
on.
sure, I know. This computer fellow is the commentator I like so much. You know, I think he's got a great future in front of him. I think he's doing very well indeed.
No, but I must ask you whether you think there'll be more left-wing people in the House of Commons.
Yes, indeed, I think, yes. I think that's the way the country's going generally.
Do you think they'll be quieter or less quiet than they were in the last...
Well, I think the inclination of left-wing people is to get slightly noisier and satisfactorily noisier as we go along, and for the benefit of all concerned.
Do you expect a seat in the government when it's reconstructed, Mr. Foote?
No, I should think that's very unlikely, but I've got plenty of satisfaction without it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foote. I'm going to hand over now to Alan Williams, who's with you there in Abergavenny to find out some opinions of people there.
Well, we've been having a party here, but we've been driven a little bit into the corner, very happily, because Mr. Foote arrived from Ebbw Vale. Now, here, of course, the result will be declared about 1 o'clock tomorrow. We're hoping you may be with us for the declaration. Conservative in Monmouth since 1918. And Mr. Thornycroft's majority in 1964, 714, but a Liberal stood then, and he polled nearly 7,000 votes. Now, there's no Liberal this time, and I know that some of these men here have Liberal inclinations. What's going to happen to the Liberal vote this time?
Well, on the whole, our canvassers felt we'd taken predominantly Labour votes last time, and we must assume that they will revert to their previous voting habits. And I should think Labour has a very fair chance in Monmouth. Against this, the poll seems to be down this time, particularly in the urban areas, and there's still a chance that the Labour have failed to get out their vote, and Thornycroft may still be in, I think.
Well, now, it has been said earlier that, of course, the rural areas may come back to the more conservative line of thinking. Do you think this might be true here tomorrow?
No, my own opinion is that I think the Labour Party will undoubtedly get in 2,000 in Monmouth.
And what's happened to the Liberal vote?
The Liberal vote, I think, quite a lot have abstained, but split evenly. I think the new voters in the constituency will have made the difference.
Well, where do they come from?
Well, they've come mainly, I think, from the valleys in connection with Spencer Works at Newport.
Well, there it is then. And how do you think it's going to go tomorrow?
I agree entirely that there will be a considerable Labour majority, probably something in the region of 2,000, I would say.
Well, maybe you'll be with us tomorrow when it's declared at 1 o'clock. But in the meantime, Alan Williams here at Abergavenny.
Let's stay and take a look now at that big screen where we will hear, I hope, in just a moment from that computer fellow, which really intrigues Michael Foote so much. And if Michael Foote is still watching down there, perhaps he'll cast his eye upon this, which will give him some idea of the likely Labour majority. Time, 2:15. Result, majority, 105. 105.
Right, let's have the result. Worcestershire South, and this brings Sir Gerald Nabella back to the House. Remember that he had to resign from Kidderminster through ill health before the last election, but he's perked up. He's held Worcestershire South for the Conservatives and actually put up the Tory vote, David.
Yes, well, I haven't got the figures in detail here yet, but it does seem to be rather a good result.
Nottingham North. Mr. William Whitlock, who is a government whip, he's held this fairly safe Labour seat, always fairly safe, and he's got a good majority this time.
3% swing to Labour in Nottingham North.
Bristol South, Will Wilkins, who has held this seat ever since 1945, put up his majority.
3.5% swing to Labour there.
Edinburgh West, Mr. Stoddart has held it for the Conservatives. He's a former junior minister at the Scottish office for the Conservative Party, but his majority is down.
3% swing there. That must threaten Edinburgh Pentlands, which we haven't yet heard from.
Liverpool Garston, There's a new MP here. The former Conservative member stood down. Mr. Trevor Fortescue has held it with a reduced majority.
Only 2.3% swing. The Liberals, the Conservatives keep their 2 seats in Liverpool despite the swing against them.
Leeds South, and Merlin Rees holds Hugh Gaitskill's old seat. And Merlin Rees has just recently got a job in the government as Under-Secretary for the Army. So all 4 Labour MPs in Leeds are now all in the government.
5.5% swing there, just above the Leeds average of 4%.
Barrow-in-Furness and another new member, Walter Monslow, stood down. This is obviously a safe Labour seat. And Albert Booth, who's a draftsman, takes over as the MP.
And a 5% swing.
Aberdeen North and Hector Hughes, the very prominent figure at Question Time on Scottish matters, holds it at the age of 79. He's carrying on.
A swing of almost 5%.
Tynemouth, Dame Irene Ward, another very prominent figure at Question Time. She holds Tynemouth.
3.4% swing. Some people talk to that as a possible change. I don't think it ever was.
I should hang on to that one. Then Edinburgh South. Liberals stood here last time, didn't this time. Michael Clark Hutchinson has held his seat for getting on for 10 years, 9 years.
2.9% swing.
Loughborough. This has been Labour ever since the war, normally fairly safe, and John Cronin's held it.
Only 2% swing.
Another member of the government, East Ham North, Reg Prentice, Parliamentary Secretary, Education and Science.
5.5% swing.
And then Conservative Seaside Territory, Weston-super-Mare, David Webster. He's now Prime Bench spokesman. He holds the seat. Midlothian. And this is a seat which Mr. Eadie holds for Labour quite comfortably.
Now the results are easing up a bit now. We've brought you a great many of them. Let's take a look at the state of the parties.
Labour then, with 297, needs just 19 more seats in order to be home and dry with the 316 necessary to form a government. There only are 10 more to come tonight. They'll hardly, therefore, get over that hump on these figures. The Conservatives, 41 losses, not a single gain. This is, to me, rather surprising because ordinarily you get the odd movement of a seat or so against the tide. They couldn't manage it at all. Liberals have 5, a net gain of 1 on the seats that were contested tonight. Others 2, Speaker and 1 Republican Labour in Northern Ireland. So the party lead, as we come up to 223, the party lead board now shows the position as follows. Turning the party lead board at 223. Labour has this lead over the Conservatives alone of 151. That is almost certainly more than the final Labour majority. We're expecting a Labour majority of just around 100, give or take 10 seats when all is over. You'll notice that there are, we said 460 tonight, 450 have come in, and 170, therefore, will be reported tomorrow, approximately.
A comment, David?
Well, 2 points from the analysis. One, it does genuinely seem that there's evidence that the Conservatives to some extent stayed home. The lower the turnout, the greater the swing to Labour. Where the turnout held up, then the swing to the Labour was rather less. What about the future of the Liberals and the results we get tomorrow? Well, the swing against the Liberals in North Devon, where Jeremy Thorpe's majority was cut, they're dropping to 3rd place in Tiverton and in Torquay, does suggest possibly Peter Bessel's seat is in danger, though it may be that the personality factor, which we've seen exemplified in the Liberal gains in Cheadle and in Colne Valley, will pull off Peter Bessel's seat, and it might even lead to Liberal gains in the 2 or 3 other seats there. We haven't really got much evidence about the result in the north of Scotland. And if our final predictions about the overall Labour majority are a little uncertain, it is because we really do lack evidence about what will happen to the Liberals. Last time, you remember, they made their main gains in the north of Scotland right at the very end, 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon. So we'll have to wait and see for the final Liberal figure. But while they've done badly in terms of votes in the seats where they had little hope, in the seats where they were doing well over the country as a whole, they haven't done so badly, and I shall be very surprised if they don't go back to the next Parliament with a slight increase in representation.
Well, this calls, I think, for a comment from our Welsh desk. Kenneth Morgan?
Well, Michael Foot's satisfaction a short while ago is very understandable because Wales, as usual, has proved a graveyard for the hopes of the Conservative Party. Already they've lost 5 deposits in Wales, and there may be more to come. But the most striking feature, quite clearly, of the results in Wales is that 3 seats have changed hands: Cardiganshire, Conway and Cardiff North. This means that the Labour Party looks like having 31, possibly 32 even, of the 36 seats in Wales. Cardiganshire is very striking. This is a political revolution in the history of this country. The Liberals have held it ever since 1880. The Labour Party has now won it for the first time. Mr. Roderick Bowen here, I should imagine, was very sorely handed. In fact, that as Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means, he was rather removed from the party controversy. It would seem from the figures we have in Cardiganshire that the Labour Party increased its poll not only at the expense of the Liberal Party, but also took votes from Plaid Cymru, the Welsh Nationalist Party. Then there's Cardiff North, a suburban seat, of course, in South Wales, a seat here which the Labour Party gained from the Conservatives, holding this seat for the first time. There was a swing of 4.4% to Labour. Would suggest here that leasehold reform was a major issue in the politics of Cardiff North. There was a major swing to Labour also in a seat they already held in Swansea West. And this might be a pointer perhaps to Barry, one of the few seats who've come from Wales again tonight, which possibly the Labour Party might also capture on this form. There's a new member in Cardiff North, by the way, Mr. Rowlands, a 26-year-old college lecturer, and he's unseated Donald Box, who, as Michael Foot pointed out a short while ago, has been very unpopular with trade unionists. The other seat Labour have won in Wales, Conway. A considerable swing here, a swing of 5.5% to Labour at the expense of Peter Thomas, who is one of the more able young Conservative members. Wales, therefore, again, a very strong territory for the Labour Party as a result of the 1966 general election.
Of course, there are some results to come from Wales tomorrow morning, but now let's catch up with some more of the results that have been coming in tonight.
Let's take Jarrow, Ernest Fernyhough, one of the Prime Minister's PPSs. This obviously is a Labour seat for many years. Bournemouth East and Christchurch, another Conservative seaside constituency.
2.3% swing to Labour, even in Bournemouth. Liberal drop in the vote, nearly 4%.
Nottingham Central, Jack Dunnett holds it. He won it off the Conservatives in '64. Rochdale.
A big swing now.
Jack McCann holds it. You remember
and the Conservatives get back second place there. From the seat that was a Conservative seat till the by-election in '57, went sour on them then, and they were badly in third place. They pulled up to second place.
Aberavon and John Morris, who was Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Transport, but this holds this very safe Labour seat. Cardiff West and George Thomas, one of the most popular men in the House of Commons, Under Secretary of the Home Office. Very puritanical, but with a great sense of humour.
Only 1.8% swing there. That lowers the average swing there and makes Barry more doubtful.
Renfrewshire East, and Miss Harvey Anderson holds the seat for the Conservatives. Wembley North, Eric Bullis holds this London suburb for the Conservatives. Edinburgh Leith, James Hoy, Junior Minister, holds it for Labour. Bristol Central, Arthur Palmer, who used to be a member, if I'm right, for Cleveland, holds this for Labour.
And now there's a headline coming up, I'm told, a Labour gain, and it's Berwick. Berwick and East Lothian is gained for Labour.
This means that this was almost certain to go, because it needed only a very tiny movement to Labour for it to be lost to the Conservatives. It means that the Conservatives lose Sir William, and there's the full result. Sir William Anstruther Gray is beaten on the border country. He is was in the last Parliament, the chairman of the 1922 committee, and among other things, one of his constituents is Alec Douglas Hume.
And the victor is a professor of political science who has written the standard work on the working of the British cabinet. You'll get closer to his raw material now.
Well, there you are. I can see John Tidmarsh down in Smith Square, this time outside the Conservative Party headquarters. I hope that's not significant, John Tidmarsh, that they put you outside.
Tory headquarters, inside a sad and doleful scene, many of the party workers going home. They might just as well pull the blinds and go into full mourning. But this is the situation at the moment. Mr. Heath, as far as I know, is still in his house in the Albany, in his flat in the Albany, and he has gone to bed. There is no question of him coming down here tonight and making a concession speech. The party chairman, Mr. Edward Buchan, is still in the building, but he too is going home and going to bed so that he can go down to his constituency Taunton tomorrow for the count. There is no question of him coming down and making a concession speech. But as far as Conservative headquarters is concerned, and all the party workers, even the Loyalist party workers, no one really has any doubts that it's all over and that Labour will be the government for the next 5 years or so. John Tidmarsh at Conservative headquarters.
Thank you very much indeed. It might be all over for them, but I assure you it's not all over for us because we've still got some results we haven't given you yet. Off we go.
London, Islington, Southwest. Albert Evans, this has been Labour ever since the war, and he's held it with an increased majority.
3% swing, 6% of the vote shared between those independents.
North Fylde, this is a new MP. Richard Stanley has retired, and Mr. Walter Clegg, who's a solicitor, becomes the new Conservative MP for North Fylde.
4% swing.
Blythe, Edward Milne holds this very safe north-east Labour seat. Used to be Alf Robins's seat.
2% swing.
Boswell, Mr. Hamilton holds it for Labour.
2% swing there.
Islington East, Sir Eric Fletcher, the Minister without portfolio, holds this one pretty comfortably.
2.5% swing.
Leeds North West, Sir Donald Cabry, former Vice Chairman of the Conservative Party.
4% swing, just the average for Leeds.
Cleveland, this is one that Labour took off the Conservatives in 1964. It's a rerun. Wilf Proudfoot trying to get it back, but he falls way behind.
Very big swing there, 6%.
Aldershot, military territory, and Sir Eric Errington holds it for the Conservatives.
3.5% swing. Liberal hold their vote at nearly 20%.
Another one up in Scotland, Stirling and Falkirk boroughs. Malcolm Macpherson.
3.5% swing.
He's held this seat for 17 years. Southend West, Paul Channon, who was only 23 when he first became an MP, he holds this one.
3.5% swing. The other seat in Southend was only just held by the Conservatives.
Caerphilly is obviously a safe Labour seat. Ness Edwards, who didn't have a job in this government, but did under Mr. Attlee, Lord Attlee's in our age, he holds this one.
2% swing.
Kirkcuddy boroughs, Harry Gurley holds this.
Low swing, less than 1%.
Newcastle on Tyne West. This is held for Labour. I think it's a new member.
4.5% swing there.
Wanstead and Woodford used to be Sir Winston Churchill's seat. Patrick Jenkin held it in the last Parliament, made quite an impression from the back benches, and in fact is already a front bench spokesman.
Labour gets second place from the Liberals there.
Flintshire East and Mrs. Irene White, another member of the government, back with an increased majority.
4.5% swing.
Mrs. Irene White, Under Secretary at the Colonial Office. Then Esher, Sir William Robson Brown, good commuter territory, solid for the Conservatives.
1.5% swing.
They get 17,000 or more in this constituency. Another junior minister, Winsbury, John Stonehouse.
5% swing.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Aviation. He holds it for Labour.
Another big West Midlands swing there.
Well, I've just had the newspapers dumped on the desk. I opened the very top one, which is the Sun, and the Sun says, what a relief it's over. It seems to have been with us for months. In fact, it has, 17 months, the longest election campaign in our history. No one, everyone, politicians included, is a bit politics drunk. I think there's only one man who's never politics drunk. That's Robert Mackenzie.
Well, you might be surprised if we're going to stay on another hour. Let's look at some of the Tory casualties, some of the better-known ones. We've lost Henry Brooke at Hampstead, for example. First time Labour's ever got Hampstead. Not even in 45 did they manage it. But Brooke suffered a 4.3% swing against him and is now out of Parliament. Charles Curran went down at Uxbridge to a rather small swing against him, but this well-known journalist will not be, for the time being at least, in Parliament. Then Dame Patricia Hornsby-Smith, out at Chislehurst. There was a day when people thought she might be, as it were, the Barbara Castle of the Conservative Party, but not quite so much to the fore in recent years, still a lively backbencher until her defeat now. Peter Emery is out at Reading. Now, this was inevitable if there was any swing at all to Labour. It only took a swing of 1 in every 10,000 to put him out, and that occurred, and he's out now of Parliament. Julian Amery, out at Preston North, to a sort of average swing of 3% against him there, a very colourful right-wing figure who will now be outside Parliament for the time being at least. Peter Griffiths, perhaps the most controversial figure to emerge in the last election when he won at Smethick, this time was put out by a huge swing of 8.4%. It may be that the people of Smethick were unhappy about the controversy that surrounded his last election. Then Anthony Courtney, out at Harrow East, again a figure much in the news in the last few weeks before the campaign. Humphrey Barclay, out at Lancaster, perhaps the most liberal figure on the Conservative backbenches. It wasn't the question of Liberals going down, especially because the right wing of the party, as we saw a moment ago, suffered probably just as many casualties. Then Christopher Chataway, out at Lewisham. again, one of the young hopefuls of the party. It'll be very hard indeed to think that he'll not be back again quite soon, since the party will be having to draw upon the Chataway generation if it's going to re-establish a leadership which has now been badly shaken in the defeats that have occurred at this time. It's important to keep in mind, I think, we'll back on that perhaps in a moment.
Well, Ian, you wanted to say something about what Rob Mackenzie was saying.
Confirm what Bob Mackenzie was saying, that the right wing, I've just been checking up, the right wing of the Conservative Party seems to have suffered at least as much, if not more, than the left wing. And the left wing has acquired 2 recruits through members retiring and David Howell coming in at Guildford, and almost certainly Geoffrey Rippon will succeed in being the new MP for Hexham. So I thought on balance that certainly there's no rightward move in the new Conservative Party. Might even be a slight balance in favour of what might be called the Radical or Heath wing.
And now let's catch up on some results, if we may.
And let's first take Hove. Martin Madden won this at the by-election after the death of Anthony Marlowe, and he's held it with quite a large majority.
2.5% swing since 64 there.
In Chelsea, this is a new MP for Chelsea, Marcus Worsley, the brother of Duchess of Kent, but in fact he sat for Keighley in the 59-64 Parliament. This is a safer pasture.
2% swing.
Gosport and Fareham, Reginald Bennett held this for the Conservatives.
2.5% swing, low swing in the Portsmouth area.
They usually get this 10,000 or more. Woking, we're now going through some fairly safe Conservative seats. Cranley-Onslow, they held this even in 1945, and Cranley-Onslow had it with a not greatly reduced majority.
Virtually no swing there, less than 1%.
And another one which they might have lost, Merton and Morden, but Humphrey Atkins has just hung on to it, but it needed only about a 3% swing.
2.9% swing there was there.
London Kensington North, George Rogers has held the seat for Labour. He was a whip for a large part of the last Parliament, but he got tired of not being able to say anything, so he retired.
5% swing there.
Burton and Mr Jennings have held this for the Conservatives just. This is another that Labour might have got on the sort of swing that they're getting tonight.
2.9% swing.
But Beckenham, and they're never going to... Let's go to Beckenham. Now we're going to State of the Party. And Labour has hit the 300 seats mark. They only need another 16 to get that overall majority. Now I go to Beckenham. Philip Goodhart holds this seat for the Conservatives. Slightly reduced majority, but this is very solid Conservative territory.
2.5% swing to Labour, quite a high Liberal vote.
Then Stroud, which might have gone Labour at this sort of swing. It's on the edge, but Anthony Kershaw's held it for the Conservatives with not much of a drop in his majority.
Only 1.5% swing, and 85% turnout in that royal seat.
Then the other half of Norwich, Mr Wallace, who held a seat down south, George Wallace, at Chislehurst, 45 to 50, was beaten by Pat Hornsby-Smith, so he's been revenged today.
5% swing.
Bromsgrove, Mr Dance. This is one which might just have gone, but the Conservatives have held it quite comfortably. Mr James Dance. Anglesey, Cledwyn Hughes, Minister of State and Commonwealth Relations. He's held this. The majority's down, David, I think.
It's a swing to the Conservatives there, 1.8%. There was no Liberal candidate for the first time ever in this seat. That used to be Lady Megan Lloyd George's seat, yes. And this could well explain the difference.
Pudsey, Joseph Highley, holds it for the Conservatives. Reduced majority.
This was one that could just have gone. It would need a pretty big swing, but could just have gone on the form we've been having.
Interesting. This is one that they just won in 1950, but things are much worse than now. But here's Liverpool Wharton. Eric Heffer won this at the off Sir Kenneth Thompson at the last election. Sir Kenneth tried to get it back, but Mr Heffer hung on. Mr Heffer's made quite a mark in the House of Commons. He's a fairly left wing.
3.7 swing.
He's quite an effective backbencher. Dartford. Sidney Irvine, Deputy Chief Government Whip, who's had the tough job of trying to organise this majority of 3 for 17 months. He'll be a more relieved man tonight.
No swing there, 1.7.
Flintshire West, and the man with the most biting wit in the House of Commons, Nigel Birch, holds the seat with a reduced majority.
2.8% swing there. He could be the only Conservative from Wales. We've still got 3 results to come.
Yeah. West Houghton, Tom Price holds this industrial seat for Labour. It's been Labour since 1906. So this is not the day they're going to lose it. Newport, and a new MP. This was Sir Frank Soskis' seat, but he's retired from politics.
2.3% swing there, and that's the seat that is surrounded by Monmouth. It does imply that Mr Thornycroft is going to be very lucky indeed to hold Monmouth.
Abertillery, there was a by-election there in the last Parliament. Mr. Clifford Williams won it, and he has held it with about the same sort of majority.
The Conservative loses his deposit. He just held it last time.
And I think the last Liberal seat, the last Leicester seat, John Peel, who is a former Conservative government whip, this has been Conservative for many years, and he's held it.
4.7 swing there. The Leicester swing overall was 4.3%.
Now we've been joined in the studio, I see, Robin Day in particular, by Christopher Mayhew. How you see him round?
Mr. Mayhew, your majority in Woolwich was up slightly, I think, by 2,000 or 3,000.
Yes.
Does that please you?
I'm greatly heartened, yes. I stuck my neck out a long way and my supporters were absolutely solid and the Tory vote went down.
You think your position on defence didn't make any difference to the result?
If anything, it helped me, I think. We had some awkward local issues, the closure of the Arsenal, and I think my stand on defence helped me.
Do you think it is likely that if there is a government reconstruction, you would be included in it and brought back?
You must ask the Prime Minister that, Robin.
I don't think I will, because I don't think I'll get an answer.
I hope not.
Are you going to continue to argue your case on defence policy in the House of Commons?
Well, do you know, I think the government is thinking seriously again about the main point at which I was at issue with them, namely whether we can do a world roll, Easter Suez, on 2,000 million, with the American dependence. I think really they're thinking seriously again about this. I hope so. The Prime Minister always made clear that the defence review was a continuing process. He talked about a great national defence debate, you know.
Well, what about that point that came up towards the end of the campaign, raised by Enoch Powell?
Yes.
That the government had in his mind, in his suggestion, some plans for sending troops to Vietnam.
I never heard of any plans of that kind. But I would say, frankly, it is the logic of the defence policy that one day we might be asked by the Americans rather firmly to contribute.
Do you think the campaign made any difference, Mr. Mayhew? All the arguments and the speeches and the television?
Not so much as the personality of the Prime Minister and the leaders. I think that was, and if the impression given to the public that we had a government with capacity which could govern, I'm sure that was the big point.
Do you think that Mr. Heath fought a good campaign from his point of view, or a bad one?
Well, he was up against it. I think there was no doubt about the result right from the beginning, and against the odds, I suppose he did the best he could.
Mr. Mayhew, thank you very much for coming so late in the night.
You saw the news flash go right across your screen. Now, here
Edinburgh
are the
Pentlands.
details of Edinburgh Pentlands.
This is one which Labour might have expected to win on this sort of swing. As you can see, Mr. Norman Wiley just held it. He was junior Solicitor General for Scotland in the last Conservative government.
The smallest majority we've had yet. Could I make one point? We've had quite a lot of rural seats in now. Most of the seats that come in tomorrow are country seats. I think I can give possibly some comfort to Conservatives who are anxious about their majorities there, that the swing in the rural seats we've been having is way below, about half what it has been in the national results altogether so far.
Let's move on to Durham, and Charles Grey, a cheerful miner who's a government whip, has held this seat. It's one of these rock-solid Labour seats in the northeast.
2% swing to Labour there, turnout down quite a lot.
Edinburgh East, Mr. Willis has held this seat for Labour. It was very marginal in 1959, but it's obviously...
4.4% swing there. They could have done with some of that swing in Edinburgh Pentlands, which has only had a 2.5% swing and just was failed to be won by 4%, 44 votes.
For John Silkin, we've seen his brothers got back already. He was a government whip. He was responsible for the last Parliament for the business of pairing, which was a very difficult operation. We only got a majority of 3. Oldham West. Leslie Hale, the man who's got the talks faster than anybody else in the House of Commons, holds the seat with a slightly increased majority. East Leigh, this is an interesting one. David Price has held this for the Conservatives. It was one that was quite on the cards the Conservatives would lose. David Price has held it, a majority of 700. He's one of their front-bench spokesmen on science and technology.
Only 1.3% swing there.
Mr. Heath will be glad to see him holding that one. Fife East, this is safe Conservative territory for at least 30 years or more. Sir John Gilmore's held it.
Only 1% swing there.
And Kensington South, which I suppose is almost the safest Conservative seat in the country, and they've held it, Mr. William Roots.
It is the safest Conservative seat in the country, or has been historically.
And now, let's look up. Here we go for another prediction of the likely majority the Labour Party ought to get. 2:45 in the morning. Overall majority likely to be 101 seats. It's coming down a little bit. 101 seats is what it says now. And now let's go and join Robin Day.
And in Birmingham, we have on the left Mr. Roy Hattersley, Birmingham Sparkbrook, with a 9% swing there. Mr. Brian Walden of All Sense, a 7% swing to you there. And Mr. Woodrow Wyatt, Bosworth. I haven't got a note of your swing. You know it off by heart, Woodrow?
Well, I think it's about 6%, but I haven't worked it out.
Not quite as good as the others, but you put your majority up, didn't you?
Thank you very much.
Can I, don't thank me, can I ask you, Woodrow, a couple of questions? Do you feel you were right to have advocated a Lib-Lab pact in the light of this result?
Yes, certainly, because at the time, electorally, it looked as though we mightn't do the job by ourselves. After I first started advocating that before the last election, and I think that kind of advocacy helped the Labour Party in one way and another to move towards the sort of policy which did not seem to Liberals to be so doctrinaire, or potential Liberals to be so doctrinaire, that they couldn't vote for it. And I think a lot of people who perhaps hesitated at the last election before coming over to Labour now saw that the Labour government was in fact doing the sort of things which were practical and pragmatic and on their merits, and therefore they wanted them to go on.
But now that the Labour Party is going to go ahead with one aspect of its policy which might be called doctrinaire, namely the nationalisation of iron and steel, how successful do you think your policy has been?
How do you know it's going to go on with it?
Because they say so in their manifesto, and I have the word of the Prime Minister.
Oh, yes. Well, they said that in their manifesto last time. We also said we were going to abandon our independent nuclear deterrent in our last manifesto.
Will you vote for the nationalisation of iron and steel if it is brought in?
Well, it depends entirely on what happens, because if you remember, George Brown made the steel industry an offer that if they would come forward with something short of 100% ownership, the government would seriously consider it. They have not yet done so, so there are two sides to this bargain. And if the steel industry don't move, of course I can't do anything about it.
Mr. Hattersley, could you come in there? Do you think that the Labour Party is likely to compromise on steel when they have a majority of 100 plus?
I think it's certainly not certain that it won't compromise. I don't even agree with your implication that the compromise, as you describe it, of last year was a result of the small majority. The compromise, if that's what it was, and I argue with your term, was the result of the Labour Party in government for 18 months having other priorities which it had to discharge first. I'm sure steel was always in our programme, I'm sure it will remain in our programme, and I'm sure it will pass into law during the next 5 years.
Why do you think you did so well in your constituency, Mr. Hattersley?
I think the Prime Minister's standing, principally. I think good organisation, secondly. And thirdly, the fact that Birmingham, which in a sense put the Labour government on trial in 1964, found that the government had lived up to the expectations, found the government had in fact preserved prosperity, had shared prosperity much more fairly than its predecessor. In a sense, Birmingham is confirming the rather the result that it made in 1964, in a sense putting the government on chance.
Is the scent of ministerial office in your nostrils?
Certainly not, no. This is a matter which I'm sure shouldn't be thought of and hasn't been thought of by me. I've been far too busy during the last 3 months, during the last 3 weeks, trying to make sure that the scent of Westminster remained in my nostrils. I haven't thought about that thing for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks.
A lot of people have in the press, though. Mr. Walden, how are you?
Very well.
Are you satisfied with the result?
Extremely satisfied, yes.
Did you have any trouble with race or immigration in that area?
Well, as a matter of fact, Robin, I think in Birmingham we have killed 2 bogies. We first of all killed the immigration bogey, stone dead. And we've also killed the idea which many Birmingham Tories firmly thought would work in their favour, namely that prosperity was only safe under a Conservative government. That, I think, principally is responsible for the very large swings in Birmingham.
Would you like to see, as a Labour Member of Parliament, would you like to see a government reconstruction?
Well, that's entirely a matter for the Prime Minister.
I know, but would you like to see it? You're a free man.
Well, again, that's a judgment for him. I imagine there will be a reconstruction for a number of reasons. I don't myself think it will be a very major one, but you must ask Harold about that.
Well, I don't. I'm not on Christian name terms with him, but thank you very much
you
indeed. Thank you.
Yes, a surprising revelation to many of us, I may say. Can we now give you a correction? That is to the Ealing South result. We gave the wrong Liberal vote. We gave 473, and it should have been 4,743. This is a PA error in the transmission. All right, so it should have been 4743, as it was there. All right? And now let's take a look at the State of the Parties board at 2:51.
Well, with just a handful of results to come, there you can see the picture. Labour 302, exactly, almost exactly, twice as many seats as the Conservatives at 149, with a scatteration of Liberals and the two others at the bottom. Labour's 41 gains, Conservatives 42 losses, and not a single gain. I keep coming back to the point that I can't remember an election in which, well, it goes way back, we've had a situation with not a single gain for the losing side. The 42 Conservative losses are, of course, almost all to Labour, one, however, to Republican Labour in Northern Ireland. The party lead position, therefore, at 252 on the party lead board is Labour lead of 153. A lead that will not quite stay at that figure by tomorrow because the Conservative rural areas are to come. The swing has not been so great in those rural areas to Labour. It could come down under 100. It could come down into the 90s or so tomorrow in those results that are to come, the 170 odd tomorrow. At 252 then, that's his position.
And seeing the night out in Trafalgar Square, my colleague, I see, Alan Wicker, still smiling, even though it's the best part of 5 minutes to 3 in the morning, and surrounded, I see, once again, Wicker, by pretty girls.
It's been a long and cold night, despite the pretty girls, but there's still several thousand here, and the fountains are flowing free at last. Now, what about, may I ask you, sir, how did you vote?
I voted Communist.
Did you? How do you feel about the results up to now?
Well, I'm very pleased that the Labour Party has got in, but I feel that they are intending to move to the right slightly, more to the left wing.
They're moving to the right, are they? Do you think that they're moving to the right? The Labour Party?
No, I don't really think so.
May I ask you how you voted?
Conservative.
Did you?
Yes.
You're fairly depressed now, presumably.
Well, yes, I am rather, because I think that Mr. Heath will probably do more for Rhodesia than Mr. Wilson has been doing.
For Rhodesia?
Yes.
Oh, you're Rhodesian, are you?
Yes, I am.
I see. So you're not feeling too happy now?
No.
What about you? No. What do you think tomorrow is going to bring for you?
I don't think it'll make very much difference, actually.
It won't?
No.
May I ask you how you voted?
I voted Conservative.
Are you no depression in your house?
Yes, I'm disappointed, yes.
Mildly disappointed?
Mildly.
How do you feel about these results?
Well, I'm quite happy the way things are going about Labour, and there's no doubt about it. I reckon they'll win.
Do you?
Definitely.
You've noticed, have you? I see. What do you think will happen?
I feel Labour will commit us more deeply to international debt and will fail to bring us into Europe.
Yes, that's very possible. Now, what else do you see?
I see no solution to Rhodesia, which is a pressing problem. I see no amelioration in the pound. In fact, I see total failure for the next 5 years.
It's a very solemn prognostication. Are you as solemn as it?
Well, I'm not quite as solemn as my friend, but, you know, democracy doesn't favour continuity, and at least we have a stable government. I just wonder whether the people who voted for the Labour Party today will be quite so jubilant in 3 years' time. Personally, I rather doubt it.
You doubt it? Do you doubt it?
Yes.
What do you think is going to happen?
Well, for one thing, we will become more and more dependent on America. It's Britain for itself is going down. No one seems to keep up sort of the standards on which Britain is based, and you know, then just not sort of you know. I think it's very important to get into Europe.
How much longer are you going to stay here in Trafalgar Square tonight?
Oh, I don't know.
I think we've all been here quite long enough, don't you? Alan Wicker, Trafalgar Square.
Thank you very much indeed, I must say. Now, David Butler, what are the chances in a random sample of finding a communist? Because that's who we began with.
Something like, who actually voted communist.
Who voted communist?
Something like 150 to 1.
Sure, that's not a bad chance for Wicker. Now, let's get some more results.
Carmarthen, and a famous name in politics, Lady Megan Lloyd George holds a seat for Labour, which she won off the Liberals, having changed her own party nearly 10 years ago.
She won this without campaigning because she was ill and wasn't able to take part in the election.
Rowley Regis and Tipton, this is a new MP. Arthur Henderson has retired, and this is Peter Archer, a young barrister takes over as the new MP for Rowley Regis.
5.5% swing, big swing in the West Midlands.
Antrim South and Sir Knox Cunningham, who used to be Harold Macmillan's PPS, among other things, a very good boxer.
But an 8.5% swing to Labour in Antrim South.
West Fife, and Mr. William Hamilton holds the seat for Labour, which he won some years back off the Communists. Mr. Hamilton is one of the main question time gadflies.
The Communists saved their deposit, the first time that they've saved their deposit in a couple of elections.
Sheffield Atcliffe, John Hind, he's been there for 22 years. London Bethnal Green, a new member, Percy Holman's retired. This is William Hilton, takes over the seat for the Labour Party, a safe Labour seat.
3% swing.
Essex South East, Bernard Brain, who's been there for 16 years, holds the seat for the Conservatives. This is one of many seats which will be carved up for redistribution. It's got to over 85,000.
2.5% swing.
Dunbartonshire West, Tom Steele holds it for Labour. He's been there for 16 years.
2.8% swing.
You see, it's a long, hard night for someone down at the Labour Party headquarters. A lot of envious people around here too. Come on, Ian, on with the results.
Now, where have we got to? We skipped Dunbartonshire East, but a month. London Vauxhall, George Truss, former minister. There we are, Dunbartonshire East. We're back. Cyril Bentz held the seat for Labour.
1.3 swing.
It's been Labour for over 40 years. Gloucestershire South, this is one the Conservatives might have lost, but Captain Caulfield, Frederick Caulfield, has held it with a reduced majority.
That's one more very good result, because they actually have been hanging on to quite a large number of seats that should have gone on the current swing. I've noted they've held on to Ayr and Eastleigh and Burton and Cathcart and Lowestoft and Pentlands and Devonport and Stroud. All of them ones that was a better than even chance of their losing on the national swing we've been having tonight.
I've taken the result from Leek, and it's Harold Davis, Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Pensions, our man in Hanoi. This, at one time, was a very marginal seat, but as you can say, Mr. Davis now has a pretty comfortable majority.
2.9% swing.
London Vauxhall, George Strauss, minister in the Attlee government, but not in the Wilson government.
2.5% swing.
David Butler was mentioning just now the national swing. Let's go across to Robert Mackenzie and hear about the national swing now.
Well, here's roughly where it is now, just above 3%, pointing to a Labour majority of somewhere around 100. I think on the evidence David was giving a moment ago, it may well turn out to be a little under 100 when all comes in tomorrow. Now, this is quite a bit below, indeed markedly below, what the swing seemed to be like in the early results when it was around 4%. And it's well below the average of the opinion polls, which was pointing to something like 150 Labour majority when you averaged out their results, and we'll look at them in rather more detail in a moment. Now, if we assume for the moment that Labour is going to have a majority of 100 or just under, I'd like to, for a moment, to compare this to some of the big majorities that we've had in history in this century. Assuming for a moment that Labour's overall majority is going to appear here as 100 or just under, and the percentage share of the vote probably just under 50. Then we compare it with the biggest recent win, Conservatives in 1959 under Harold Macmillan, 100 overall majority, almost the same as this, almost the same share of the vote. This election is, in a sense, the mirror image of that one in 1959. Labour's position compared to 45 is almost certainly going to be a smaller overall majority, considerably smaller, but perhaps a slightly greater share of the vote than they got in 1945. Here are other famous big wins in this century. Conservatives in 35, huge win. The National Government, mainly Conservative, an overwhelming win. 1906, the Liberals with 130 majority and well over half the votes cast. That's the picture then in this century of other big wins. The opinion polls, just worth recalling what they were saying, we showed you at the beginning of the program. All of them were predicting majorities considerably larger, in the case of the Daily Express, overwhelmingly larger than Labour is now going to get. Every one is larger than Labour is likely to get. On these figures, the Research Services and the Observer may well end up as being the one that got nearest to the actual result. Now, there's an element of chance in this, as the pollsters themselves will admit. A variation of a point or so, one way or the other, could be statistical wobble. At the same time, it is striking that all the pollsters predicted much bigger majorities than Labour is now going to get, especially if the rural swing tomorrow proves to be smaller than was expected.
First, let's deal with some of the results tonight that we've got coming in.
Let's take Macclesfield first, and Sir Arthur Vere Harvey holds the seat with a reduced majority.
2% swing.
Walsall North, the other half of Walsall, this is always held fairly comfortably by Labour. William Wells has held this for over 20 years.
Almost 4% swing.
And Knutsford. And Sir Walter Bromley Devonport, the man with the loudest voice in the House of Commons, holds his seat.
The Liberals just keep second place there.
Holds it quite comfortably. He's also a very good cricketer. And in the House of Commons cricket team, he will be joined by Michael Winstanley, who is the new Liberal MP for Cheadle, whom I think we may hear of in a moment.
Yes, we haven't, have we? We haven't heard from Cheadle.
No, indeed.
And now let's go up, take a look at the state of the parties at 3:02. Here we are, the state of the parties board.
Not more than 2 or 3 results now to come. Labour with just double the number of seats of the Conservatives there in the first column. Liberals with 5, which represents 1 net gain. There are 2 losses and 2 gains and 1 loss, 1 net gain. The Conservatives have not been able to make a single gain, as you'll see in their line across opposite the Conservatives. So the position then on the party lead board, which is now we're going to look at just at 2 minutes after 3, the party lead board will show Labour leading 153 over the Conservatives, a figure that is bound to shrink as the rural results come in tomorrow, with Labour's result looking like something in the way of 100 over the Conservatives, perhaps 110, perhaps 90, as things sort themselves out tomorrow. We've got perhaps 2 or 3 more results tonight, and then tomorrow you'll see about 170 to come. Cliff.
Now let's go and join Robin Day, who's been talking with a Liberal winner.
Dr. Michael Winstanley.
Yes,
And you are now in Manchester, are you?
I'm in Manchester.
Well, that's very good of you to go. Can I ask you a little about yourself, in case some of our viewers don't know as much about you as they will now have to? You're a doctor?
Yes, I'm a doctor.
And you practice?
I practice a lot of things, but as a doctor, amongst others, yes.
And you're on the television, too?
I've done a lot of television of one kind and another, yes.
What as?
Well, medical programmes, current affairs programmes, the sort of things which you do. Only I've done them up in the north.
But under your own, do you do them under your own name as a doctor?
Oh, I've done programmes under my own name as a doctor, some, yes.
Is that allowed?
Well, I think if you're doing programmes one day about politics and everybody sees your name, it seems a bit silly to suddenly appear and be anonymous the next day, doesn't it?
Yes. You're being described, or rather your constituency is being described this evening as the Northern Orpington. Is the parallel exact?
I think it's similar. It's a division which we've worked. This hasn't happened all at once. It isn't some sudden thing.
How do you account for the fact that you did apparently very much better than as a Liberal compared to nearby constituencies where the Liberal vote dropped pretty heavily?
I think that there's nothing breeds success like success. We've got an astonishing record in Cheadle. 7,000 votes in 1955, 15,500 in 1959, 25,220 last time, and I think an awful lot of people who favour Liberal policies suddenly noticed that it was worthwhile voting for them.
What do you think about the Liberal showing so far in this, with what appears to be a general drop in the Liberal share of the vote?
Well, I haven't seen much of it. I've been rather involved in other things, but there may have been so. I think that this will tend to happen in certain places, but I do think that what has happened here in Cheadle ought to give immense encouragement to the people who are voting Liberal elsewhere.
Broadly speaking, with a big Labour majority, and bearing in mind that Joe Grimond has led the Liberal Party towards the left rather than to the right in the last few years, what do you think the role of the Liberal members, however many there are, is going to be under this big Labour majority?
The role of the Liberal members is what it's always been. That is to support liberalism and to oppose illiberalism wherever it happens to come from. Thus we shall oppose steel nationalisation, land nationalisation, all these sort of things. We shall try, do our best to exert pressure to direct the Labour government towards the sort of things upon which we've got some agreement. We may have some success, I don't know, we may not. But at least these are the sort of things we can do. This is all we can do. That is, support the things we agree with and oppose the things we disagree with, wherever they happen to come from.
Have you got any special interest of your own, Dr. Winstanley, which you would like to put forward perhaps in the form of legislation or a change made?
I have a whole number of things. One in particular I think I might mention. Last time in this division, when we ourselves polled 25,220 votes, which was the highest Liberal vote in Britain, we felt vaguely that these Liberals were disenfranchised. And I think that the defeated member, Mr. William Shepherd, has a perfectly good complaint in that he has polled 31,000 votes, which is very much more than most of the members of this Parliament will have polled, and he isn't a member. In other words, I hope he may join us in a campaign for a reform of an electoral system like this.
Well, I asked Mr. Ted Short about that a couple of hours ago up in Newcastle, and he said the matter was before the Speakers' Conference, and
yes,
that's as much as I got out of him. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Winstanley, for coming along so early or late in the morning, whichever you like to call it.
Thank you too.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
It was Dr. Michael Winstanley. He was the Liberal who won Cheadle. Now, David Butler, you're straining at the leash to get rid of some of your figures.
Well, there are three points, if I can make them. Firstly, on racialism, which was a great feature of the 1964 campaign. There were 8 candidates in this election who stood specifically on racialist platforms. They got about 4% of the vote on average. This was just about half what similar candidates got in the last election, these independent people who were making an issue of immigration. And the swing in the seats where there was an immigration issue, the swing between Conservative and Labour, was roughly the national average or the regional average. There was no indication that immigration was making a difference. The second point I'd like to make is just looking down at the swing in the big cities. How far have we been behaving as a relatively uniform country? Well, in every city, the swing has been between under 7% and over 2%. Birmingham, as in 1945, has much the biggest swing, 6.9%. Glasgow, as in 1945, has much the smallest swing, 2.5%. The only other ones that are out of line, Bradford 5.4 and Sheffield 5.3 at the top end of the scale. Outer London and Liverpool at the bottom end of the scale, and Bristol down just over 3%. The last point I'd like to make is about tomorrow's results. Looking at the results last time in '64, we do find that the swing was about half on the second day results what it was on the night. And these were mainly from rural areas, and it does seem that this is going to happen again. However, I should warn you that the computer prediction has taken, as far as it can, this into account. So you mustn't think that the actual projected figure will necessarily fall because the swing will be lower. That has already been taken account in the projected final result.
Good. And now we're going down to the Labour Party headquarters and join Peter Woon. Peter?
And it's certainly been a great night here at Transport House. The hall echoing time after time with cheers for Labour results like Smethwick and so on. So different from the cliff-hanging time of 18 months ago. But what now, with 5 years of government ahead of them, do some of the young Labour Party workers look to the future for? What sort of things do you want the new government to do?
Well, I hope that now we've got a 5-year period of government, we can carry on and implement all our domestic policy pledges of 1964. And, however, I hope that the foreign policy will become a bit more enlightened now.
What do you mean by enlightened?
Well, I don't like the way the government has been supporting American policy in Vietnam.
And you hope that with the bigger majority they won't need to?
Well, I consider they're even further right-wing than some American senators, so I hope that they won't continue to do this.
Do you agree with that?
Well, what I want to see is the Labour government carry out all the pledges which are in the manifesto without fear of obstruction from the opposition. They must have this mandate to govern, and I think they've got it now.
What about a young lady? Now, what sort of things do you want this government to do?
Well, I think it's most important that Britain should be economically stable, and after that perhaps they can improve the welfare services.
Don't you want anything for the younger people, though?
Well, I think that that's what the young people want. I think that the needy,
stable Britain.
Yes, and also healthy, and the old and the needy looked after.
And another young lady, what sort of things do you want from this government?
I too agree. I think they should think more of the poorer people, the poorer classes who've been living in all those, well, I'm a foreigner, you see, in all those old houses, and they should think more of them.
What sort of things do you want from modern Britain?
I particularly desire an integrated foreign and home policy. And it's the only way we can get the financial resources that are present being expended abroad back into policies such as education and health services at home, which I believe are essential for Britain at the moment.
And nothing specially for younger people?
Well, I believe that these policies will percolate down to the younger people as time goes on.
I think this is going to be a good government?
I think it will be a strong government. I hope it will be a good government.
And is Mr. Harold Wilson going to be a good Prime Minister?
One would hope so. We've been canvassing for him for a considerable time now.
You're not convinced?
I'm not convinced, but I have strong hopes.
You think they've all seem to think they've got to prove themselves still?
No, I think Harold Wilson has proved himself over the last 18 months to be a worthy and respectable representative of Britain to the whole world, and he has really put Britain on the map, as it were, without sounding too patriotic.
Good, well, thank you. Some thoughts very early in the morning from Transport House. Peter Woon, Labour Party headquarters.
Whilst we're at Transport House, we thought we could, at that time, take the opportunity to give you the whole long list of the 42 Labour gains that we've had so far in.
There is an additional one, in fact, I gather, on that list, which we haven't mentioned before, that Labour has gained Croydon South, which...
here it is, just coming in now.
That's it. That means that Sir Richard Thompson has lost a seat which he's held for some years.
Only a 2.3% swing was needed for that.
So that's another gain then to Labour. Down in the southeast, gives us an opportunity to go across to David Holmes.
I was going to give you a list, in fact, of the gains which we'd had in the southeast. There's something
We've already done that for you.
Half the national gains of 42, we've had 17 with that one we just heard of from Croydon South. About the swing in the southeast here, earlier in the evening, you remember, or earlier in the morning, we were quite separate from the national one, which was much higher than its present position of just over 3. We've come up to just under 3, but there are some extraordinary variations within the region all the same. Perhaps the most eccentric of them is the one in Brighton Kemp Town after a recount, which was something under 1% swing, compared with Brighton Pavilion next door, where there was a 4.5% swing. Now, it has been said, Bob Mackenzie was saying a little while ago, that the swing seemed to be less in the rural seats than it is in the urban ones. We've got an example of that in Essex, to the northeast of London here, where some of the seats on the outer edge of the GLC area are registering a swing of something like 3.2%. As soon as you get outside in the country, into the commuter mixed with industrial belt, it falls to 2.2. But the interesting thing is that when you get out here to the coastal towns, Harwich constituency, which is in this area, including Frinton and Walton and Clacton, down to the South End seats, it rises again to 3.4. There's one other aspect of the southeast, and this takes up a point David Butler was making just now, and that is seats where immigration was expected to be an issue. If this was so in the Midlands, it was so in some of the London seats. Looking at 4 of the London seats where this might have come up, Willesden East, Southall, Eton and Slough and Deptford, in 2 of which, Southall and Deptford, there were specific independent candidates standing on a racialist ground. The swing, in fact, has been much greater than the regional swing, much greater, in fact, than the national swing. Willesden, for instance, where Reginald Freeson stood, who was the man who stood out most prominently against the government's white paper on immigration and wanted it liberalised substantially. He has achieved one of the greatest swings in inner London, 6.5%. So it seems that what Brian Walden was saying from Birmingham a little while earlier is absolutely true of London too, that perhaps the immigration bogey has been killed.
Shall we first of all take that...
Here's the confirmation of the Croydon South. Labour gaining Croydon South after 2 recounts. The Liberals were standing there for the first time ever. That's the latest, the 42nd seat that Labour's gained in this juggernaut, which is going to change the face of politics.
Only the second majority of under 100 that we've had tonight.
I must say, people like David Holmes and myself, who go down to the House of Commons every day and sit up in the press gallery, it would be unusual to find ourselves sitting there with a House of Commons that is going to look forward 3 or 4 years, 5 years before the next election. For 3 years now we've been, in a sense, on the brink of an early election. It's going to be a great change in politics, this great movement towards Labour to a large majority government, which we've had during the night.
Well, here it is at 3:15. Results declared 460. I think this is a good time, David Butler, to ask you for a summary of the night's events, with us being going the best part of 6 hours.
Well, the picture has been of not a very wide variation of swing. Almost everywhere the swing has been to Labour. There has been not a single swing in anything remotely marginal to the Conservatives compared to 1964. The turnout overall has been down by about 1%, I believe, and this represents a very real fall in interest compared to the last election. the fall in interest does seem quite likely to have been rather concentrated among Conservatives. The lower the turnout, the greater the swing against the Conservatives. The Liberal vote has fallen everywhere. In many cases where they were getting second place, their vote has still fallen down, and they've dropped back to third place, dropping about 5% of the vote. But they have, in certain critical places, held up extremely well. We still have to face tomorrow a number of results, but the number of seats that are likely to change hands tomorrow is extremely small. And it is perhaps worth just mentioning there are only 5 or 6 which are likely to change hands between Conservative and Labour. South Bedfordshire, possibly High Peak, possibly Malden in Essex, Norfolk South, Norfolk South West, Peterborough, Yarmouth, all of these East Anglian ones, and Rushcliffe, where Sir Martin Redmayne looks in danger. But then there are a certain number of seats involving the Liberals in the West Country and the north of Scotland, which could change hands. But the actual amount of doubt about results and seats tomorrow is fairly small now on the basis of the results we've had so far.
And now, I see for the very first time this evening, we've got Kenneth... well, I was coming over to you, Kenneth Harris. I'm not, but don't go away because we're going to Harold Webb at the Northern Desk.
Well, could we just have a look at the way the votes have gone in the north of England? Here's the national swing running just under 3%, and here's the swing for the whole of the north of England, covering about 168 seats, coming up to 4%, 3.9. Now, this is very much in line with the national opinion polls, almost exactly the figure that they were talking about, 3.9%. The Gallup polls, incidentally, had forecast in the northwest a staggering swing of 8%, which of course would have meant 15 Labour gains. Well, that hasn't happened. Now, this is the area here in the northwest of the country, in Lancashire, the heavily concentrated industrial areas of Lancashire, where right from the very beginning the Conservatives began to lose this election. Because if they were to confound the pollsters, they should have started to make gains in this particular area. Well, they didn't do so, and in fact, up to now, Labour has made 5 gains already. Bebington, Geoffrey Howe, the Liberal-minded Conservative, has gone there. The Deputy Speaker, Sir Sam Story, has gone from Stretford. Sir John Barlow has gone from Hayward and Royton. These black triangles indicate Labour gains. And of course, Julian Amery has gone from Preston. And a little higher up here on another map, Lancaster has gone, Humphrey Berkeley has also gone. Let's just have a look at the situation in the West Riding of Yorkshire. Still a number of results to come in. They'll be declared tomorrow. The Liberals here, of course, made their big gain in Colne Valley, just as they made another gain down here in Cheadle, in Cheshire. In fact, overall, I suppose the Liberals really have more to boast about in this election in the north of England than anyone. They have now got 2 MPs back in Parliament. They haven't had one out of 168 seats for 18 months. I think it's back to you, Cliff.
Well, it's me to go to where I was going to before I went to you, if you see what I mean. That's Kenneth Harris, who's sitting very patiently in the corner of the studio.
Well, sitting with me here on my left, Andrew Schonfield, Director of Studies at Chatham House, and on his left, Nigel Lawson, the editor of The Spectator, and on his left, Bob Carville, the political correspondent of the Evening Standard. Well, assuming that the Labour Party are going to be returned by a majority of about 100, how do you account for their success, Andrew Schonfield?
I'm inclined to think that the real factor is the failure of confidence in the Tories rather than anything positive and new that has happened to the Labour Party. What I mean is this, that this failure of confidence had happened before 1964, but there was a lack of sureness that this lot could govern. Once they demonstrated they could, the mood which existed in 64 manifested itself in a reinforced way in 66. This is, I think, what happened.
Nigel Lawson?
I think the main reason is quite a simple one, that I think the Labour Party has won on you never had it so good. The fact is, as the Labour government has told us time and time again, unemployment is now at its lowest for 10 years. And, of course, when this happens, the government is very popular. The paradox is that the reason unemployment is so low is because the government in its economic policies has been trying to increase unemployment and has failed to do so. It will no doubt succeed in doing so in the months ahead, but this is after the election.
How disappointed do you think the Conservatives should feel if, in fact, the Labour Party do get in with a majority of 100?
Well, obviously disappointed, but not surprised. I mean, the polls were showing a Labour majority of considerably greater than this. In fact, this is the worst result for the polls that I can remember.
Bob Carville?
I think a great many people haven't been much moved by the arguments in this campaign at all. They think that the Labour Party hasn't made an awfully brilliant job of it, but it hasn't made a much worse job than the Tories. They feel that the Tories had 13 years, that the Labour Party has had 17 months, and that the Labour Party is entitled to a bit longer to prove itself. As for the Tories, I think that this result in the circumstances is rather better than Ted Heath might have hoped for. He had to fight this campaign too soon, both for himself and for the party. And if he's failed simply because he hasn't been able to perform a miracle.
Now, assuming the Labour Party get a majority of 100, what do you expect from them, Andrew Schonfield?
I think I'd expect them to be more decisive in their management of the home economy than they've been. They have been innovators, but the thing which came to the surface in the rebellion over the nationalisation of steel with Woodrow Wyatt and Donnelly was, I think, a manifestation of an inner weakness which had inhibited them from trying out a number of experiments that they've got in the pipeline. So I think on the home front, this can only do positive good. When you come to foreign policy, the matter seems to me to be much more open, because it may give the inner group within the cabinet, and particularly the Prime Minister, the feeling that he has a vote of confidence in a view of Britain's place in world affairs, which I believe is an odd, interesting, but not fully revealed view, which the public has not given him a mandate for because they don't understand what it's about. That is to say, a view of Britain as being a different kind of power from any other power in Europe. This is, I think, the essence of the foreign policy which is now been emerging from the Labour government, and I feel that there you may find a tendency to assume that this has now got a big mandate behind it, whereas I think the mandate has come about the domestic economy and its more efficient management.
What would you expect from a Labour majority of 100, Nigel Lawson?
I think probably Wilson will try and go on in very much the same sort of way as he has been. I think that there will be obviously differences emerging within the Labour Party, I mean, which there has been a unity maintained by the pressure of a small majority. This I would expect to go over a period, more dissent within the Labour benches. I think too that one needs to look at the other side of the Conservatives. Of course, Wilson is greatly strengthened by this big majority, but also the threat of an election at any moment was very unsettling to the Conservative opposition. And I think that the absence now of this threat, the fact that they know they've got 4 or 5 years in which to find themselves, in which to become a really effective opposition, will help them a great deal, particularly since I think Ted Heath has fought a very good campaign.
What would you expect, Bob Carville?
Well, I don't expect, as Schonfield said, I think very much difference in the policies at all. But what I think the most noticeable thing will be is a change in the whole temper of Parliament, and particularly the temper of government. I think we'll have no more of this instant government stuff from 10 Downing Street. I think Wilson will now settle down to a long haul. As for the Parliamentary Labour Party, I think that discipline is bound to be relaxed a bit. I think that the nonconformists will certainly have a lot more to say for themselves. I think that we're not back at the 1945 position in the House. The majority isn't going to be so big, but nevertheless, I think we will be having more dissent, as Nigel Lawson says. And quite soon, I should imagine, on some issues. I think that the character of the parliamentary party is going to be much changed. I was watching the results coming in, and it seems to me that the new chaps are mainly from the professional classes, a lot of teachers, a lot of university lecturers, very few manual workers. I think the intellectuals are strengthened, and the trade union group may be relatively weaker. This usually spells trouble for the Labour Party. As for the Tories, they certainly have got plenty of time to sort themselves out now. And I imagine they'll stop issuing pamphlets and start thinking what the Tory party really should be about.
Could I put a last question to you, very briefly? What do you think will happen to the Liberals as a result of this election, Andrew Schonfield?
I think that the Liberal successes, such as they've been, demonstrate that underlying this is the dissatisfaction with the Tories and the interest in the alternatives, and they have no reason to feel dissatisfied with this result, even to feel encouraged that they have a continuing role in British politics.
Nigel Lawson?
Yes, in the circumstances, I don't think this is at all a bad result for the Liberals.
I think they've had a very good night in the circumstances.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew Schonfield, Nigel Lawson, Bob Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Back to Cliff.
And now a word from Michael Barrett.
Just ahead of the national swing to Labour. It's now fractionally, if you can just see it. The national swing is just over 3%, the Midland swing is about 3.5%. But if you begin to look at this in particular areas, then the picture varies greatly. In Birmingham itself, as David Butler was saying a moment or two ago, the swing has been very nearly 7%. Moving eastwards in Nottingham and Leicester, both these cities share a 4.4% swing. And going further east again, and this is where the interest will go tomorrow, in East Anglia, it's down to about 3.2%. This means there are going to be some fascinating results to come in tomorrow. It looks at this stage as if 2 Norfolk seats will go to Labour. It looks even as if Anthony Fell's seat at Yarmouth, which he's held for 15 years, he's one of the personalities of the area, this too could go. Another one is Bury St Edmunds, where Eldon Griffiths holds quite a reasonable majority, but there was a 10,000 Liberal vote last time. There is no Liberal standing this time, and this could be yet another of the cliffhangers to come to us tomorrow.
Well, so far we've had 460 results declared tonight. This great pipeline of ours has been flooding them through as quickly as possible. And for those of you who have been writing them down, you may have noticed that 1 or 2 of them have got just clogged up in the pipeline. Well, we've now got 3 of them altogether, 1, 2, 3. So can we go through the 3 of them at the end?
Birmingham Perry Bar. This is a seat which the Conservatives, Dr. Wyndham Davis, won for the Conservatives against the swing at the last election. Labour has now won it back with a comfortable majority. Birmingham Yardley. This is the seat which Mr. Jon Evans won off the Conservatives in 1964, won off Mr. Cleaver. There's been a replay, but as you can see, Mr. Evans has pushed up his majority quite a lot.
7.3% swing there, just about the Birmingham average, 6.9.
And the last of these 3, Glasgow Woodside, which was a Conservative seat during the 50s. Labour got it back in a by-election in 62, and they've held on to it.
1.7% swing there, just below the Glasgow average of 2.6.
That's our trio. One thing which does stand out, I think, very clearly, is that this is, in effect, the sort of unfinished business of the 1964 general election.
Well, now let's go and meet the youngest member that you'll be looking down from that gather of yours upon, Ian, Robin Day.
And with me in Cardiff is Mr. Edward Rowlands. And good morning, Mr. Rowlands.
Good morning.
And you were born in January 1940, I believe.
That's true, yes.
Which makes you, I think, probably the first wartime baby to enter the House of Commons at all.
So George Thomas tells me.
Oh, I didn't, that's interesting. By the way, your opponent, Mr. Box, not only lost his seat, but he also had his house burgled today.
I didn't realise that.
Yes, he lost all sorts of things. Did you have your house burgled?
No, no, no. I live in a flat.
Well, you better hurry up and get back. What, you are a teacher by profession?
I'm a lecturer, yes, at the Welsh College of Advanced Technology.
What do you lecture in?
Modern history and government.
Can you tell us why, what the issues were particularly in Cardiff North? Leasehold reform was one, wasn't it?
That was one of the, I think, the local issue that paid rich dividends because the Labour candidates, or Labour members now, George Thomas and Jim Callan, have fought very vigorously on this issue, and I think they've done a very good job.
And docks?
Docks came up because, of course, Mr. Heath decided that Portbury was the best scheme during the period of election fever, and I don't think this was a very good idea at all. I mean, obviously it should have been decided upon rational grounds rather than election grounds.
Do you think that the Liberal withdrawal in your constituency helped you in the sense that they voted for you?
I think it did. I think radical and progressive voters in Cardiff North did align themselves with me.
Are you on the left or on the right of the Labour Party?
I'm just a member of the Labour Party at the moment.
I know, but do you think you'll be on the left or on the right on the issues which one talks about when one's talking about left and right?
I'm not quite sure yet. I'll decide when I come up to the House.
Well, you better find out pretty quick. But anyway, congratulations. All the best people get into Parliament very young, you know.
Thank you very much indeed.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
And all of a sudden there are those among us who feel very old indeed. One of the interesting points that we shall be watching tomorrow, as we have tonight, is the Southwest. Let's join Tony Barker.
Labour has had a rather patchy record so far in the Southwest region. It is true that they have made spectacular victories, particularly at Plymouth Sutton and at Exeter, which were certainly in excess of local expectations. In Bristol, we've now got the same picture as there was before the 1959 Conservative advances. Bristol is now 5-1 in favour of Labour. But of the two famous Bristol marginals which didn't go to Labour last time, North East has gone crashingly in their favour, but Mr Martin McLaren, a well-known local constituency member of Parliament who fought an almost entirely personal campaign, barely mentioning the Conservative Party, for example, in his election address, has cut the swing right down, and if he goes on being Conservative candidate for that seat, he's going to be much nearer taking it back than Mr Alan Hopkins could possibly be across in Bristol North East. Generally speaking, Labour has done much better further down the peninsula. In Plymouth Devonport, they almost took the seat away from another popular local member, Dame Joan Vickers. They got a 3.6% swing there. They needed a shade under 4. They took Sutton, as I've just said, by 4.9%, a tremendous victory. They did well at Tiverton, and they did well at Exeter. But they've done much less well in the other parts of the region. In Wessex and Sevenside, and in the south of the region around Portsmouth and Southampton. Looking at Bristol as a whole, although we've now got back to the 5-1 position in favour of Labour, the swing to Labour has only been 3%. And this is, as David Butler mentioned a few moments ago, well down the list of the nation's big cities. Bristol, it seems, may still have local reasons for not being quite so sure of moving to Labour as other cities of comparable size with comparable social problems. Disappointments to Labour must include the failure to take South Gloucester, which was rather bracketed with the Bristol marginals because of the belief that the aircraft issue was of much more consequence last time than the comprehensive schools issue or any other local or regional question. Likewise, there was a hope that they would take Stroud. To do that, they would have needed a 3% swing, and in fact Labour have only got 1.4. Turning to the Liberals briefly, they have not done very well, but they have done a little better in the southwest than in the rest of the country. They failed at Chippenham, as we saw earlier, and generally there is a long list of Liberal performances in the south and west where they've come down compared with last time.
Well, going on round the studio, collecting the summaries and opinions, let's now call in on Robert Mackenzie.
Well, summarising the position now, it seems to me to be this, that when the night began, we were quoting the opinion polls who pointed on average to a Labour majority of around 150. This would have been precisely a repetition of the 1945 position when Labour had that commanding position in Parliament. Now, as the results came in, that hasn't quite happened. It now looks overwhelmingly as if Labour's majority will be in the vicinity rather of 100, give or take 10 either way. In other words, Labour's position will be very like that of the Tories in 1959, when Mr Macmillan came back with a majority of about 100. Now, this is very interesting because a majority of 100 means the government can rule and rule effectively if it's got it in itself for 4 or 5 years. If that happens, if Labour commands the nation and is able to deliver the goods, it could become the natural governing party of this country, something Labour has never been. Labour's been the minority party. One of the anomalies of politics is that in a country so overwhelmingly working class as far as its electorate is concerned, we've got a situation where Labour has normally been in opposition. They could become the natural governing party. Equally, however, 1959 is a reminder of the fact that Labour could lose its majority within 4 or 5 years. The Tories had a 100 majority, they were down to 0 by 1964 and out of office. So we've got a government that can govern, and we've also got the reminder for that government that if it doesn't deliver the goods in a tough-minded and able way, that majority could melt away in 5 years.
Now, let us go over to Esmond Wright on the Scotland desk. Esmond?
Where Scotland is concerned, the picture is a little different from the national UK picture, because out of 460 results and 42 Labour gains, only 2 of those gains have been in Scotland. And oddly enough, they've been outside the central belt. There was this massive 5.7 swing to Labour in Aberdeen South, putting Donald Dewar in place of Lady Tweedsmuir, and there was a 2.7% swing in Berwick and East Lothian. Perhaps the most striking feature in Berwick and East Lothian was the size of the poll. An 85.4% of the vote in a large scattered rural constituency indicates that both Sir William and John P. Mackintosh were both out fighting very hard. Again, these 2 figures are academics. That one of the trends that's emerging tonight is the victory of men who are students of government and who want to see it from the inside. But clearly, if one looks at the broad pattern in Scotland, what has happened is that the Tory party, the Conservatives, the Unionists as they used to be called in Scotland, have failed to get out the vote. The Labour figures are just about where they were 17 months ago, polling roughly the same size. It's the Tories who haven't done this. They've done reasonably well in 1 or 2 cases. For instance, in Glasgow Pollock, which was a seat until 17 months ago one always thought of was a straight Conservative seat. Sir John George's majority there was always 7,500 and beyond. Last time Alec Garrow won this seat and held it, 296 votes. This time his Conservative opponent, Pat Telfer-Spollet, pulled back 1,500 votes, but he had to pull back much more than that because Alec Garrow was stepping his up by some 3,000 and is now making Glasgow Pollock apparently a safe Labour seat. The further point is, of course, the change in housing conditions, which are now clearly running in favour of the Labour Party in Scotland rather than favour of the Tory Party. Back to Cliff.
Well, back to me in order to pass you on to Ian. Now, it's about time you had your summary, too.
Well, I find myself very much in agreement with Bob Mackenzie on dinner. We are seeing an extraordinary change, a major change in the climate of British politics and indeed in the climate of Parliament. Now, after spending about 3 years in Parliament, 3 years or more, twittering on the brink of an election, it seemed all the time, suddenly we can now look forward to 3, 4, 5 years of settled government. Mr. Wilson, having got the timing of his general election thumpingly right, is now in an immensely strong personal position to reconstruct his cabinet and indeed to assert his authority over the Labour Party. The Conservatives are obviously going to face a major problem of reconstruction, but as I think we've seen clearly from one of the things that have been said tonight, notably by Edward Boyle, Mr. Heath's own position has grown immensely in stature even in the 3 weeks of the campaign. My own summing up of what we've seen tonight is quite simply this, that what has happened is what some of us suspected about 1964, that all the local elections, by-elections, opinion polls, swings, enormous swings to Labour in 63 and 64 were true. This was the temper of the nation. Coming up to the 64 election, after 13 years out of office, there was a sudden fear of the unknown of a Labour government. But almost from the moment that Labour came into office, then the unknown was then known, was accepted, and what you are now getting is what would otherwise have happened, in fact, in 1964. To that extent, I agree with what Bob Carville was saying earlier on. Mr. Heath, to reverse that, would have needed a miracle. And this is, miracles are no longer fashionable in politics.
Here we are now at the position of being 20 minutes to 4. The results declared are 460. All our pretty girls, I'm told, have gone to bed. No, they haven't. They've come and joined us. Who said they'd gone to bed? Someone told me they'd gone to bed, but you haven't. Thank you very much indeed for being around here all evening. You've got to be here at 6:30 in the morning, some of you realise that, and so have we. So thank you very much indeed. We've had several appreciative telephone calls saying the girls are much prettier this time. They're younger this time. That's why. Thank you very much indeed. Well, now, here are final look at the STEM parties.
And now, at the time at 20 minutes to 4, BBC One will be opening again at 6 o'clock this morning with the latest state of the parties, and following this, throughout tomorrow, there'll be continuous coverage of the election results as they become available, together with news and comments. But now, until 6 o'clock.
Good morning. I hope there's somebody there, because we're all here again. I tell you, it doesn't seem long ago since last we were here either. I have made the most startling discovery. There is a bird which sits in the middle of the television centre at White City and sings its head off from 4 o'clock until 6. It was my boon companion for our 2 brief, fleeting hours of rest. Now, let us get back to where we were at whatever time it was we left you, and look at the State of Parties board, if we may. There it is, Labour, with 303 seats, 42 gains and 1 loss. Conservatives, 151, with no gains, which was a remarkable thing, as Robert Mackenzie was saying half the night, and 43 losses. The Liberals, with 5 seats, 2 gains, 1 losses. Others, that's the Speaker, a man from Ulster. So there are 2 seats there, 1 gain and no losses. Now if we can look across to the party lead board. Party lead board, the Labour lead over the Conservatives were 152. Results were declared 461, and we expect 169 results to come throughout the day. Now, let's begin. Robert Robinson has been looking at the papers for us. What do they all say, Bob?
Good morning. The papers are jumping up and down like children with a front seat at the circus. Can't blame them, really. Smash Labour win, says the Mirror, unashamedly emotional. Yes, it's a Labour landslide, chimes in the Sun, though the yes sounds as though it still felt there might be a possibility of a no. A landslide for Labour, says the Sketch, going on to report that even though Mr. Heath went to bed without saying he conceded the election, he'd implied as much by announcing that he would conduct the opposition in the next Parliament vigorously. And for those who prefer prose to rhetoric, The Guardian says, in as plain terms as you could wish, Labour back with big majority. But The Guardian allows itself a touch of dramatic license when it says a little lower down its front page, Mr. Wilson conceals his glee. The basis for this deduction appears to be the following incident. Just before the count was announced, Guardian says, he shook hands with his Conservative opponent, Dr. Hobday, and in defiance of all the non-smoking signs, offered him a light for his cigar, kindling his own pipe at the same time. His other opponent, screaming Lord Such, got in on the act, producing a pipe of his own, which he appeared unable to smoke. Naturally, the human element is well to the fore. Mr. Heath puts up a brave face, says The Guardian. The Mirror reports that Mr. George Brown had a working breakfast of bacon and eggs, that Mr. William Johns, an early voter at Redruth, Cornwall, is 102. The Mail has an extremely melancholy picture of Lord Snow apparently leaving the corridors of power, and the Times announces that the nation was taking the ritual seriously. Away from the news pages, which after all can only repeat what's already been heard on radio and television, the Daily Worker and its leader says, vote with your feet, referring to an Easter peace march, and the Sun says, what a relief it's over. It seems to have been with us for months. The Telegraph says, prosaically but undeniably, it may not have been a great or inspiring election campaign, but at any rate, it was a fairly clean one. Incentive and compassion, there's the motto for the new administration, clangs the Express, as though it's still on the soapbox that everyone else has put back in the prop cupboard. The Financial Times thinks, not unreasonably, that as far as Mr. Wilson's concerned, the real test for him is still to come. And the Times leads the paper with the words, so the Pope will not, after all, visit Poland in May. Henry Fielding in The Sun, the only gossip columnist who doesn't seem to speak in grunts, proclaims his disaffection for the whole affair by dropping the vowels from any words that refer to the election. The day the Prime Minister announced the date of the election, he says, I fell down in a dreadful fit of boredom. The Mail, committing itself to the dramatic and individual, allots a whole page to the man who stood against Mr. Wilson, the man who stood against Mr. Heath, and the man who stood against Mr. Grimman. See them now, it seems to imply, before they're devoured in the flames of martyrdom. The Mail spends another full page on the man, Mr. Russell Butler, who did his best against Mr. Heath. Mr. Butler, the Mail reports, put up an 8-foot-high oil painting of himself in the front garden of the Labour Party HQ at Bexley Heath. According to the Mail, Mr. Heath's lot said, we don't go in for that sort of thing. And the Liberals said, rather sadly, no, we haven't got a portrait in the front garden, we haven't got a front garden. Among the news that's undeniably news, but not really worth reading, is the intelligence in the Daily Sketch that at Orton Longueville, near Peterborough, Judith Cole went to vote in a wedding dress, and a couple in Swansea went to the polls with a Conservative sticker on the front window and a Vote Labour one on the back. The cruelest quotation of the whole election, perhaps, appears in most of the papers. The Financial Times has it down page on the front. Asked whether he would miss Mr. Henry Brooke in the next Parliament, the Prime Minister replied, was he in the last? The Times, as it announced the other day, is going to print news on its front page, but for those who take a liberal view, liberal with a small L, that is, of what news actually is, the Times has been printing news on its front page for many a long day, and this morning's no exception. Though all around are acknowledging with great force that Labour's won the day, the Times still finds space on its front page for a Mr. Charles Walton to announce, with regret, the untimely death of his car in Ostend on March the 19th.
Well, now, the newspapers were in fact recording that somewhere in the middle of the night we crossed a great watershed in British politics. After spending 3 years or more on the brink, as it seemed, always of a general election, we now face a settled period of 4 or 5 years, settled period of government and indeed a Labour government. And Mr. Wilson, of course, a moment of great triumph. His timing of the election has been supremely confirmed, and he is himself now in an utterly powerful position for anything that he wishes to do in the way of redistributing the cabinet and indeed with his own party. As far as the Conservatives are concerned, Mr. Heath, after a pretty searing experience in the campaign, has emerged with increased stature, but there's no doubt from the results that we have that the Conservatives now face a major job of reconstruction, because over the night we saw a tremendous shift of political power. Remember, this is where the Parliament stayed at the end of the last Parliament with a majority of 3. During the night we got a swing of 2.9% up to about there, right up to there, giving eventually a Labour majority of 100 when all the results are in.
Now what we shall do is go and join David Holmes, who's over at the southeast desk, and bid him good morning too. David Holmes.
Well, good morning once again. I'm here to tell you the story of the night in one particular region, your region, the southeast region. Now, first of all, the swing, which Ian Trethowne was talking about just now, 2.9 over the whole country, was a little higher than that, something just about 3%. I've got it up on the swing meter here, just about 3. Our regional swing was somewhere just below 3. All the same, out of the 42 seats which Labour gained throughout the country, 17 of them, that's not far short of half, were down here in the southeast. The reason for that is simply that the outskirts of London, the area around London, contained the greatest concentration of Conservative marginals in the country. All the seats that should have fallen to the prevailing swing did fall, except one that stood up strongly against the prevailing wind. That was Hendon North, where Sir Ian Orr Ewing held the seat. But nearby, Labour turned out Commander Courtney from Harrow East. They turned out Henry Brooke from Hampstead. Labour turned out Christopher Chataway from Lewisham North, his neighbour from Lewisham West. And they turned out Dudley Smith from Brentford and Chiswick, and Charles Curran, all very well-known Conservative characters, these, from Uxbridge. But these last 2 seats only just by very slim majorities to Labour. Then over in Kent, Dame Patricia Hornsby-Smith was out from Chislehurst, and on one side of her, Mr. Heath did hold his seat at Bexley, but with his majority halved, and on the other side of Chislehurst, Eric Lubbock held Orpington for the Liberals, but with his majority pretty well halved. Incidentally, Orpington registered the country's highest turnout, about 87%. But I'm afraid the South East also registered the United Kingdom's lowest turnout in Stepney, under 51%. Now, other Labour gains inside Greater London were Croydon South, Norwood, Ilford South, Walthamstow East and Hornchurch. And outside London, Labour took Billericay, Eton and Slough, Reading, both of those last ones with thumping swings, and for the first time ever, Labour took Oxford. I leave out only the seat which we were certain Patrick Gordon Walker would win, Leighton. Then Labour did hold Brighton, Kemp Town, but Dennis Hobden's only increased his majority from 7 to 831, and that was only after a recount, so it's still very marginal. And left-winger Anne Kerr did slightly put up her majority at Rochester and Chatham, against what some people had expected. Incidentally, her husband, Russ Kerr, is now Labour MP for Feltham. I mentioned the Liberals just now. In places they held on, in Hastings, for instance, and Farnham. But elsewhere, the Liberals lost votes heavily in East Surrey. Their share was down nearly 12%. So that's the end of the report from the southeast.
And now for an interview with one of those London winners that was mentioned then by David Holmes. It was the Labour winner at Leighton, Patrick Gordon Walker. He was interviewed by Michael Charlton very soon after the count.
A loss last time of nearly 8,000 into a win here at 8,000 at Leighton. Well, so what do you think made the difference this time? Well, how do you account for this?
Well, everything was different this time. The weather, the climate of the populace, of the people here. I understood why they felt as they did in the by-election, but they've changed, and I think the people of Leighton are just beginning to take me to their heart, and I hope this will go on.
You look a lot happier tonight than you did last time.
I
anyway.
certainly am. I've enjoyed the campaign all the way through. It's been a very good campaign.
Now, what do you feel about Smethwick? Smethwick went back to Labour tonight. Now, what are your feelings about
I'm
that?
overjoyed about that. I knew it would happen. I didn't think it would happen, I must say, by quite such a big majority. But I knew Smethwick, with very decent people, would come to their senses.
Do you think you could have won it this time?
I think I could, but it was better to have a change. This was wise.
Now, what do you think you're going to go back into Parliament as, Mr. Gordon Walker?
Well, as member for Leighton.
But what else, perhaps?
I don't know.
Well, the Prime Minister has said he may be setting out the post of Minister for Europe.
Oh.
Now, if he offered you that, would you accept it?
No, you mustn't ask me that sort of question. You're not the Prime Minister.
But, I mean, you wouldn't be averse to accepting an office like that?
My broad view is that if you're asked to do something for the party, you do it.
And so the former Foreign Secretary goes back into the House of Commons after 17 months, and I almost said in the wilderness. And into the studio last night came Mr. Quinton Hogg. Mr. Quinton Hogg in great form.
The Conservative Party has been so decisively rejected, assuming this trend continues?
I think for one very simple reason. Wages have gone up faster than prices, and people haven't yet ascertained that they've borrowed the difference.
Do you think that their failure to ascertain this is due to the inadequacy of the Tory campaign or the stupidity of the people?
I don't know. I did my best myself.
Do you think the Tory campaign was inadequate in any way?
I can't criticize the national campaign. I only know I did my best myself.
What do you think will be the effect on the Tory party now? Will there be a great rethink? Will there be a great deal of argument, post-morteming, or what?
Not a very keen man on post-morteming. I think you've got to pick yourself up and dust your trousers.
And what does that involve inside the Conservative Party, dusting trousers?
Certain amount of the ordinary military virtues of defiance and defeat.
Well, we hope that Mr. Wilson shows you magnanimity, which I think is the other phrase there, isn't it?
Most unlikely that he will, from what I know of him.
Now, you are how old now, Mr. Hogg?
58.
And if there is no Tory government in until 1970, there's a long time for you to be in opposition still, isn't it?
Long time to live in front of me, I hope, and God being willing.
Do you regret giving up your peerage?
No, I always intended to.
And what part do you intend to play in the coming Parliament? Do you want a big role in opposition, or do you want to drop out of front bench politics?
This depends on what others think, not what I think. I shall play as big a part as God allows me.
And how big a part do you think God will allow you?
You must ask him.
Well, so far as I know, he's not on our list of people to be interviewed.
No, you'd have to pay him too big a fee.
Oh, I don't know. The BBC can afford it. Thank you very much, Mr. Hogg.
I told you Mr. Hogg was in very good form last night. Now look at the state of the parties board. Well, the time is now 6:48, coming up to 6:49. Let's go and join, I think it's Michael Aspel up there in the newsroom.
Well, it is. Good morning. The main news abroad, the terrorist attack in Saigon during the night, with at least 6 people killed and more than 80 others injured. It started when a group of Viet Cong attacked an American officer's billet just before dawn, killing 3 guards with machine gun fire and hand grenades. The terrorists then drove up a truck packed with explosives, and the blast, when it went off, tore out most of the first 2 floors of the building, where more than 150 Americans were asleep. Military police and other rescue workers found 3 bodies in the rubble, and help the survivors out of the shattered building. It's feared that others may still be trapped. And now the world's reaction to our election results. For people in the United States, the issue here had been decided even before their normal bedtime. From New York, Gerald Priestland reports.
In their late-night shows by satellite from London, American TV commentators called Mr. Wilson the British Lyndon Johnson, a political giant, Texas style. The shows, by the way, came from the BBC's election centre and in colour. Another of the commentators remarked, it cannot be disappointing to Washington to have the prospect of another 5 years of the by now familiar Mr. Wilson, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Healey. And I think that's a very fair assessment of the reaction the White House might be shy to put into words. Many Americans who followed the campaign were struck by the heavy turnout, in their terms, and by Mr. Wilson's presidential approach. But today's New York Times wonders whether Mr. Wilson will be radical enough and hopes that he'll come round to the Heath view that Britain's future lies in Europe.
In Europe, the election made the main headlines in most of the Paris newspapers, with one correspondent describing the result as a turning point in British history. Political observers in France forecast that a strong Labour government would reduce the chances of Britain joining the common market in the next few years, a theme repeated in West Germany. Television commentators there talked almost exclusively about what Mr. Wilson's attitude to Europe would be. In Northern Ireland, 20 policemen stood by as the polls were closing at Cormean near Armagh, after stones and clods of earth were thrown at people on their way to vote. Police reinforcements were called in after part of the crowd tried to overturn a car used by Republican election workers. Another Republican car in South Armagh was slightly damaged. Officials are meeting at Moscow Zoo this morning to discuss the next step in the case of the reluctant pandas. There'll be talks about whether London Zoo's Chi-Chi may stay in Moscow until the autumn to mate with Annan, the Russian zoo's panda. Keepers had to rush in with brooms yesterday to stop them from fighting after they'd been put in the same cage together for the first time. Soccer, and Chelsea are safely through to the FA Cup semi-final for the second year running. Following their 3-1 defeat of Hull last night, they'll next meet Sheffield Wednesday in 3 weeks' time. Manchester United's semi-final opponents depend on the outcome of the Manchester City-Everton match. Tennis, and the Mexican Pancho Gonzalez won the BBC Two World Professional Championship at Wembley last night. In the semi-finals, Gonzalez beat Ken Rosewall, 6 years his junior, 13-11, and Lou Hode lost to his old Australian rival Rod Laver, 3-10. So to the best-of-3 sets final, with Gonzalez serving against Laver for the match. After a match lasting nearly 2 hours, Gonzalez walked off as winner of the championship with prize money amounting to £2,500. That's all the news for the moment. Now back to what I'm sure must be Cliff Mitchellmore.
It is indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Michael Aspel. And now a look back on how the two party leaders spent the historic night, at least as we saw them on television. Mr. Edward Heath, the loser in Bexley and Kent, his constituency, Mr. Wilson, the victor at Huyton in Lancashire.
Of the Huyton election of 1966. It is signed by me, Donald Wilgoose, the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the Huyton constituency. The total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was, for Thomas Lerion Hobday, 20,182 votes. For David Edward Such, 585 votes. For James Harold Wilson, 41,132 votes.
Mr. Wilson's majority, in my very quick calculation, is just up. The vote does seem to have been slightly down. It's a 21,000 majority compared with 19,200 last time.
Mr. Wilson, are you now prepared to claim that you will definitely be the next Prime Minister, that you will remain Prime Minister?
I think we'll wait for the final results to come in. As soon as one party's got 316 seats in the House of Commons, I will say that party has won.
You'll make no claims before then?
No.
Any result given you special satisfaction so far?
I was quite pleased about the result in Huyton. I think it's proved that, I'm afraid, that the more I'm away from Huyton, speaking in the country, the bigger my majority. I think that's a tribute to my supporters who worked so hard to get me back.
Mr. Wilson, the election was called by many people, in the press anyway, tawdry and boring. Looking back on it, do you think there's anything in these criticisms?
I think it got a bit boring. I think our opponents made the mistake of getting up to fever heat from the first day, and I think the fever heat was a little bit synthetic. And we just went on quite strongly with the line that we were putting in the election. I don't need to repeat it, I've said it so often. I don't think it got very tawdry. I think there's a lot of abuse, which I decided not to reply to. But most people, I think, have thought very seriously about this election. And although I think television played a big part in boring the electorate, as it certainly did, I think television has equally, over the years, played a big part in getting the electorate interested in the issue so that they pretty well knew how to apply their minds to the election before the election began.
A criticism was that the election was slightly unreal because if a serious economic crisis does confront the country, political leaders did not wish to talk about it for fear of damaging the pound.
I talked about nothing else throughout the election, and this is certainly true of our leading opponents. On the other hand, I think there was a real awareness of the economic problems that we have been facing, and I made it very clear that we are still facing economic problems despite the very considerable progress we've made. I think what the result so far, shall we say in Hackney, shows is that there's a great deal of confidence in the country, in the ability of this government to weather any storms that might arise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the returning officer, the Mayor of Bexley, will now declare the result, and we should be grateful if you'll kindly let the full result to be declared before there is any sort of demonstration.
I hereby declare that the votes cast at this election are as follows. Butler, Russell Leong, 24,044. Heath, Edward Richard George, 26,000.
Mr. Heath holds the seat with a much reduced majority.
377.
The Leader of the Opposition is back with a much reduced majority.
Lloyd Richard Faulkner, 4,405.
Liberal.
And that Edward Richard George Heath is elected as member for the Bexley constituency.
Great excitement, much anger from the Labour supporters who have come into the hall. Much anger, quite good-natured anger, and a not very broad smile from the Leader of the Opposition. We can't be too happy about that majority.
Mr. Heath, it does appear that you and your policies have been fairly decisively rejected at this election. Why do you think this has happened?
Well, I think they're the right policies. I think that the Labour Party has been fighting the election on the past. We've been fighting it on the present and the future. And I believe the electorate will come to realise that our policies are the right ones. I agree that there are new policies in many respects. It's the first time, I think, that an election has been fought in this country on reforming the trade unions, on bringing the welfare state up to date, and on the clear issue of going into Europe. But I believe they're the right policies for the future, and I'm quite certain the people of this country are coming to realise it.
You're saying that the Conservative Party is losing this election because it is ahead of the Labour Party in its thinking and ahead of the British public?
That may well be the case, that we are ahead of public opinion on this.
Mr. Heath, you took the major burden of the actual campaigning, particularly the television campaigning, into your own hands. Do you feel that you were perhaps mistaken to do this?
No, I don't think, I have no regrets about the campaign at all. But of course my colleagues were also playing an enormous part in the country. I think the way in which the campaign was covered on television and in the press made it appear that the emphasis was perhaps on the leaders of the parties. But this doesn't alter the fact that my colleagues were playing an enormous part both on television as well as meetings up and down the country.
One got the impression sometimes that they weren't always giving you that wholehearted support that might have helped.
I wouldn't agree at all on that. I wouldn't agree at all.
Would you fight again, though, in this rather American presidential man-to-man, you versus Mr. Wilson style? Or would you adopt a different type of campaign?
I wouldn't, I think, change the campaign in any way at all. Of course, it was my first campaign as leader. I've only been leader of the party for 8 months. It was therefore essential that I should go to every part of the country and that I should speak in every area and in as many of our large cities as possible. This I did. I also spoke in a large number of smaller towns and villages on the way to the cities. And of course I dealt with the press conference every morning. This meant, of course, in Bexley I couldn't carry out my usual complete canvass of every house in the constituency. I spoke at 6 meetings, but I couldn't do any canvassing. And so I'm delighted with the result here in Bexley.
And now let's take a look at the state of the parties board and the party lead. Here they are. State of the parties. Labour 303 with 42 gains and 1 losses. Conservatives 151, no gains and 43 losses. And here is Labour lead over Conservative 152 with 169 results to come. And now it's 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, we shall be bringing you this kind of service throughout the morning until the results start to come in. And for those of you who have either gone to bed too soon or at that boxing, let's take a quick look on how the two leaders reacted as we saw them on television last night. Mr. Edward Heath, the now obvious loser, was down in his own constituency in Kent, and the winner, the victor, Mr. Wilson, was up in his constituency in Huyton. So let's first of all go and see how Mr. Wilson's declaration went.
The Huyton election of 1966. It is signed by me, Donald Wilgus, the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the Huyton constituency. The total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was, for Thomas Lerion Hobday, 20,182 votes. For David Edward Such, 585 votes. For James Harold Wilson, 41,132 votes.
Mr. Wilson's majority, in my very quick calculation, is just out. The vote does seem to have been slightly down. It's a 21,000 majority compared with 19,200 last time.
Mr. Wilson, are you now prepared to claim that you will definitely be the next Prime Minister, that you will remain Prime Minister?
I think we'll wait for the final results to come in. As soon as one party's got 316 seats in the House of Commons, I will say that party has won.
You'll make no claims before then?
No.
Any result given you special satisfaction so far?
I was quite pleased about the result in Huyton. I think it's proved that, I'm afraid, that the more I'm away from Huyton, speaking in the country, the bigger my majority. I think that's a tribute to my supporters who worked so hard to get me back.
So wasn't the election was called by many people, in the press anyway, tawdry and boring. Looking back on it, do you think there's anything in these criticisms?
I think it got a bit boring. I think our opponents made the mistake of getting up to fever heat from the first day, and I think the fever heat was a little bit synthetic. And we just went on quite strongly with the line that we were putting in the election. I don't need to repeat it, I've said it so often. I don't think it got very tawdry. I think there's a lot of abuse, which I decided not to reply to. But most people, I think, have thought very seriously about this election. And although I think television played a big part in boring the electorate, as it certainly did, I think television is equally over the years.
Now what we're going to do is, at this moment, Mr. Wilson is just leaving his Liverpool hotel. Here he is, coming out of his hotel after a very good night's sleep, very clearly. You were seeing him just now at the moment of declaration. Here comes Mr. Wilson now out into the motor car outside that well-known large hotel in Liverpool.
The Prime Minister just getting into his car with Mrs. Wilson. A small crowd, it's raining now. Just before went his father and about 100 pieces of baggage from his personal party, which numbered 20. He'll be moving off soon into the rush hour traffic of Liverpool. The Prime Minister this morning didn't want to add anything further to his statement that he wouldn't be claiming victory until he had 316 seats. Now the Prime Minister moves off, waving in his car. He's turning now into Lime Street. Last election rather, it seemed he went down a one-way street, but this time it looks like he might have to go around the full one-way system of Liverpool. He's out into the traffic now with a police outrider.
Well, there he is, on his way, and if he gets into that one-way traffic in Liverpool, I think what he does is turn right all the way. He does about 8 right turns before he gets up to Lime Street Station. Now let's go back on the outside broadcast. We've got better pictures again now.
Yes, in fact, Cliff, he does turn right. We've lost him for the moment, but soon he'll be coming up into Lime Street. His personal driver, Harry Field, who drives him everywhere, is at the moment taking his own car back to London, so he's got a fill-in driver with him. Funnily enough, with the forecasts of his majority perhaps running around 100, it's nice to remember that his hotel room is in fact 100. And there's the Prime Minister moving down Lime Street. On the left you can just see St. George's Hall. He'll have to turn right again, the policeman holding the rush hour traffic. And now he turns into the approach to Lime Street Station. And running up onto the platform alongside the Shamrock Express, which will take him to London in about 3 hours, 25 minutes. If he'd held the election on April the 18th, it would have taken him to London in 2 hours, 35 minutes when the new electrification system opens. There he is coming up alongside the platform. Very few commuters around at this time. They come into other stations in Liverpool rather than Lime Street. They call the train the Shamrock Express because it's timed to meet the Irish boats and usually carries a number of Irishmen to London. We're having trouble with our pictures, but there you can see, just seeing his top hat, Station Master John Craig. He'll be the last station master at Lime Street ever to wear a top hat. The next one will wear a bowler hat. British Rail call it modernisation. I can't see who else is in that scrum. Mr. Wilson posing for pictures. The Prime Minister got to bed about 3:45 this morning after he'd returned from Huyton. He had some refreshments and then met lobby correspondents before finally retiring. I still can't see who he is meeting, but there should be rail officials there. There was some thought that the Lord Mayor of Liverpool might come down to see him off. He's a member of the Labour Party on Merseyside. But I cannot see the Lord Mayor at the moment. In fact, we can't see very much because of that flash lamp. I'm sorry for the light in the picture. It's not one of our lights, and in fact it's technically impossible to get the pictures you're getting. The engineers say we couldn't take our roving eye camera under there. We did it last year and it worked. We did it again this year and it works, but the engineers say it's still impossible. It's not too good. It's not our usual quality, but at least it's a picture. I can see members of the Prime Minister's staff, Mr. Alfred Richmond, his personal aide, Mr. Gerald Kaufman, his publicity officer. With him on the train will be his father, his sister, and his son.
And now, that was Bob Perrin, incidentally, reporting from Lime Street Station in Liverpool, seeing the Prime Minister off. They're due to leave in about, 30 seconds from now, so it won't be very long. Also, I may say, on that train, we shall have cameras. We hope that when that train gets down to Bletchley, where we shall certainly be talking to the Prime Minister. That's if Robin Day gets here in time. If not, some of us will. My colleagues are all suddenly coming to life. It's because it's 8 o'clock in the morning, I think. David Butler is back with us. Good morning.
Good morning, Tim.
Here, he got stopped by the police last night for driving without a light. He was taking the boss with him, too. So we have no sympathy for you at all. And good morning to you, Mr. Robert Mackenzie.
Good morning, sir. Well, the swing is settling down in the vicinity of 3%, more or less as it was inevitably at the end of last night. Far below the swing that the public opinion polls were talking about, which was an average of 4.5. They're inclined to exaggerate in this morning's papers how accurate they were. In fact, they were pointing to 150 Labour majority. The figure is much more likely to be plus or minus 5, around 100. In other words, this is almost exactly a replay of the election of 1959 in reverse. When the Conservatives under Macmillan got a majority, an even majority of 100, Labour is likely now to have a majority of 100, give or take 5 or 10 seats either way, depending on how things go today in the mainly rural and small town areas to be reporting. Now let's look for a moment at another division of the results of last night's story. Here's the share of vote. 1964, in the seats which are so far counted, which is 461 seats, the share of vote was as follows. Now this time, you'll notice, Labour's share of the vote has gone up slightly from 45.8 to 49.9. This is almost exactly the share of the vote the Conservatives got in 1959. A replay of 1959 in reverse, as I was saying a moment ago. Just under half the vote, likely to go down slightly because of the rural areas coming in today. The Tory share of the vote, fairly stable, down by around 1.6%. The Liberal share also down, although they've so far improved their position in seats by 1 today. Others have gained. This is partly because of a shift in the Republican Labour vote in Northern Ireland. And the turnout down slightly, suggesting that there was a lower interest in the election even than in 1964, which was down on 1959. We could look now, I think, at the opinion poll picture. This was the final story, as told by the opinion polls, at the election day or a few days earlier. Now, the thing to note is that the swing to Labour predicted by the polls was consistently above what in fact has occurred. Research services in the Observer came the closest to the swing as we now know it, though it may vary during the day. But when you projected the swings they were offering to actual likely majorities, you'll notice they ran well ahead of what we're likely to get today. Far ahead in the case of the Daily Express, though it's had a good record of prediction in the past, and well ahead in the case of Gallup and others. You'll watch today, you'll see there's a great tendency to read backwards into history and imply the polls have been dead right as usual. Now, how does this result, which is now impending, of 100, give or take a few, Labour majority, compare with other big wins in this century? Well, here we'll be having in something like 100 plus or minus 5 or 10, and a 49-point-something share of the vote. Very, very similar in reverse, as I say, to the Conservative win in 1959. 100 then, with 49.4% of the vote. So far, Labour has 49.9, but it may glide slightly to something like this figure. And, of course, well below in seats, Labour's win in 1945, when they had going on for 150 majority, although, interestingly enough, that majority was based upon a smaller share of the vote than Labour is likely to get this time. It's often forgotten that it was based on that kind of share of the popular vote. Then, if you look at the 1935 result, again, one of the historic Conservative wins, 249 majority, the 1931 majority of 493 for the National Government, the Liberals in 1906, 130. That's sort of the historical background against which one can set the win coming up today for Labour.
Well, I said just now good morning to you, David Butler. I haven't even heard a word from you, yes?
Well, it seems to me that today we are going to have...
We're going to have a quick look at Mr. Wilson saying goodbye to Liverpool. Oh, he said goodbye to us too, and he's dived inside there now. Missed him. Oh, no, there he is. Called him up again. Bagpipes and all. These are the scenes at Lime Street Station, Liverpool, where he's catching this train down to London. I always thought that train had to leave at 8 o'clock. Bob Perrin's up there. He'll put me right or wrong, I'm sure. All right. right, fine. From one station to another. We're going down now to Euston. Some of the people are beginning to come to work in London here, so we'll go down and join Desmond Wilcox to see how many travellers he's been able to stop. Desmond?
Morning, Cliff. And it's here in Euston in 3 or 4 hours' time that Harold Wilson will be coming when he arrives on that train, which is already 5 minutes late. But in the meantime, what do you expect from Harold Wilson's new government with its much increased majority?
I think whoever gets in will be about the same. It'll be the ordinary working class man who'll have to pay for anything that's done for the country.
Well, what do you mean whoever gets in? Do you believe that the Conservatives could still get in?
Well, if we get another 100% of seats, we probably might do. But
no, there's no doubt about it that you have a Labour government ahead of you for the next 4 or 5 years. Now, what's your reaction to that?
Well, I think we've got to accept it. I'm a Tory myself. I'm disappointed, and I would like to have seen the Tories have another chance.
What do you think has caused the 100 or so majority that Harold Wilson now has?
Well, I think probably a lot of people haven't got any more sense. That's my own view of it.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you, madam, what was your reaction to the fact that you now have a Labour government?
Very disappointed.
Why?
Because I think that the Labour government has only increased taxation, and that although the benefits may seem good at the time, I'm afraid we're going to have to pay for them during the next 4 or 5 years.
It's quite obvious a number of millions of voters didn't feel the same way as you. What do you think caused them to vote a 100 majority to Wilson's government then?
Well, I think people don't think of the ultimate cost. They get the advantages at the moment, and they don't realise that all these things have got to be paid for.
Can I ask you, sir, what's your reaction to this morning's news?
Well, I'm not surprised at all that I'm not at all happy about it.
Why not?
Well, I think Mr. Wilson will now bring out all his little pet theories and rush into nationalisation and a lot of silly things that he's got in his noddle.
You voted Tory, I presume?
Definitely.
What do you think caused everybody to put in as big a majority as this, then?
Well, I think Mr. Wilson certainly put up some very good electioneering. He was definitely had the edge on Mr. Heath. And the people, well, they were undecided, and they were swayed that way.
Would you see him as a bit of an ogre for the next 5 years, then?
Yes, I'm afraid. I've seen this all before. I've seen him rush into things. The Labour Party, as soon as they get in, they rush things through, make a terrible pot mess, and out they go again.
What's your job?
I work in a bank.
How will it affect you personally, then, to have a Labour government for the next 4 or 5 years?
Well, he might nationalise banks, of course, then it would affect me. And
do you really think he'd nationalise banks?
Is one of the things he's got in his mind.
Well, if he's got it in his mind, I've certainly not heard it during the election campaign, have you?
No, he hasn't got it, hasn't mentioned this sort of thing, but they have these various things in their mind before, and they rush with them. I've been caught before with them.
Well, they haven't nationalised your bank as far as I know. Thank you very much. What's your reaction to this morning's news?
I think it's smashing news, definitely.
You voted Labour, did
you? Yes, I did, and I'm proud of it.
What do you think caused the majority to be so big? Why do you think so many people voted Labour?
Well, because he's done so much for us in the few months that he has been in.
What do you expect him now to do in the future?
Oh, lots, housing. I hope he brings down the income tax a little bit, because that affects me more than anything else.
Thank you very much. I wonder if I can ask you, sir, what's your reaction to this morning's news?
Well, naturally I'm disappointed because I am a Conservative, but in some respects it might be a good thing.
Why?
Well, I believe that this will give the country the opportunity of finding out whether this chap Wilson is the Artful Dodger or whether he and his party can really do all the things they say they can do.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Desmond Wilcox, Euston.
There we leave Euston, come back to the studio, and it's time now, I think, to take a look at the state of the parties board. There it is, Labour with 303 seats, Conservatives 151, Liberals 5, others 2.